Part 1, Chapters 1 and 2 of The Mysteries of Marseilles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Celine Major. The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. Part 1, Chapter 1. How Blanche de Cazalis eloped with Philippe Cayol. Towards the end of the month of May, 184 , a man about 30 years of age was walking rapidly along a footpath in the St. Joseph quarter, near the Aiguillade. He had left his horse in the care of a small cultivator occupying a neighbouring farm, and was going in the direction of a large, solidly built square house, a kind of country chateau, such as are to be found on the hills of Provence. The man turned aside to avoid the chateau, and went and seated himself in a pine wood, which spread out behind the building. Then, anxious and feverish, he pushed aside the branches and glanced along the pathways, apparently awaiting someone with impatience. Now and again he rose and took a few steps, then reseated himself all in a tremble. This man, who was tall and of strange appearance, wore bushy black whiskers. His long face, marked by energetic lineaments, displayed a kind of violent and passionate beauty. Suddenly his eyes softened, and a tender smile spread over his thick lips. A young girl had just issued from the chateau, and, stooping as though to hide herself, was hastening towards the pine wood. Rosy and breathless, she reached the shelter of the trees. She was barely 16 years old. Beneath the blue ribbons of her straw hat, her young face was smiling with a joyous and at the same time a startled expression. Her fair hair fell over her shoulders. Her little hands, pressed to her breast, were endeavouring to calm her throbbing heart. "How late you are, Blanche," said the young man. "I had almost given up hoping to see you." And he seated her on the moss beside him. "Forgive me, Philippe," answered the young girl. "My uncle has gone to Aix to purchase an estate, but I could not get rid of my governess." She yielded herself to the embrace of him she adored, and the two lovers enjoyed one of those long talks which are at once so silly and so sweet. Blanche was like a big child playing with her lover as she would have done with a doll. Philippe, now ardent and speechless, was pressing the young girl to him and gazing upon her with all the transports of love and ambition. And whilst they were seated there, oblivious of the world, they noticed, on raising their heads, some peasants who were following a neighbouring path, whilst watching them and laughing. Blanche, full of alarm, drew away from her lover. "I am lost!" she exclaimed, turning quite pale. "Those men will inform my uncle. Ah, for pity's sake, Philippe, save me!" The young man jumped up on hearing her cry. "If you wish me to save you," he replied impetuously, "you must follow me. Come, let us fly together. To-morrow your uncle will consent to our marriage, and we shall be united for evermore." "Fly, fly," repeated the child. "Ah, I fear I have not the courage to do so. I am too weak, too timid." "I will sustain you, Blanche. We will live a life of love." Blanche, without hearing, without replying, let her head drop on Philippe's shoulder. "Oh, I dread the convent," she resumed after a time in a low voice. "You will marry me, you will love me always." "I love you. See, I am on my knees." Then, closing her eyes, yielding, Blanche hastily descended the slope, clinging to the arm of Philippe, who had risen. After she had gone some distance, she looked back a last time at the home she was leaving, and a poignant emotion filled her eyes with tears. A minute's error had sufficed to throw her into the young man's arms, exhausted and confiding. She loved Philippe with all the warmth of a first passion, with all the folly of her inexperience. She was running away like a schoolgirl, voluntarily, and without weighing the terrible consequences of her flight. And Philippe was carrying her off, intoxicated with his victory, and quivering at feeling her moving and panting at his side. At first he thought of hastening to Marseilles to procure a vehicle. But he was afraid to leave her alone on the high road, and he preferred to go with her on foot as far as his mother's country house, which was situated quite a league away in the St. Just quarter. Philippe had to leave his horse behind, and the two lovers started off bravely together. They passed through meadows, ploughed fields, and pine woods, taking short cuts and walking very quickly. It was about 4:00. The sun, clear and scorching, cast before them broad sheets of light. and they hastened along in the warm air, urged on by the madness which was eating into their hearts. As they passed by, the labourers raised their heads and watched their flight with amazement. It did not take them an hour to reach the home of Philippe's mother. Blanche, quite tired out, seated herself on a stone bench beside the door, whilst the young man went to see if the coast was clear. He then returned and conducted her to his room. He had begged Ayas, a gardener whom his mother was employing that day, to fetch a vehicle from Marseilles. Both were still a prey to the excitement of their flight. Whilst awaiting the vehicle, they remained silent and anxious. Philippe, having led Blanche to a little chair, knelt at her feet, and gazed lingeringly at her, seeking to reassure her by gently kissing the hand she yielded to him. "You cannot remain in that light gown," he said after a time. "Would you like to dress up as a man?" Blanche smiled. She felt childlike joy at the thought of disguising herself. "My brother is rather short," continued Philippe. "You can put on some of his things." It made them quite merry. The young girl dressed herself, laughing the while. She was charmingly awkward, and Philippe eagerly kissed the blushes on her cheeks. When she was ready, she had quite the appearance of a little man, of a youngster of 12. She had great difficulty in confining her mass of hair in the hat, and her lover's hands trembled as he gathered the rebellious locks together. Ayas at length returned with the vehicle. He consented to receive the fugitives in his own home at St. Barnabé. Philippe took what money he possessed, and all three entered the carriage, which they left at the Pont du Jarret, continuing the journey to the gardener's house on foot. It was now twilight. Transparent shadows were falling from the pale heavens, whilst acrid odours rose from the earth, still warm with the last rays of the sun. Then a vague fear took possession of Blanche. Her heart was sinking within her. She sought to gain time. "Listen," said she to Philippe. "I will write to my confessor, Abbé Chastanier. He will go and see my uncle to obtain my pardon and his consent to our marriage. I think I should not be so frightened were I your wife." Philippe smiled at the tender simplicity of the last words. "Write to Abbé Chastanier," he answered. "For my part, I will send my brother our address. He will come tomorrow and will take your letter." It was thus that Blanche de Cazalis eloped with Philippe Cayol, one fine May evening. Ah, sweet and terrible night, which was doomed to overwhelm the lovers with wretchedness, and bring them nothing but suffering and regret for the rest of their lives. Chapter 2 introduces the hero, Marius Cayol. Marius Cayol, the brother of Blanche's lover, was about 25 years old. He was short, thin, and puny. His light yellow face, with its long, narrow black eyes, was lighted up at times with a kind of smile of self-devotion and resignation. He walked with a slight stoop, and the hesitation and timidity of a child. But the hatred of evil, the love of uprightness that filled his being, made him appear almost handsome. He had assumed the hardships of the family, leaving his brother to follow his ambitious and passionate instincts. He made himself quite insignificant beside him, saying, generally, that as he was the ugly one he ought not to emerge from his ugliness. He added that it was excusable for Philippe to like to display his fine figure and the vigorous beauty of his countenance. Moreover, when necessary, he could be severe towards the great impetuous child who was his senior, and whom he treated with the remonstrances and affection of a father. Their mother, now a widow, was not at all wealthy. She had a difficulty in making both ends meet on the remnants of her dowry, the major portion of which her husband had lost in business. This money, deposited at a banker's, yielded her a small income which had enabled her to bring up her two sons. But when they had reached man's estate, she showed them her empty hands, and placed them face to face with the difficulties of life. And the two brothers, thrown thus into the struggle for existence, led on by their different natures, followed diametrically opposite courses. Philippe, who had an appetite for wealth and liberty, could not bend himself to labour. He wished to attain fortune by the shortest road, and had visions of making a rich marriage. That was, in his idea, an excellent expedient, a rapid means of obtaining an income and a pretty wife. So he passed his life in the sunshine, became amorous, and even slightly dissipated. He experienced an extreme delight in being well dressed, in displaying his elegant, hasty manners, his eccentric garments, his love-laden glances and speeches about Marseilles. His mother and brother, who spoiled him, endeavoured to provide for his whims. Moreover, Philippe was acting in good faith. He adored women, and it seemed natural to him to be beloved and carried off some day by a rich and beautiful young girl of noble birth. Whilst his brother was exhibiting his fine looks, Marius had taken a situation as clerk in the office of M. Martelly, a ship owner residing in the Rue de la Darse. He felt quite happy hidden away in his office, his sole ambition being to earn a modest competence and to live a peaceful and unostentatious life. Besides this, he felt a secret pleasure in assisting his mother and brother. The money he earned was dear to him because he could give it away and bestow happiness with it, and himself taste the profound delights of self-sacrifice. He had chosen in life the straight way, the painful path which leads to peace, joy, and self-respect. The young man was on the point of starting for his office when he received a letter in which his brother informed him of his elopement with Mademoiselle de Cazalis. It filled him with painful surprise, and he beheld at a glance the frightful chasm into the depths of which the lovers had cast themselves. He hastened without loss of time to Saint Barnabé. At the door of Ayas, the gardener's house, was a vine trained to form an arbor, whilst two big mulberry trees, pruned to the shape of parasols, spread their knotty branches around and cast their shade upon the entry. Marius found Philippe seated in the arbor, gazing lovingly upon Blanche de Cazalis beside him. The young girl, already weary, was silently regretting what they had done. The interview was a painful one, full of anguish and shame. Philippe rose up. "You blame me?" he asked, holding his hand out to his brother. "Yes, I blame you," answered Marius energetically. "You have committed a base action. Pride has led you away, and passion has ruined you. You have not thought of the evils you will bring on your family and yourself." Philippe protested. "You are frightened," he said bitterly. "For myself, I did not stop to consider. I loved Blanche, and she returned my love. I said to her, 'Will you come with me?' and she came. That is the whole story. We are neither of us deserving of censure." "Why lie?" replied Marius with greater severity. "You're not a child, and you know very well that your duty was to protect this young lady against herself. You should have stayed her on the brink of wrong, prevented her accompanying you. Ah, don't talk to me of love. I recognize only the love of justice and duty." Philippe smiled disdainfully and drew Blanche to his breast. "My poor Marius," said he, "you are a good fellow, but you have never been in love, and do not understand its fever. This is my defence." And he allowed Blanche to embrace him as she clung quiveringly to him. The poor child felt well enough that her only hope was this man. She had given herself away, she belonged to him. And now she worshipped him almost as a slave, lovingly and in fear. Marius, in despair, felt that he would do no more good in talking reason to the lovers. He determined to follow his own instincts, and asked for full details of the unhappy affair. Philippe quietly answered his questions. "I have known Blanche for nearly 8 months," he said. "I met her first at a public festival. She was smiling in the crowd, and I fancied her smile was meant for me. Since that day I have loved her, and have sought every opportunity of meeting and addressing her." "Haven't you written to her?" asked Marius. "Yes, many times." "Where are your letters?" "She has burnt them. Each time I wrote, I bought a bouquet of Fine, the florist on the Cours Saint Louis, and slipped my letter in amongst the flowers. Marguerite, the milkwoman, used to take Blanche the bouquets." "And did your letters remain unanswered?" "At first, yes, Blanche refused the flowers. Then she accepted them, and finally she ended by answering me. I was madly in love. I dreamed of marrying her and of loving her for ever." Marius shrugged his shoulders and drew Philippe on one side. He there continued the investigation with more harshness in his voice. "You are either a fool or a liar," said he quietly. "You know very well that M. de Cazalis, deputy, millionaire, all powerful in Marseilles, would never have given his niece to Philippe Cayol, poor, plebeian, and republican in addition to his other drawbacks. Confess that you have reckoned on the scandal that your elopement will occasion to force Blanche's uncle to come to terms." "Well, and what then?" retorted Philippe impetuously. "Blanche loves me, and I have in no way forced her will. She has freely chosen me for her husband." "Yes, yes, I am aware of all that. You have said it too often for me not to know how much of it I should believe. but you have not considered M. de Cazalis' anger, which will fall with terrible force on you and your relations. I know the man. Last night he no doubt exhibited his outraged pride to all Marseilles. The best thing you can do is to take the young lady back to her home at Saint Joseph." "No, I will not. I cannot. Blanche would never dare return home. She had only been at the country house about a week. I was in the habit of seeing her twice a day in a little pine wood. Her uncle knew nothing, and it must have been a great shock to him. It is impossible for us to go there at present." "Well, listen, give me the letter for Abbe Chastanier. I will see him, and, if necessary, will go with him to call on M. de Cazalis. We must hush up the scandal. I have a task to perform, the task of repairing the wrong you have done. Promise me you will not leave this house, that you will await here my further instructions." "I promise you to wait, if no danger threatens me." Marius took Philippe's hand and looked him loyally in the face. "Love this child well," he said in a deep voice, pointing to Blanche. "You will never be able to undo the wrong you have done her." He was about to take his leave when Mademoiselle de Cazalis came forward. She clasped her hands in supplication, stifling her sobs. "If you see my uncle, sir," she stammered, "be sure and tell him that I love him. I cannot account for what has happened. I would like to remain Philippe's wife and to return to my home in his company." Marius slightly bowed. "Have hope," he said. And he went off, sad and troubled, feeling that his words were a lie, and that to hope would be madness. End of chapters 1 and 2. Part 1, Chapters 3 and 4 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. There are menials in the church. On reaching Marseilles, Marius directed his steps to the church of Saint Victor, to which Abbe Chastanier was attached. It is one of the oldest churches in Marseilles. Its dark, high, and crenulated walls give it the appearance of a fortress. The rough people of the port hold it in particular veneration. The young fellow found the priest in the sacristy. He was a tall old man, with a long, emaciated face, pale as wax. His sad eyes had a fixed look of suffering and misery. He had just returned from a funeral, and was slowly taking off his surplice. His history was a short and sad one. Born of peasant parents, and as gentle and innocent as a child, he had taken orders to satisfy the pious wish of his mother. In becoming a priest, he had desired to perform an act of humility, of absolute devotion. He believed in his simplicity that a minister of God should bury himself in the infiniteness of divine love, renounce the ambitions and intrigues of the world, and live in the heart of the sanctuary, absolving sins with one hand and dispensing charity with the other. Ah, poor Abbé! How they let him see that the simple-minded are only fit to suffer and remain in obscurity! He was soon to learn that ambition is a sacerdotal virtue, and that young priests often love God for the sake of the worldly favours that his church distributes. He beheld all his comrades of the seminary struggling tooth and nail. He assisted at these internal battles, those secret intrigues which turn a diocese into a turbulent little kingdom. And as he remained humbly on his knees, as he did not seek to please the feminine portion of the congregation, as he asked for nothing and appeared piously stupid, he was endowed with a miserable living, thrown to him as one casts a bone to a dog. He remained thus for 40 years in a little village situated between Aubagne and Cassis. His church was a kind of barn, lime-washed and icily bare. In winter, when the wind blew in one of the window panes, the interior was chilled for weeks together, for the poor priest did not always possess the few coppers necessary to replace the broken glass. Yet he never complained. He lived peacefully amidst his wretchedness and solitude. He even experienced great joy in suffering, in feeling himself kin to the beggars of his parish. He was 60 years old when one of his sisters, a workwoman at Marseilles, became an invalid. She wrote to him, beseeching him to come to her. The old priest therefore begged his bishop to find him a small place in one of the city churches. He was kept waiting the fulfillment of his modest request for several months, when at length he received a call to Saint Victor. There he had to undertake, so to say, all the roughest work, all the labour that brought least renown and least profit. He prayed over the coffins of the poor and led them to the cemetery. He even at times fulfilled the duties of a sacristan. It was at this period that he began really to suffer. So long as he had remained in his desert, he had been able to be simple, poor, and old at his ease. Now he felt that his poverty and old age, his gentleness and simplicity were looked upon as a crime. And his heart was rent when he understood that there could be menials in the church. He saw well enough that he was looked upon with derision and scorn. He bowed his head still more, becoming yet more humble, weeping over his faith, shaken by the words and deeds of the worldly priests about him. Fortunately, of an evening he had some happy moments. He nursed his sister, consoling himself in his own way by devoting himself to another. He surrounded the poor invalid with 1,000 little joys. Then another pleasure had been vouchsafed him. Monsieur de Cazalis, who had no faith in young abbés, had selected him to be his niece's spiritual adviser. The old priest seldom attracted a lady penitent and scarcely ever heard a confession. He was moved to tears on the receipt of the deputy's proposal, and he loved Blanche as though she had been his own child. Marius handed him the young girl's letter, and watched his face for a trace of the emotions the reading of it was about to cause him. He beheld the signs of acute grief. Yet the priest did not appear to experience that surprise which results from unexpected news, and Marius concluded that Blanche had mentioned in confession her growing affection for Philippe. "You did well to count upon me, sir," said Abbé Chastanier to Marius. "But I am very weak, and not at all skilful. I should have displayed more energy." The poor man's head and hands shook with that sad gentle trembling peculiar to old people. "I am at your disposal," he continued. "How can I assist the unhappy child?" "Sir," replied Marius, "I am the brother of the young madman who has eloped with Mademoiselle de Cazalis, and I have sworn to right the wrong, to stifle the scandal. Will you join with me? The young lady's honor is gone if her uncle has already denounced the affair to the authorities. Go therefore and find him, endeavor to calm his anger, and tell him his niece shall promptly be restored to him." "Why did you not bring her with you? I know how passionate Monsieur de Cazalis can be. Nothing but certainty will satisfy him." "It is just that anger which has frightened my brother. Besides, this is no time for reasoning. We are overwhelmed with accomplished facts. Believe me, I feel as indignant as you, and fully understand how disgraceful my brother's behavior has been. But for pity's sake, let us do something." "Very well," said the abbé, simply. "I will go wherever you wish." They went along the Boulevard de la Corderie and reached the Cours Bonaparte, where the deputy's townhouse was situated. Monsieur de Cazalis, a prey to terrible anger and despair, had returned to Marseilles early in the morning following the elopement. Abbé Chastanier stopped Marius at the door of the house. "Do not come in," said he. "Your visit might be considered an insult. Let me manage, and wait for me here." Marius walked feverishly up and down the pavement for a good hour. He would have preferred to have gone in, to have explained matters himself, and have asked for pardon in Philippe's name. Whilst the fate of his family was under discussion in that house, he had to remain there, outside, inactive, and a prey to all the agony of waiting. At length Abbé Chastanier came out. He had been weeping. His eyes were red, his lips quivering. "Monsieur de Cazalis will listen to nothing," he said in a troubled voice. "I found him in a blind rage. He has already been to the Crown Attorney." The poor priest did not mention that Monsieur de Cazalis had received him with the bitterest reproaches, venting his anger upon him and accusing him in his rage of having given evil counsel to his niece. The abbé bent beneath the storm. He almost fell on his knees, not seeking to defend himself, but imploring the deputy to take pity on the others. "Tell me all," exclaimed Marius in despair. "It appears," the priest replied, "that the man with whom your brother left his horse assisted Monsieur de Cazalis in his search. A complaint was lodged at an early hour this morning, and the police have been to ransack your lodging in the Rue Sainte, and your mother's house at Saint Just." "Good heavens! Good heavens!" sighed Marius.
Monsieur de Cazalis swears that he will crush the whole of your family. I vainly endeavoured to bring him to a kindlier frame of mind. He talks of having your mother arrested." "My mother? Whatever for?" "He makes out that she is an accomplice, that she assisted your brother in carrying off Mademoiselle Blanche." "What can we do? How prove the falsity of such an accusation?" "Ah, wretched Philippe! It will be the death of our mother." And Marius sobbed aloud, his face buried in his hands. Abbe Chastanier beheld his fit of despair with tender pity. He understood the goodness and probity of the poor lad who wept thus in the open street. "Come, my child," he said, "be courageous." "You are right, father," exclaimed Marius. "It is courage I need. I was weak this morning. I should have wrested the young lady from Philippe, and have taken her back to her uncle. An inner voice bade me perform that act of justice, and I am punished for not having obeyed its prompting. They talked to me of love, passion, and marriage, and I allowed their words to move me." They remained a moment silent, and then Marius said suddenly, "Come with me. Between us, we shall be strong enough to separate them." "I am willing," the abbe replied. And, without even thinking to take a cab, they followed the Rue de Breteuil, the Canal Quay, the Napoleon Quay, and then ascended the Canebière. They walked hurriedly along without speaking. When they reached the Cours Saint Louis, the sound of a fresh young voice caused them to turn their heads. It was Fine, the flower girl, calling Marius. Josephine Cougourdin, familiarly known by the pet name of Fine, was one of the Marseilles brunettes, small and plump, whose refined features have preserved all the delicate purity of their Grecian ancestors. Her round head stood upon slightly drooping shoulders. Her pale face bore an expression of disdainful scorn beneath her braided black hair. Passionate energy was visible in her large melancholy eyes, which were softened now and again by a smile. She was from 22 to 24 years of age. When only 15, she found herself an orphan with a young brother, not more than 10 years old, dependent upon her. She bravely took her mother's place, and 3 days after the funeral, whilst still suffering from her great grief, she was seated in a kiosk on the Cours Saint Louis making up and selling nosegays, sobbing the while. The little florist soon became the spoilt child of Marseilles. Her youth and grace secured her popularity. Her flowers, it was said, had a sweeter smell than those sold elsewhere. Gallants swarmed around her. She sold them her roses, violets, and carnations, but that was all. And it is thus that she was able to bring up her brother cadet and apprentice him, when 18 years old, to a master stevedore. The two young people lived on the Place aux Oeufs, in the centre of the laboring class quarter. Cadet was now a big fellow employed at the docks. Fine, grown handsomer and having arrived at womanhood, had the lively gait and careless, caressing way of Marseillaise women. She was acquainted with the Cayols through having sold them flowers, and she would speak to them with that tender familiarity which springs from the warm air and gentle language of Provence. Besides which, if all must be told, Philippe had latterly so often bought her roses, that she ended by feeling a slight tremor when he approached her. The young man, who was by instinct an admirer of the sex, laughed with her and gazed at her so intently that he made her blush, half declaring his love, the while, and all this simply not to forget the ways of wooing. The poor girl, who up till then had made short work of would-be lovers, fell a victim to this flirtation. At night time she dreamed of Philippe, and wondered with anguish whatever he could do with all the flowers she sold him. When Marius approached her, he found her high-colored and troubled. She was half hidden by her nosegays, and looked adorably fresh beneath the broad lappets of her little lace cap. "Monsieur Marius," she added, hesitatingly, "is what every one is saying this morning true? That your brother has eloped with a young lady?" "Who told you that?" asked Marius, quickly. "Why, every one. The rumor is all over the place." And as the young man seemed as troubled as herself, and stood there without speaking, Fine added with slight bitterness, "I was told that Monsieur Philippe was a flirt. His tongue was too soft for his words to be true." She was on the point of weeping, but was forcing back her tears. With painful resignation, she then added more gently, "I can see that you are in trouble. If you should need me, do not fail to let me know. Marius looked in the face, and seemed to guess the agony of her heart. "You are a brave girl," he exclaimed. "I thank you, and will perhaps avail myself of your services." He heartily shook her hand, as he would have done to a comrade, and hastened to rejoin Abbe Chastanier, who was waiting for him at the edge of the pavement. "We have no time to lose," he said. "The story is spreading all over Marseilles. We must take a cab." Night was falling when they reached Saint Barnabé. They only found the gardener Ayes's wife, who was knitting in a low room. This woman quietly informed them that the gentleman and young lady had become alarmed, and had gone off on foot in the direction of Aix. She added that her son had accompanied them to guide them amongst the hills. The last hope was thus dead. Marius, completely overcome, returned to Marseilles without hearing the encouraging words Abbe Chastanier addressed to him. He was thinking of the fatal consequences of Philippe's madness. He was rebelling against the misfortunes about to befall his family. "My child," said the priest as he left him, "I am only a poor man, but dispose of me as you will. I will go and pray to God for you." CHAPTER IV. How Monsieur de Cazalis avenged his niece's dishonor. The lovers had eloped on a Wednesday. On the following Friday all Marseilles knew the story. The gossips on their doorsteps embellished the adventure with many dramatic details. The nobility was indignant, whilst the middle class folk had a hearty laugh. Monsieur de Cazalis, in his rage, had done everything to increase the racket and turn his niece's flight into a frightful scandal. Clear-sighted people easily accounted for his show of anger. Monsieur de Cazalis was a deputy of the Opposition, and had been returned at Marseilles by a majority composed of a few liberals, some priests, and members of the aristocracy. Devoted to the cause of legitimacy, bearing one of the most ancient names of Provence, bowing humbly before all powerful Mother Church, he had experienced considerable repugnance in flattering the Liberals and receiving their votes. In his eyes they were merely varlets, servants, fit only to be whipped in the public streets. His indomitable pride suffered at the thought of lowering itself to their level. Yet he had been obliged to bow before them. The Liberals noised abroad the services they were rendering, and for a time a pretence was made of disdaining their assistance. But when they talked of intervening in the election by naming one of their own party as a candidate, Monsieur de Cazalis was forced by circumstances to bury his hatred in the depths of his heart, promising himself his revenge on some future occasion. Then the most shameless jobbery was resorted to. The clergy took the field. Votes were secured right and left, thanks to innumerable civilities and promises, with the result that Monsieur de Cazalis was elected. And here was Philippe Cayol, one of the leaders of the Liberal party, fallen into his hands. At last he would be able to gratify his hatred on the person of one of the louts who had bargained with him for his return to the Chamber. He should be made to pay for all. His relatives should be ruined and plunged into despair. And as for him, he should be thrown into prison, precipitated from the height of his dream of love onto the straw of a dungeon. What! A little nobody had dared to win the love of the niece of a Cazalis? He had led her away with him, and now they were both roving along the roads, attending the hedge school of love. It was a scandal to be made much of. An ordinary person would perhaps have preferred to hush it up, to conceal the deplorable adventure as far as possible. But a Cazalis, deputy and millionaire, was possessed of sufficient influence and pride to proclaim the shame of a relative abroad without a blush. What mattered a young girl's honor? All the world might know that Blanche de Cazalis had eloped with Philippe Cayol, but no one should be able to say that she was his wife, that she had degraded herself by marrying a poor devil without a handle to his name. Pride required that the child should remain dishonored, and that her dishonor should be posted on the walls of Marseilles. Monsieur de Cazalis had bills placarded in all the squares of the city, promising 10,000 francs reward to whosoever would bring him his niece and her seducer bound hand and foot. When one loses a pure-bred dog, it is also usual to advertise for it. Among the upper classes, the scandal spread still more noisily. Monsieur de Cazalis decimated his rage everywhere. He availed himself of the influence of his friends, of the clergy and nobility. As guardian of Blanche, who was an orphan, and as a trustee of her fortune, he urged on the authorities in their search, and drew up the indictment of the accused.
It might be said that he took pains to procure the greatest possible publicity for the gratis show about to begin. One of the first measures he resorted to was to secure the arrest of Philippe Cayol's mother. When the Crown Attorney presented himself, she replied to all questions that she did not know her son's whereabouts. Her confusion, her anguish, her mother's fears, which made her hesitate, were no doubt considered so many proofs of complicity. She was sent to prison, more as a hostage, and possibly in the hope that her son would surrender himself in order to secure her release. When Marius heard of his mother's arrest he almost went mad. He knew she was in delicate health, and pictured her with terror shut up in a bare and icy cold cell. She would die there, tortured by all the pangs of suffering and despair. Marius was also suspected at the outset. But his firm answers, and the bail that his employer, the shipowner Martelli, offered on his behalf, saved him from imprisonment. He wanted to remain free in order to work for the salvation of his family. Little by little his upright mind was able to properly weigh the facts. At first, he had been overwhelmed by Philippe's guilt, he had seen only the irreparable wrong his brother had done, and he had humbled himself, desiring solely to calm Blanche's uncle and give him every reparation possible. But, in face of the deputy's rigor, of the scandal he was raising, the young man had a revulsion of feeling. He had seen the fugitives, and knew that Blanche was voluntarily accompanying Philippe, and he was indignant at hearing the latter accused of abduction. Hard words flew around him. His brother was called a scoundrel, a villain, and his mother did not come off much better. In consequence, his love of truth prompted him to defend the lovers, to take the part of the fugitives even against the authorities. Besides which, the deputy's noisy accusations sickened him. He felt that true grief is dumb, and that an affair in which a young girl's honor is at stake should not be ventilated in public. And he felt all this, not because he wished to see his brother escape chastisement, but because his delicacy was wounded by all this publicity given to a child's shame. Moreover, he knew the meaning of the deputy's rage. By striking Philippe, he was striking far more the Republican than the abductor. Marius was thus in his turn overcome with anger. He was insulted through his family, his mother cast into prison, his brother tracked like a wild beast, his dearest affections dragged in the mud. They were the victims of bad faith and passion. At this he held up his head again. The guilt was not all on the side of the ambitious lover who had eloped with a wealthy young lady, it was equally the portion of him who was stirring up Marseilles, and who intended using all his power to satisfy his pride. Since the authorities had undertaken to punish the first, Marius swore that sooner or later he would punish the second, and that in the meantime he would upset his plans and endeavor to counterbalance the influence his wealth and birth gave him. From this moment Marius displayed febrile energy, he devoted himself entirely to the preservation of his mother and brother. Unfortunately, he was unable to learn what had become of Philippe. 2 days after the flight, he had received a letter in which the fugitive implored him to send him 1,000 francs to defray the expenses of his journey. The letter was dated from Lambesc. Philippe had there found a few days' hospitality in the house of M. de Girousse, an old friend of the family. M. de Girousse, who was the son of a former member of the Parliament of Aix, was born in the midst of revolution. At his first breath he had inhaled the burning atmosphere of '89, and his blood had always preserved a little of the revolutionary fever. He felt uncomfortable in his mansion on the Cours at Aix. In his eyes the nobility of the town seemed possessed of such inordinate pride, such deplorable inertness, that he judged it severely and preferred to live at a distance from it. His upright mind, his love of logic, had helped him to accept the new order of things, and he willingly held out his hand to the people and accommodated himself to the tendencies of modern society. At one time he had thought of founding a factory, and of exchanging his title of count for that of manufacturer, considering that nowadays the only nobility is the nobility of talent and labor. And as he preferred living alone, away from his equals, he stayed the greater part of the year on an estate he owned near the little town of Lambesc. It was there that he had harbored the fugitives. Marius was overwhelmed by Philippe's request. His savings did not amount to more than 600 francs. He bestirred himself, and during 2 days endeavored to borrow the remainder of the amount. One morning, when he was beginning to despair, Fine called upon him. He had confided his trouble to the young woman the day before. She had been for ever on his footsteps since Philippe's flight, and constantly asking for news of his brother, being apparently most anxious to know whether the young lady was still with him. Fine laid 500 francs on a table. "There," she said with a blush, "you can return it to me later on. It's some money I put aside to purchase my brother's discharge, if he was drawn in the conscription." Marius would not accept it. "You're making me waste my time," resumed Fine, with charming abruptness. "I must hurry back to my flowers. But if you don't mind, I'll call here every morning for news." And she hastened away. Marius sent the 1,000 francs. Then he heard nothing further, but passed a whole fortnight in complete ignorance of the march of events. He knew Philippe was being relentlessly hunted down, and that was all. He would not believe the grotesque or frightful stories that were current with the public. He had enough with his own fears, without being frightened at the gossip of the town. He had never in his life before suffered so much. His anxiety nearly drove him mad. The least sound frightened him. He was for ever on the alert, as though expecting some bad news at any moment. He heard that Philippe had gone to Toulon and had almost been arrested there. The fugitives, it was said, had then returned to Aix. There all trace of them was lost. Had they attempted to cross the frontier? Had they remained in hiding among the hills? No one seemed to know. Marius was all the more anxious because he had been obliged to neglect his work at the ship owner Martelli's. If he had not been fixed to his desk by duty, he would have hastened to Philippe's assistance, and would have personally occupied himself with his safety. But he dared not leave the business where his services were required. M. Martelli showed him quite a paternal sympathy. A widower for several years past, and living with one of his sisters, who was 23 years of age, he treated Marius like a son. On the morrow of the scandal raised by M. de Cazalis, the ship owner called the young man into his private office. "Ah, my friend," he exclaimed, "this is a very unpleasant matter. Your brother is done for. We shall never be strong enough to save him from the terrible consequences of his folly." M. Martelli belonged to the Liberal party, and was noted for the southern violence of his opinions. He had already had some spars with M. de Cazalis, and therefore knew his man. His strict probity, his immense fortune, placed him beyond all attack. But he possessed the haughtiness of his liberalism, and took a sort of pride in never making use of his power. He advised Marius to keep quiet and await events. He would render him all his assistance once the struggle was started. Marius, consumed by his fever, was about to ask him for a leave of absence, when Fine, all in tears, appeared one morning before him. "The gentleman has been arrested," she exclaimed between her sobs. "They found him with the young lady in a cottage in the Trois Bon Dieu quarter, about a league from Aix." And as Marius, greatly agitated, rushed downstairs to make inquiries, which only too fully bore out the truth of Fine's statement, she, still in tears, smiled and said in a low voice, "At any rate, the young lady is no longer with him." End of chapters 3 and 4. Part 1, chapters 5 and 6 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Blanche journeys 6 leagues on foot, and sees a procession pass by. Blanche and Philippe left the gardener's house at dusk at about 7:30. During the day they had noticed gendarmes on the road. They were assured that they would be arrested that evening, and fright drove them from this their first retreat. Philippe put on a peasant's blouse, whilst Blanche borrowed a workwoman's dress from the gardener's wife, a red cotton gown with a flowery pattern and a black apron. She put a yellow check fichu round her breast and a big coarse straw hat on her head. Victor, the son of the house, a lad of 15, accompanied them, to show them the way across the fields to the Aix road. The warm night air was full of murmurs. A hot breath rose from the earth, counteracting the fresh breeze which was wafted now and again from the Mediterranean. A bright light, like the reflection of a fire, still illumined the west. The rest of the sky was of a violet blue, gradually growing paler in colour, while the stars appeared one by one in the night, similar to the flickering lights of a distant town. The fugitives hastened along with bowed heads and without exchanging a word. They were in a hurry to find themselves amidst the solitude of the hills. So long as they were crossing the outskirts of Marseilles, they met a few passers-by whom they eyed with distrust. At last the open country spread out before them, and the only human beings they encountered were now and again some grave shepherds standing at the edge of the path, watching their flocks. And their flight continued in the gloom and the emotional silence of the serene night. Vague sounds floated around them. Pebbles rolled beneath their feet with a noise that filled them with uneasiness. The sleeping countryside extended like a black mass in the monotony of the darkness. Blanche, affrighted, clung to Philippe, hastening her little footsteps in order to keep up with him. She heaved deep sighs as she recalled the peacefulness of her nights at home. Then they reached the hills, with the deep ravines which had to be crossed. Around Marseilles the roads are soft and easy, but out in the country one meets those rocky ridges which cut up the whole centre of Provence into narrow, sterile valleys. Uncultivated plains, stony slopes, with here and there some sorry tufts of thyme and lavender, now extended before the fugitives in all their desolate mournfulness. The paths wound up and down the sides of the hills. Fallen rock now and again blocked the way. Beneath the bluish serenity of the heavens, one could have fancied it a sea of pebbles, an ocean of stones stricken with eternal immobility in the midst of a hurricane. Victor, leading the way, softly whistled a Provençal air as he jumped from rock to rock with the agility of a chamois. He had grown up amid this desert, and was acquainted with its innermost recesses. Blanche and Philippe followed him laboriously. The young man was supporting the girl, whose feet were cut by the sharp stones on the way. She did not complain, and whenever her lover gazed inquiringly into her face in the transparent darkness, she smiled to him with sad sweetness. They had just passed Septembre, when the young girl, worn out, sank to the ground. The moon slowly rising in the heavens lit up her pale face, bathed in tears. Philippe bent over her in great distress. "You are crying," he exclaimed. "You are in pain, my poor darling child. Ah, it was cowardly of me to keep you with me, was it not?" "Do not say that, Philippe," replied Blanche. "I am weeping because I am a miserable girl. See, I can scarcely walk. We should have done better to have fallen on our knees before my uncle, and have implored him with clasped hands." She regained her feet with an effort, and they continued their journey over the arid hills. It was far different from the gay and foolish escapade of a couple of lovers. It was a dismal flight, full of anxiety, the flight of a guilty couple, silent and quaking with fear. They traversed the Gardanne district, struggling during 5 hours against the obstacles of the way. At last they decided to descend to the high road leading to Aix, and there they were able to proceed more freely. The dust, however, nearly blinded them. When they reached the top of the Arc hill, they dismissed Victor. Blanche had covered 6 leagues among the rocks on foot in less than 6 hours. She sat down on a stone seat at the gate of the town, and declared that she could not proceed any further. Philippe, who feared to be arrested if he remained at Aix, went in search of a vehicle. He came across a woman driving a light cart who agreed to give him and Blanche a lift as far as Lambesc, whither she was bound. In spite of the jolting, Blanche fell into a sound sleep, and did not wake up until they were nearing their destination. This sleep calmed the fever of her blood. She felt soothed and stronger. The lovers alighted from the vehicle just as day was breaking, a fresh and radiant dawn which filled them with hope. The terrors of the night had vanished. The fugitives had forgotten the Septembre rocks, and were walking side by side in the damp grass, intoxicated with their youth and love. Not finding M. de Girousse, of whom Philippe had intended asking hospitality, they went to an inn, where they were at last able to enjoy a day of peace. On the morrow Philippe saw M. de Girousse, who had returned. He told him the whole story, and asked his advice. "The deuce!" exclaimed the old nobleman. "Your matter is serious. You know, my friend, you're but a clodhopper. 100 years ago M. de Cazalis would have hanged you for daring to touch his niece. Nowadays he can only have you cast in prison, and you may be sure he won't omit to do so." "But what had I better do now?" "What had you better do? Why, restore the young lady to her uncle, and make for the frontier as fast as you can." "You know very well that I shall never do that." "Very well. Then just wait quietly until you're arrested. I've no other advice to give you.
So there." Beneath a friendly abruptness, M. de Girousse hid the kindest heart in the world. As Philippe, confused by the curtness of his reception, was about to take his departure, he called him back, and taking his hand, continued with slight bitterness: "My duty would be to have you arrested. I belong to that nobility you have just insulted. Listen, I have somewhere on the other side of Lambesc a little unoccupied house of which I will give you the key. Go and hide yourselves there, but don't tell me you're going to do so. If you do, I'll send the gendarmes after you." It was thus the lovers remained nearly a week at Lambesc. They lived in retirement, amid a peacefulness broken at times by sudden alarms. Philippe had received the 1,000 francs Marius had sent him. Blanche was becoming quite a little housekeeper, and they ate out of the same plate with delight. This new life was like a dream to the young girl. At times, however, she would wonder why she had gone off with Philippe. She would then experience a revulsion of feeling, and wish to return to her uncle, but she never dared say so. It was then the time of the feast of Corpus Christi. One afternoon, as Blanche was looking out of the window, she saw a procession pass by. She knelt down and joined her hands and fancied she could see herself dressed in white amongst the singers. Her heart was bursting. That night Philippe received an anonymous letter warning him that he would be arrested on the morrow. He thought he recognized M. de Girousse's handwriting. The flight was resumed, more difficult and painful. Chapter 6. The Hunt after the Lovers. Then ensued a regular rout, a race without truce or repose, an ever-recurring panic. Driven right and left by their fright, perpetually fancying they could hear the sound of horses' hoofs behind them, passing their nights hurrying along the highways and their days trembling in the filthy rooms of country inns, the fugitives crossed and recrossed the whole of Provence, going before them and retracing their footsteps, not knowing where to find an unknown retreat hidden on the confines of some desert. They left Lambesc one terribly stormy night, and went in the direction of Avignon. They had hired a little cart, and the wind nearly blinded their horse. Blanche was shivering in her thin cotton dress. To complete their wretchedness, they thought they could see from a distance, at one of the gates of the town, some gendarmes examining the faces of the passers-by. Thoroughly frightened, they retraced their steps and returned to Lambesc, through which they only passed. Arrived at Aix, they did not dare stay there, and resolved to reach the frontier at no matter what cost. There they would procure themselves a passport and be in safety. Philippe, who knew a chemist at Toulon, decided to pay a visit to that town. He expected that his friend would be able to assist him in his flight. The chemist, a big merry fellow named Jourdan, received them very well. He hid them in his own room, and promised to at once try and obtain them a passport. Jourdan was gone out when 2 gendarmes called. Blanche nearly fainted away. White as a ghost and seated in a corner, she was stifling her sobs. Philippe, in a choking voice, asked the gendarmes what they wanted. "Are you Monsieur Jourdan?" one of them inquired, with a roughness which forebode nothing good. "No," replied the young man. "Monsieur Jourdan is out, but will soon be back." "Very well," said the gendarme curtly, and he seated himself heavily. The poor lovers scarcely dared look at each other. They felt fit to faint away in the presence of these men who had, no doubt, come after them. Their anguish lasted a good half-hour. At length Jourdan returned. He paled at the sight of the gendarmes, and answered their questions with the greatest confusion. "You must come with us," said one of the men. "What for?" he asked. "What am I accused of?" "You are charged with having cheated at cards last night in a club. You will be able to give your explanations when before the magistrate." A shudder passed through Jourdan's frame. He was quite dazed, and accompanied the gendarmes with the docility of a child. They went off without even perceiving the terror of the lovers. Jourdan's affair made a great sensation at Toulon at the time, but no one knew of the painful drama which had been enacted at the chemist's the day of his arrest. This event took all the courage out of Philippe. He understood that he was not strong enough to evade the police who were on his track. Besides, he had now no longer any hope of obtaining a passport, and would therefore be unable to cross the frontier. Moreover, he saw that Blanche's strength was giving away. He therefore determined to return towards Marseilles, and wait in the neighborhood of the city until M. de Cazalis' anger was partly appeased. Like all those who have no longer any ground for hope,
He had at times ridiculous visions of pardon and happiness. Philippe had a relation at Aix named Isnard, who kept a draper's shop. Not knowing where to obtain hospitality, the fugitives returned to Aix to ask Isnard for the key of one of his cottages. A fatality pursued them. The draper was away, and they were obliged to hide themselves in an old house on the Cours Sextius belonging to a cousin of M. de Girousse's farmer. This woman would not at first receive them, fearing she might be called to account later on for her hospitality. She only yielded before Philippe's promises to procure her son's exemption from military service. The young man was no doubt in a hopeful frame of mind. He could already see himself a deputy's nephew, and was disposing freely of his uncle's great influence. That evening Isnard came to the lovers and handed them the key of a cottage he owned in the Puricard plain. He had two others, one at Tolonais, and the other in the district of Trois Bon Dieu. The keys of these were hidden under certain great stones, which he described to them. He advised them not to remain 2 nights running beneath the same roof, and promised to do his best to put the police off their track. They started off, and took the road which passes beside the hospital. Isnard's cottage was situated to the right of Puricard, between the village and the road leading to Venelle. It was one of those ugly little buildings formed of lime-washed stones without mortar, and enlivened by a roof of red tiles. It contained but one room, little better than a dirty stable. Straw refuse littered the ground, and great cobwebs hung from the ceiling. They had fortunately brought a rug with them. They gathered the litter into a corner and spread the rug over the heap. This formed their couch amid the acrid exhalations of the dampness surrounding them. On the morrow they passed the day in a hole in a dried-up watercourse called the Touloubre. Then, towards evening, they gained the Venelle road, and reached Tolonais by a roundabout way in order to avoid passing through Aix. It was 11 o'clock when they arrived at the draper's cottage, situated below the Jesuit oratory. This cottage was rather better. It had 2 rooms, a kitchen, and a parlour, which latter contained a fold-up bedstead. The walls were covered with caricatures cut out of the Charivari, and strings of onions hung from the whitewashed beams. The lovers could almost fancy themselves in a palace. In the morning their fright returned. They climbed the hill and remained till night-time in the recesses of the Infernets. In those days the precipices of Jaumegarde still possessed all their sinister horror. The Zola canal had not then pierced the mountain, and strollers did not often venture into that dismal abyss of reddish rocks. Blanche and Philippe enjoyed profound peacefulness in the midst of this desert. They rested long beside a clear and murmuring spring which trickled from a gigantic mass of rock. At nightfall returned the cruel question of shelter. Blanche could now scarcely walk. Her wounded feet bled upon the sharp and pointed stones. Philippe understood he could not take her much farther. He supported her, and they slowly ascended to the level ground overlooking the Infernets. It is an extensive uncultivated plain, vast fields of pebbles, wasteland broken up here and there by disused quarries. Nothing looks so strangely wild as this broad landscape with its bare horizon dotted here and there with a dark and stunted vegetation. The rocks, looking like distorted limbs, pierce above the barren earth. The plain, having the appearance of a humpback, seems to have been stricken with death in the midst of the convulsions of a terrible agony. Philippe hoped to find some hole, some cavern. He had the good luck to discover a shanty, one of those shelters in which sportsmen hide themselves while awaiting the flight of birds of passage. He did not hesitate to force in the door, and seated Blanche upon a little bench he felt beneath his hand. Then he went and gathered a quantity of thyme. The plain is covered with this humble grey plant, the strong perfume of which rises from every hill of Provence. He carried the thyme into the shelter, and spread it in the form of a mattress, over which he laid the rug. The bed was ready, and the fugitives kissed each other good night upon this miserable couch. Philippe was unable to sleep. The strong smell of the thyme upon which he was lying affected his brain. He dreamt, in spite of his wakefulness, that M. de Cazalis had received him affectionately, and that he had been elected deputy in his uncle's stead. Now and again he could hear Blanche's mournful sighs as she slumbered beside him, agitated and feverish. The young girl had come to consider her flight some nightmare full of bitter pleasures. During the day she was rendered stupid by fatigue. She smiled sadly, and never complained. Her inexperience had caused her to agree to the flight, and her weak character prevented her proposing to return. She belonged body and soul to this man who carried her along. All she wished was to have to walk less. She continued to believe that her uncle would consent to her marriage, when his temper had cooled. The fugitives left their bed of thyme at sunrise. Their clothes were becoming terribly torn, and their shoes were nearly worn out. In the coolness of the morning, amid the wild perfumes of this solitude, they forgot their wretchedness for a time, and declared laughingly that they were frightfully hungry. So Philippe told Blanche to go back to the hut, and hurried off to Toulonnais in search of food. It took him a good half-hour. When he returned he found the girl in a state of terror. She assured him she had seen some wolves prowling about. The table was laid on a large flat stone, and they were like a couple of gypsy lovers breakfasting in the open air. After breakfast they made for the centre of the plain, and remained there all day. These were some of their happiest hours. But when the twilight fell, fear again seized them. They dreaded to pass another night amidst all that solitude. The pure warm air of the hills had filled them with gentler thoughts and hopes. "You are tired, my poor child?" asked Philippe. "Oh, yes," she replied. "Listen, we must perform one more journey. Let us go as far as Isnard's cottage in the Trois Bon Dieu district, and remain there until your uncle forgives us or has me arrested." "My uncle will forgive us." "I dare not think it. In any case I will no longer fly. You have need of rest. Come, let us walk slowly." They crossed the plain, leaving the Infernese behind them, and passing the château of Saint Marc, which they could see on an eminence on their right. They reached their destination at the end of an hour. Isnard's cottage was on the slope of the hill which stretches to the left of the Vauvenargues road after one has passed the Repentance Glen. It was a small, one-storied house. The ground floor consisted of a single room containing a rickety table and 3 old rush-bottomed chairs. A ladder led to the upper room, a kind of loft almost entirely bare, and containing merely a wretched mattress on a heap of hay. Isnard had considerately placed a sheet at the foot of the mattress. Philippe's intention was to go on the morrow to Aix and procure information as to M. de Cazalis' intentions towards him. He felt that he would be unable to hide himself any longer. He went to rest in an almost peaceful frame of mind, calmed by Blanche's kind words as she judged events with all a young girl's hopefulness. It was now 20 days that the fugitives had been running about the country, and during this time the gendarmes had been scouring the neighbourhood, following on their track, sometimes losing it, but always getting set right again by some slight circumstance. The deputy's anger had only increased with the delay. His pride was irritated by each fresh obstacle. At Lambesc, the gendarmes came a few hours too late. The arrival of the fugitives at Toulon was not known until the morrow of their return to Aix. Everywhere they escaped as though by a miracle. The deputy ended by accusing the police of being lukewarm. He was informed at last that the lovers were in the neighbourhood of Aix, and that they were on the point of being arrested. He hastened there to assist in the search. The woman of the Cour Sextius, who had given them hospitality for a few hours, was seized with terror. To avoid being accused of complicity, she told all she knew, and said that they were probably hidden in one of Isnard's cottages. Isnard, who was questioned, quietly denied everything. He declared that he had not seen his relative for several months past. This was happening at the very time Philippe and Blanche were entering the cottage in the Trois Bon Dieu district. The draper was unable to warn the lovers during the night. At 5 o'clock the next morning a police commissary called on him and informed him that he was going to search his house and 3 cottages. M. de Cazalis remained at Aix, saying he was afraid he would kill his niece's abductor if he ever met him face to face. The officers sent to search the cottage at Fricourt found the nest empty. Isnard obligingly offered to lead 2 gendarmes to his place at Toulonnais, feeling certain that they would waste their time. The police commissary, also accompanied by 2 gendarmes, went to the Trois Bon Dieu. He took a locksmith with him, Isnard having vaguely stated that the key of the cottage was hidden under a stone on the right of the door. It was about 6 o'clock when the commissary arrived there. Everything was closed, and not a sound came from inside. He went forward, and hammering on the door with his fist, exclaimed in a loud voice, "Open, in the name of the law!" Echo alone answered. Nothing stirred. After waiting a few minutes, the commissary turned towards the locksmith, saying, "Pick the lock." The locksmith selected his tools, and the grating of the iron could soon be heard in the silence. The shutter of a window was then violently thrown back, and Philippe Cayol, disdainful and angry, his neck and arms bare, appeared in the bright light of the rising sun. "What do you want?" he asked, leaning on the window sill. The first blow struck by the commissary had awoke the fugitives. Seated on the edge of the mattress, still half asleep, they listened anxiously to the voices without. The words, "in the name of the law," that cry which rings so terribly in the ears of the guilty, struck the young man full in the chest. He jumped up, quivering, bewildered, not knowing what to do. The young girl, huddled up in the sheet, her eyes still heavy with sleep, was shedding tears of shame and despair. Philippe understood that all was over, and that he had only to surrender himself. But a dull feeling of revolt rose within him. So his dreams were dead. He would never be Blanche's husband. He had carried off an heiress to be himself cast into jail. Instead of the happy existence he had dreamed of, he ended by gaining a prison cell. Then a cowardly thought passed through his mind. It occurred to him to leave the girl there and fly in the direction of Vauvenargues, in the defiles of Sainte Victoire. Perhaps he could escape by a window at the back of the cottage. He bent over Blanche, and in a low, hesitating voice, told her of his project. The young girl, half stifled by her sobs, did not understand nor even hear him. He saw with anguish that she was not in a state to assist his flight. At this moment he heard the sound of the workmen picking the lock. The poignant drama that had just been enacted in that bare room had lasted at most a minute. He felt himself lost, and his chafed pride restored his courage. Had he been armed he would have defended himself. But conscious that he was no abductor, Blanche having accompanied him voluntarily, he felt that he had nothing to be ashamed of. So he angrily pushed back the shutter and asked what was wanted. "Open the door," ordered the police commissary. "We will tell you afterwards what we want." Philippe went down and opened the door. "Are you Monsieur Philippe Cayol?" resumed the commissary. "Yes," replied the young man energetically. "Then I arrest you on the charge of abduction. You have carried off a young girl under 16 years of age, who is no doubt hidden here with you." Philippe smiled and said, "Mademoiselle Blanche de Cazalis is upstairs, and can tell you if I used any violence towards her. I don't know what you mean by talking of abduction. I was about to go this very day to Monsieur de Cazalis and ask him for his niece's hand in marriage." Blanche, pale and shivering, had just come down the ladder. She had dressed herself hastily. "Mademoiselle," said the commissary, "I have orders to take you to your uncle, who is awaiting you at Aix. He is in great grief." "I am deeply sorry for having displeased my uncle," replied Blanche, with some firmness. "But you must not accuse Monsieur Cayol, whom I accompanied of my own free will." And deeply affected, on the point of again bursting into sobs, she turned towards the young man and continued, "Have hope, Philippe. I love you, and will beseech my uncle to be good to us. Our separation will only last a few days." Philippe looked at her sadly and shook his head. "You are a weak and timid child," he replied slowly. Then he added in a harsher tone, "Remember only that you belong to me. If you forsake me you will find me ever in your life, the recollection of my kisses will never cease scorching your lips, and that will be your punishment." She was weeping. "Love me well, as I love you," he resumed more gently. The police commissary placed Blanche in a carriage he had had brought to the spot, and took her back to Aix, whilst the 2 gendarmes marched Philippe off and placed him in the prison of the town. End of chapters 5 and 6. Part 1, chapters 7 and 8 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Vizetelly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Blanche denies her love. The news of the arrest did not reach Marseilles until the following day, and caused quite a sensation. Monsieur de Cazalis was observed driving along the Canebière in the afternoon, accompanied by his niece. The gossips had their fill. Everyone spoke of the deputy's triumphant attitude, and of Blanche's shame and embarrassment. M. de Cazalis was capable of dragging his niece throughout Marseilles, to show the people she had returned to his protection, and that no woman of his race would marry beneath her. Marius, informed by Fine, was out and about all day. The common talk of the town confirmed the tidings, and he was able to pick up all the details of the arrest. In a few hours the event had become legendary, and the shopkeepers, the idlers and loafers related it as though it had been the marvellous tale of something that had happened a century before. The young man, tired of hearing these cock-and-bull stories, went to his office, his head aching and his brain incapable of deciding what course to pursue. Unfortunately, M. Martelli would be away until the following evening, and Marius felt the need of doing something at once. He would have liked to have immediately taken some steps that would have reassured him as to his brother's fate. His first alarm had now, however, partly subsided. He reflected that after all his brother could not be accused of abduction, and that Blanche would be there to defend him. He ended by naively imagining that it was his duty to call upon M. de Cazalis and ask him for his niece's hand in Philippe's name. On the following morning he dressed himself in black, and was going out when Fine came as usual. The poor girl turned quite pale when Marius told her what he was about to do. "Will you permit me to accompany you?" she asked, in a beseeching tone of voice. "I will wait outside to learn the answer of the young lady and her uncle." She followed Marius, and when they arrived at the Cours Bonaparte, the young man walked firmly to the deputy's house and sent up his name. M. de Cazalis's blind passion had now subsided. He held his vengeance. He would be able to prove his might by crushing one of those republicans whom he detested. Now his sole desire was to taste the joy of playing with his prey. So he ordered that M. Marius Cayol should be admitted. He expected tears, earnest supplications. The young man found him standing up haughtily in the centre of a vast saloon. He advanced towards him, and without giving him time to speak, said, calmly and politely, "I have the honor to ask you, sir, in the name of my brother, M. Philippe Cayol, for the hand of your niece, Mademoiselle Blanche de Cazalis." The deputy was thunderstruck. Marius's request seemed to him so absurdly extravagant that it failed to anger him. He stepped back, looking the young man straight in the face, and answered with a disdainful laugh, "You must be mad, sir. I know that you are an industrious and honest fellow, and it is for that reason that I do not have you put out. Your brother is a scoundrel, a knave, who shall be punished as he deserves. What do you want with me?" On hearing his brother insulted, Marius felt a great desire to strike the noble personage as one of the rabble would have done. He restrained himself, however, and continued, in a voice that was beginning to tremble with emotion, "I have already told you, sir, I am here to offer Mademoiselle de Cazalis the only reparation possible, that is to say, marriage. The wrong that has been done her can thus be effaced." "We are above any wrong," exclaimed the deputy with contempt. "The shame for a Cazalis is not that she has had anything to do with a Philippe Cayol. Her shame would be to ally herself to such people as you. Such people as we have other ideas as regards honor. However, I will not dwell upon it. My duty alone prompted me to offer you the reparation you refuse. Permit me merely to add that your niece would no doubt accept this offer if I had the honor of making it to her in person." "You think so?" said M. de Cazalis sarcastically. He rang the bell, and requested the servant to ask his niece to come to him at once. Blanche entered, pale-faced and red-eyed, looking worn out by her too powerful emotions. She shuddered on beholding Marius. "Mademoiselle," said her uncle coldly, "this gentleman has asked for your hand on behalf of the scoundrel whose name I will not pronounce in your presence. Tell the gentleman what you told me yesterday." Blanche reeled. She dared not look at Marius. Her eyes fixed upon her uncle, her whole frame trembling, she murmured in a weak and hesitating voice, "I told you I had been carried off by force, and that I would do all in my power to secure the punishment of the odious attempt made upon me." These words were uttered like a lesson learnt beforehand. Blanche denied her love. M. de Cazalis had not lost his time. As soon as his niece was in his power, he influenced her with all the weight of his obstinacy and pride. She alone could secure his ultimate success. It was necessary that she should lie and stifle her feelings, that she should become a compliant and passive instrument in his hands. During 4 hours he kept her under the spell of his sharp, cold words. He was not so foolish as to give vent to his rage. He spoke with crushing haughtiness, recalling the ancient origin of his race, displaying his wealth and power. He skilfully showed her on the one hand the picture of a vulgar and ridiculous marriage, and on the other the noble joys of a rich and great alliance. He attacked the young girl through her vanity, tired her out, broke her spirit, dulled her intellect, and rendered her such as he desired, tractable and inert. Blanche emerged from this long interview, this continuous martyrdom, utterly vanquished. Perhaps, beneath the sting of her uncle's overpowering words, her patrician blood had at length revolted at the memory of Philippe's vulgar love. Perhaps her childhood dreams were called upon as the deputy descanted on luxurious costumes, worldly elegance, and honours of all kinds. Moreover, her head was too bad, her heart too sore for her to resist that terrible will. Every sentence M. de Cazalis uttered struck her, crushed her, filled her with painful anxiety. She no longer felt the power of having a will of her own. She had loved and accompanied Philippe through weakness. Now she was turning against him also through weakness. She was ever the same timid being. She accepted everything and promised everything. She longed to escape from the stifling weight with which her uncle's words were crushing her. On hearing her make her strange declaration, Marius stood amazed and terrified. He remembered the young girl's attitude when at Hayes the gardener's. He could recall her clinging to Philippe's neck, loving and confiding. "Ah, mademoiselle," he exclaimed bitterly, "the odious attempt you speak of did not seem to fill you with such abhorrence the day you beseeched me to implore your uncle's pardon and consent. Have you reflected that your falsehood will cause the ruin of the man you perhaps still love, and who should be your husband?" Blanche, now erect, her lips tightly drawn together, was looking vaguely in front of her. "I do not know what you mean," she stammered. "I have told no falsehood. I yielded to force. That man took advantage of me, and my uncle will avenge the honour of our family." Marius drew himself up. Dignified anger increased his short stature, and his feeling of justice and truth made his thin face appear handsome. He looked around him contemptuously, and said, slowly, "And yet I am in the home of the Cazalis, of the descendants of that illustrious family which is the glory of Provence. I had no idea that falsehood dwelt in this abode. I never expected to find calumny and cowardice lodging here side by side. Oh, you shall hear me to the end. I intend to cast my lackey's dignity in the teeth of my unworthy superiors." Turning towards the deputy, he continued, as he pointed to the trembling girl, "That child is innocent, and I forgive her weakness. But you, sir, you are a clever man. You safeguard the honour of your women by making them untruthful and faint-hearted. Were you now to offer me the hand of Mademoiselle Blanche de Cazalis for my brother, I should refuse it, for I have never lied. I have never been guilty of a base action, and I should blush to be allied to such people as you." Monsieur de Cazalis bent beneath the young man's rage. At the first insult he had summoned a big valet, who stood at the open door. As he signed to him to put Marius into the street, the latter resumed, with terrible energy, "I swear I will shout out murder if this man moves a foot. Let me pass. One day, sir, I may be able to fling in your face before all the world the truths I have just told you in this room." And he walked out slowly and firmly. He no longer thought of Philippe's guilt. His brother had become in his eyes a victim whom he was determined to save and avenge at no matter what cost. In this upright nature the slightest untruth or injustice raised a tempest. Already the scandal stirred up by M. de Cazalis at the time of the elopement had caused him to take the fugitive's part. Now that Blanche lied and the deputy resorted to calumny, he longed to be all-powerful, in order to proclaim the truth from the housetops. Fine, a prey to anxiety, was waiting for him outside. "Well?" asked the young woman as soon as she caught sight of him. "Well," he replied, "those people are miserable liars and vain fools. Fine drew a deep breath, whilst a blush spread over her cheeks.
So, she resumed, Monsieur Philippe is not to marry the young lady?
The young lady, said Marius, smiling bitterly, pretends that Philippe is a scoundrel who carried her off by force. My brother is lost.
Fine did not understand. She bowed her head, wondering how the young lady could treat her lover as a scoundrel. And she thought how happy she would have been had Philippe carried her off even by force. Marius's anger delighted her. The marriage would never take place. Your brother is lost, she murmured in a soft, wheedling voice. Oh, I will save him, or rather, we will save him together.
Chapter 8. The Iron Pot Against the Earthen Ewer. When Marius told M. Martelli that evening of the interview he had had with M. de Cazalis, the ship-owner said as he shook his head, I do not know what advice to give you, my friend. I do not wish to drive you to despair, but you will be conquered, take my word for it. Your duty is to enter upon the struggle, and I will assist you to the best of my ability. Yet we had better admit to each other that we are weak and unarmed in the presence of an adversary who has the clergy and nobility behind him. Marseilles and Aix have little love for the July monarchy, and these two towns are both wholly devoted to a deputy of the opposition which is waging such a war against M. Thiers. They will assist M. de Cazalis in his revenge. I am alluding to the bigwigs. The common people would help us if they were able to help anyone. The best thing would be to win over some influential member of the clergy to our cause. Do you know any priest who is in favor with our bishop? Marius replied that he only knew Abbé Chastanier, a poor old man who certainly possessed no influence. Never mind, go and see him, said the ship-owner. The townspeople cannot be of any use to us. The nobility would show us the door if we asked their assistance, so there is only the church left. That is where we must apply. Begin your campaign. I shall be busy on my side also. On the following morning Marius went to St. Victor, where Abbé Chastanier received him with a sort of timid embarrassment. Don't ask me to do anything, he exclaimed at the first words the young man uttered. It is known that I have already occupied myself with this affair, and I have had to endure some grave reproaches. I told you before, I am only a poor man. I can only pray for you. Marius was affected by the old man's humble attitude, and was about to withdraw, when the priest detained him and said in a low voice, Listen, there is a man here, Abbé Donadei, who might be useful to you. It is said that he is on the best of terms with his lordship. He is a foreign priest, an Italian, I think, who has won everybody's goodwill in a few months. He stopped speaking, hesitating, and seeming to be inquiring of himself. The worthy man was thinking that he was about to compromise himself terribly, but he could not resist the joy of doing a kindness. Would you like me to take you to him? He asked suddenly. Marius, who had perceived his slight hesitation, sought to decline. But the old man insisted, forgetting entirely his personal tranquillity, listening only to the promptings of his heart. Come, he resumed, Abbé Donadei lives only a short distance off, on the Boulevard de la Corderie. After a few minutes' walk, Abbé Chastanier stopped at a little one-storied house, one of those discreet dwellings which have a vague air of the confessional about them. Here we are, said he to Marius. An old woman servant opened the door, and conducted them to a small apartment with dark hangings, resembling some austere boudoir. Abbé Donadei received them with easy grace. His pale face, with delicate features, bore a slightly cunning expression, and did not show the least surprise. He drew some chairs forward in a coaxing manner, his body half bent, a slight smile about his lips, doing the honours of his study like a lady does those of her drawing-room. He wore a long black robe, loose at the waist. But this severe costume covered coquettish manners. His delicate white hands appeared quite small as they issued from the ample sleeves, and his clean-shaven face had a soft, fresh complexion beneath the curly locks of his chestnut-coloured hair. He looked about 30 years of age. When he had seated himself in an armchair, he listened with smiling gravity to what Marius had to say. He made him repeat all the spicier details of Blanche's elopement, and the story seemed to interest him immensely. Abbé Donadei was born at Rome, and had an uncle who was cardinal. One fine day his uncle suddenly packed him off to France, without anybody knowing exactly why. On his arrival the handsome Abbé found himself obliged to enter the ex-seminary as a teacher of living languages. Such an humble position so humiliated him that he fell ill. The Cardinal relented, and recommended his nephew to the Bishop of Marseilles. His ambition satisfied, Donadei quickly recovered. He joined the clergy of St. Victor, and, as Abbé Chastanier had naively said, he succeeded in winning everybody's goodwill in a few months. His caressing Italian nature, his soft pink face, turned him into a cherub in the eyes of the demure lady devotees of the parish. He was especially successful in the pulpit. His slight foreign accent gave a strange charm to his sermons, and when he spread out his arms he knew how to cause his hands to tremble with an emotion which filled the eyes of his congregation with tears. Like most Italians, he was a born intriguer. He used and abused his uncle's recommendation to the Bishop of Marseilles, and soon became a power, an occult power working underground, and digging pitfalls in front of those persons he desired to remove from his path. Joining a religious club, then all-powerful at Marseilles, he succeeded in imposing his will on his colleagues, thanks to his suppleness, his perpetual smile and humility, and in becoming the leader of a party. Then he interested himself in every event, had a finger in every pie. It was he who secured M. de Cazalis' election as deputy, and he was awaiting a fitting opportunity to claim the reward of his services. His plan was to work for the success of wealthy people. Later on, when he had merited their gratitude, he intended to make use of them in building up his own fortune. He questioned Marius courteously. By the attention he paid him and his sympathetic manner, he seemed fully disposed to assist him in his work of deliverance. The young man allowed himself to be taken in by this pleasant, amiable behaviour, and unburdened himself, relating his plans, and owning that the clergy alone could save his brother. Finally he begged his kind offices with his lordship the bishop. Abbé Donadei rose and said in a tone of austere raillery, "My cloth, sir, forbids my mixing myself up in this deplorable and scandalous affair. The enemies of the Church are only too fond of accusing the clergy of interfering in worldly affairs. I can only beseech the Almighty to pardon your brother." Marius in dismay had also risen. He understood that he had just been duped by Donadei. He sought, however, to disguise his feelings. "I thank you," he replied. "Prayers are indeed the sweetest of alms for the unfortunate. Pray that we may be granted the justice of our fellow men." He turned towards the door, followed by Abbé Chastanier with bowed head. Donadei had affected to ignore the old priest. When they were on the point of leaving the room, the handsome Abbé, recovering all his graceful sprightliness, detained Marius a moment. "You are employed at Monsieur Martelli's, I think?" he asked. "Yes, sir," the young man answered, with surprise. "He is a very honourable man. I know, however, that he is not one of our friends. Nevertheless, I esteem him greatly. His sister, Mademoiselle Claire, whose spiritual director I have the honour of being, is one of our best parishioners." And as Marius looked at him, finding nothing to say, Donadei added, with a slight blush, "She is a charming person, most exemplarily pious." He bowed with an exquisite politeness, and then gently closed the door. Outside on the pavement, Abbé Chastanier and Marius looked at each other, and the young man could not help shrugging his shoulders. The old priest was quite confused at having seen one of God's ministers play a part like an actor. He turned to his companion and said, hesitatingly, "My friend, you must not blame the Almighty if his ministers are not always what they should be. The young man we have just been with is only guilty of ambition." He continued a long time in this strain, finding excuses for Donadei. Marius watched him, affected by his goodness, and in spite of himself he compared this poor old man to the powerful Abbé whose smiles were law in the diocese. Then he reflected that the Church did not love all her sons equally, but, like most mothers, spoilt the rosy-cheeked ones and neglected the tender spirits who did good by stealth. The two visitors were moving off when a carriage drew up at the door of the closed, discreet little house, and Marius beheld M. de Cazalis alight. The deputy hastily entered Abbé Donadei's abode. "Look, father," exclaimed the young man, "I feel certain that priest's cloth will not prevent his abetting M. de Cazalis in his vengeance." He was tempted to return to that home of hypocrisy, but, calming himself, he thanked Abbe Chastanier and went off. He thought with despair that the last loophole of safety, the one in possession of the upper clergy, was closing before him. On the morrow, M. Martelly told him the result of a visit he had paid to the chief notary of Marseilles, M. Douglas, a pious man who in less than 8 years had become quite a power through his wealthy clients and his great charity. His name was loved and respected. People spoke admiringly of the virtues of this upright worker who led a frugal life, unlimited confidence was placed in his honesty and the activity of his intelligence. M. Martelly had availed himself of his services when investing some money. He thought that, if Douglas would use his influence on Marius's behalf, the latter would secure some of the clergy to his side. He called on the notary and asked for his assistance. Douglas, who appeared very much occupied, muttered an evasive reply, saying that he was overwhelmed with business and quite unable to struggle against M. de Cazalis. "I did not persist," said M. Martelly to Marius. "I thought I understood that your adversary had been beforehand with you there. Yet I am surprised that such an upright man as M. Douglas should have allowed his hands to be tied. I am afraid now, my poor friend, that the game is indeed up." For a whole month Marius went about Marseilles seeking to win over a few influential persons. He was everywhere received coldly with railing politeness. M. Martelly was not more fortunate. The deputy had enlisted the sympathies of the whole nobility and clergy. The middle classes, the shopkeepers, were laughing in their sleeves, unwilling to move owing to their great fear of compromising themselves. As for the common people, they sang songs about M. de Cazalis and his niece, this being all they could do on Philippe Cayol's behalf. Days passed by, and the preparations for the trial went on apace. Marius was still as much alone as on the first day, in preparing his brother's defence against the uncle's hatred and the niece's obedient falsehoods. There was only Fine, whose angry speeches merely won over the work girl's warm sympathy to Philippe's cause. One morning Marius learnt that the act of accusation against his brother and the gardener Hayes had been drawn up, the former being accused of abduction, and the latter with being an accomplice in the crime. Madame Cayol had been released for want of proof. Marius hurried off to embrace his mother. The poor woman had suffered greatly during her incarceration. Her feeble health was seriously compromised. A few days after leaving the prison, she gently expired in her son's arms, and he, sobbing, vowed to avenge her death. The funeral was the occasion for a popular demonstration. Philippe's mother was conveyed to the St. Charles Cemetery, followed by a long procession of women of the people who did not hesitate to revile M. de Cazalis openly. They were even strongly inclined, after the funeral, to go and throw stones at the windows of the deputy's house. Alone in his little lodging in the Rue Sainte, Marius, when all was over, felt himself deserted in the world, and wept bitterly. His tears relieved him. He saw the road he had to follow traced out clearly before him. The misfortunes which were overwhelming him increased in his breast the love of truth and hatred of injustice. He felt that all his life must henceforth be devoted to a holy cause. He could no longer act at Marseilles, the scene of the drama having changed. Future events would be occurring at Aix, where the trial was to be held. He desired to be on the spot in order to follow the different phases of the affair and take advantage of any incidents which might arise. He asked his employer for a month's leave of absence, which the latter immediately granted. The day of his departure, he found Fine waiting at the coach office. "I am going to Aix with you," she said quietly. "But that would be madness," he exclaimed. "You cannot afford to give your time thus. Who will attend to your flowers during your absence?" "Oh, one of my friends, a girl who lives on the same floor as I do at the house on the Place aux Oeufs. I said to myself, I can be useful to them. So I put on my best dress, and here I am." "I thank you very much," Marius replied simply, in an agitated voice. End of chapters 7 and 8. Part 1, Chapters 9 and 10 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Monsieur de Girousse lets his tongue wag. On arriving at Aix, Marius went to Isnard's in the Rue d'Italie. The draper had not been molested. No doubt such an insignificant prey was not considered worth capturing. Fine went straight to the jailer of the prison, whose niece she was by marriage. She had her plan, and brought with her an enormous bunch of roses, which was well received. Her pretty smiles, her caressing liveliness, made her in a couple of hours her uncle's spoilt child. He was a widower with 2 young daughters, to whom Fine had once played the part of mother. The trial was not to take place till early in the following week. Marius, his hands tied, no longer daring to attempt anything, awaited the proceedings with anguish. At times he was still mad enough to hope and to believe in an acquittal. Walking one evening on the Cours, he met M. de Girousse, who had come from Lambesc to be present at the affair. The old nobleman took his arm, and without saying a word led him to his house. "There," he said, after closing the door of a large drawing room, "now we are alone, my friend, I can come down from my pedestal as much as I please." Marius smiled at the Count's rough and eccentric ways. "Well," the latter went on, "you don't ask me to help you, to defend you against Cazalis? Come, you're sensible. You understand that I can do nothing against that vain and obstinate nobility to which I belong. Ah, your brother has done a fine thing." M. de Girousse was striding about the drawing room. He pulled himself up abruptly before Marius, and said to him in a loud voice, "Listen to what I am about to tell you. There are some 50 of us in this good town, all old fellows like myself, living by ourselves, buried in a past forever dead. We profess to be the cream of Provence, and there we stick, doing nothing but twirling our thumbs. For, see you, we are noblemen, chivalrous hearts, awaiting devoutly the return of their legitimate princes. And the deuce take it, we shall wait a long time, so long that we shall have died of solitude and idleness before the least legitimate prince shows himself. If we were gifted with good eyes, we should observe the march of events. We cry out to facts. You shall go no farther, and yet the facts pass quietly over our bodies and crush us. It maddens me to see how we are shut up in an obstinacy as ridiculous as it is heroic. To think that we are most of us wealthy, that we might nearly all become intelligent manufacturers, working for the prosperity of the country, and that we prefer to grow mouldy in the recesses of our mansions like the rubbish of a bygone age." He stopped to take breath, and then went on, still more energetically, "And we take a pride in our empty existence. We don't work because we disdain labor. We have a holy horror of the people because their hands are soiled. Ah, your brother dared to touch one of our daughters. We'll show him whether his blood is the same as ours. We shall league ourselves together and give the rascallions a lesson. We'll cure them of seeking to find favour in our children's eyes. Some powerful ecclesiastics will second us. They are fatally bound to our cause. It will be a splendid campaign for our vanity." After a pause, M. de Girousse resumed sarcastically, "Our vanity! It has at times received some nasty knocks. A few years prior to my birth, a terrible tragedy was enacted in the mansion adjoining this. M. d'Entrecasteaux, the president of the Parliament, murdered his wife in her bed. He cut her throat with a razor, which was not found till 25 days afterwards at the bottom of the garden. The victim's jewels were discovered down the well, where the murderer had thrown them to lead the authorities to believe that robbery was the reason of the murder. President d'Entrecasteaux took flight and went, I believe, to Portugal, where he died in poverty. The Parliament condemned him, in default, to be broken alive on the wheel. So you see we have also our scoundrels, and that the lower classes have nothing to envy us. That cowardly crime, committed by one of ourselves, dealt a sad blow in those days to our authority. A novelist might write a heart-rending book with the materials furnished by this doleful and tragic story." Resuming his walk, M. de Girousse continued, "And we also know how to humble ourselves. For instance, when Fouché, the regicide, then Duke of Otranto, was, somewhere about 1810, exiled for a short time to our town, all the nobles dragged themselves before him. I remember an anecdote which will show you to what abject servility we lowered ourselves. On New Year's Day, 1811,
There was a long file of persons waiting to pay their respects to the ex-member of the Convention. In the reception room there was some talk of the severity of the weather, and one of the callers was expressing his fears as to the fate of the olive trees. "What do we care for the olive trees?" exclaimed one of the noble personages, "providing his Grace the Duke keeps well." "That's how we are nowadays, my friend, humble with the mighty, haughty with the weak. There are no doubt some exceptions, but they are rare. You must see, therefore, that your brother will be convicted. Our pride, which bent the knee before a Fouché, cannot do so before a Cayol. That's logical. Good night." And the Count abruptly dismissed Marius. His own words had exasperated him, and he feared that his anger might end by making him say something foolish. The next day the young man met him again, and M. de Girous took him home as on the previous evening. He held in his hand a newspaper containing a list of the jury who were to decide Philippe's case, and struck the paper forcibly with his finger, exclaiming, "Those are the men who will condemn your brother. Shall I tell you some stories about them? They are curious and instructive." M. de Girous seated himself and glanced through the paper, shrugging his shoulders as he did so. "It's a packed jury," he said at last, "an assembly of rich men who have every interest to serve the cause of M. de Cazalis. They are all more or less mixed up with the clergy or on intimate terms with the nobility. They are almost all friends of men who spend their mornings in the churches and cheat their customers the rest of the day." Then he named them one by one, and spoke of the set they frequented with increasing indignation. "Humbert," he said, "is the brother of a Marseilles merchant, a dealer in oil, an honest man who holds his head erect and whom every poor devil salutes. 20 years ago their father was but a struggling clerk. Today his sons are millionaires, thanks to his skilful speculations. One year he sold a large quantity of oil beforehand at the market rate. A few weeks afterwards the cold destroyed the olive trees, the crop was lost, and he was a ruined man if he did not deceive his customers. But he preferred deceit to poverty. Whilst his brother merchants were delivering the genuine article at a loss, our man bought up all the spoiled and rancid oils he could find, and then made the promised deliveries. His customers complained and grew angry, but the speculator coolly replied that he was strictly keeping to his agreements and that they could claim nothing further of him. And the trick was played. All Marseilles, which knows the story, is never tired of taking its hat off to this skilful man. Gauthier is another Marseilles merchant. He has a nephew, Paul Bertrand, who swindled in style. This Bertrand was in partnership with a person named Aubert, living in New York, who used to send him consignments of goods to be disposed of in Marseilles. They shared the profits. Our man made immense sums in this business, the more especially as he was careful to cheat his partner at each division of profits. One day a crisis broke out and losses were incurred. Bertrand continued to receive the goods which the ship still brought, but he refused to honor the drafts Aubert drew upon him, saying that business was bad and he was in difficulties. The returned bills come back again with enormous expenses attached to them. Then Bertrand calmly says that he won't pay, that he is not obliged to be Aubert's partner forever, and that he owes nothing. There's a fresh return of the bills, fresh expenses incurred, and the New York merchant, surprised and indignant, has to take them up at great loss. The latter, who had to plead through a power of attorney, lost the action for damages he brought against Bertrand. I was assured that 2/3 of his fortune, 1,200,000 francs, were swallowed up in this catastrophe. Bertrand remains the most honest man in the world. He is received everywhere, and belongs to several congregations. He is envied and honored. Dutailler is a dealer in corn. Some time ago, one of his sons-in-law, Georges Fouque, met with a misadventure which caused a scandal that his friends hastened to hush up. Fouque always arranged matters so that it should appear that the cargoes the ships brought him had suffered in transport. The insurance offices paid on the report of an expert. But, tired of continually paying, the offices appointed an expert, an honest baker, who soon received a visit from Fouque. The latter, whilst conversing on indifferent matters, slipped a few gold pieces into his hand. The baker dropped the coins and kicked them into the middle of the room. There were several persons present, yet Fouque's reputation has in no way suffered. Delorme lives in a town not far from Marseilles. He retired from business long ago. Listen to the disgraceful action his cousin Mille was guilty of. 30 years back, Mille's mother kept a draper's shop. When the old lady retired, she sold her stock and goodwill to one of her assistants, an active and intelligent young fellow whom she almost looked upon as a son. This person, whose name was Michel, quickly discharged the debt and so increased his business that he felt compelled to take a partner. He chose a young fellow of Marseilles named Jean Martin, who had a little money and who appeared to be an honest, hard-working man. It was an assured fortune that Michel offered to his partner. At first, everything went well. The profits increased annually, and each partner put by a good round sum at the end of the year. But Jean Martin, who was eager for gain and dreamed of a rapid fortune, ended by reflecting that he would make twice as much if he were alone. The matter was a difficult one. Michel was in fact his benefactor, and moreover he had a friend in the landlord of the house, Madame Mille's son. If the latter were honest, Jean Martin would be unable to put his nefarious scheme into execution. He went to see him, and found him to be the scoundrel he required. He proposed to him to give him a new lease in consideration of a large sum of money. He doubled and even trebled the amount. Mille, who is both a rogue and a miser, sold himself for as much as possible. The bargain was struck. Then Jean Martin played the hypocrite with Michel. He said he desired to cancel the partnership deed and to start a business elsewhere. He even named a place he had taken. Michel, surprised but not suspecting the infamous trick of which he was to be the victim, said he could retire if he liked, and the deed was cancelled. Shortly afterwards, Michel's lease expired, and Jean Martin, armed with the new lease, triumphantly turned his ex-partner out. Michel, nearly driven mad by such a piece of treachery, opened a business elsewhere. But having no customers, he lost the money so painfully amassed during 30 years of labor. He died paralyzed, suffering atrociously, shouting that Mille and Martin were scoundrels and traitors, and calling on his sons to avenge him. Today his sons are toiling and moiling to keep body and soul together. Mille is connected by marriage with the best families in the town, his children are wealthy, and living handsomely in an odor of piety and possessing the esteem of all. There's Fèvre. His mother was married twice, her second husband being a man named Chabran, a ship-owner and bill discounter. Pretending he had made some unfortunate speculations, Chabran wrote one day to his numerous creditors to the effect that he was obliged to suspend payment. Some of them consented to give him time, but the majority decided to proceed against him. So Chabran engages 2 young fellows as clerks, and spends a week in coaching them up in the parts he wishes them to play. Then, accompanied by these youngsters, now thoroughly trained, he calls on all his creditors, one after the other, bewailing his sad position and imploring their pity for his 2 starving sons who haven't a coat to their backs. The trick succeeds admirably well. All the creditors forego their claims. The next day Chabran was at the Bourse, more sedate and more insolent than ever. A broker, who had not heard of the affair, asked him to discount 3 bills accepted, as it so happened, by 3 of the very merchants who had treated him so generously the day before. "I can have nothing to do with those kind of people," he replied haughtily. At the present time Chabran has almost retired from business. He lives in a villa where he gives sumptuous dinners on Sundays. As for Jérôme, the president of the club where he spends his evenings, is a usurer of the very worst description. It is said that he has earned at the trade a snug little million, which enabled him to marry his daughter to one of the princes of finance. His name is Pertigny. But, since his last failure, which left him a capital of 300,000 francs sticking to his fingers, he goes by the name of Félix. This skilful rascal failed a first time 40 years ago, and that enabled him to purchase a house. His creditors received 15%. 10 years later, a second failure procured him a little place in the country. That time his creditors received 10%. Scarcely 15 years ago he failed a third time, on that occasion for 300,000 francs, and offered a composition of 5%. The creditors having declined to accept it, he proved to them that all the property was really his wife's, and he never paid them a centime."
Marius, thoroughly sickened, made a movement of disgust, as though to stop these abominable stories.
"You don't believe me, perhaps," said the terrible Count. "You're a simpleton, my friend. I've not yet done, and you must hear me to the end."
M. de Girousse railed in a dreadful manner. His loud, hissing words fell like the lash of a whip upon the persons whose disreputable histories he was relating. He named the jurymen one after another, he searched their lives and the lives of their relations, and laid bare all the scandals and meannesses connected with them. There was scarcely one he spared. Then he placed himself vehemently before Marius, and continued bitterly:
"Were you so simple as to believe that all these millionaires, all these upstarts, all these powerful persons who domineer over you and crush you today, were little saints, worthy individuals, whose lives were spotless? At Marseilles especially, these men display their vanity and insolence. They have become devotees and hypocrites. They have deceived even the worthy people who salute and esteem them. In a word, they form an aristocracy of their own. Their past is forgotten, their wealth and newly acquired probity are alone seen. Well, I'll unmask them. Listen, this one made his fortune by betraying his friend, that other by trafficking in human flesh, that other in selling his wife and daughter, that other in speculating on the misery of his creditors, that other in buying back for a song the shares of a company of which he was manager and which he had brought into disrepute, that other by scuttling a ship loaded with stones instead of merchandise and securing a handsome sum from the underwriters, that other verbally a partner by refusing to pay his share of the losses in an unfortunate speculation, that other by concealing his assets, failing 2 or 3 times, and ultimately living like an honest man, that other by selling as wine a decoction of logwood or bullock's blood, that other by buying up all the corn at a time of scarcity, that other by defrauding the customs on a large scale, attempting to corrupt the officers and robbing to his heart's content, that other by forging the signatures of friends or relations to bills which they do not dare to dishonor at maturity, but prefer to pay rather than disgrace the forger, that other by setting fire to his factory or ships previously insured far above their value, that other by tearing up and burning his acceptances snatched from his creditor's hand the day they fell due, that other by speculating at the Bourse without any intention of paying his differences, which does not prevent him enriching himself a week afterwards at the expense of some dupe."
M. de Girousse stopped for want of breath. He remained silent for some time, giving his anger an opportunity of dying out. Then he again opened his lips, and smiled less bitterly.
"I am a bit of a misanthrope," he said gently to Marius, who had listened to him with pain and surprise. "I see the dark side of everything. The fact is, the idleness to which my title condemns me has enabled me to study the ignominies of this country. But I must tell you there are some honest folk among us. Unfortunately, they either dread or disdain the rascals."
Marius took his leave of M. de Girousse, quite upset by the ardent words he had been listening to. He foresaw that his brother would be unmercifully condemned. The trial was to begin on the morrow. Chapter 10. A Scandalous Trial. All Aix was in a flutter. Scandal acquires additional force in quiet little towns, where the curiosity of the gossips has not frequently some fresh material to feed upon. All the talk was of Philippe and Blanche. The lovers' adventures were related at every street corner. It was openly said that the accused was condemned beforehand, that M. de Cazalis had, either personally or through his friends, secured a promise of conviction from each juryman. The ex-clergy gave the deputy its assistance, though in a rather lukewarm manner, it is true. It comprised in those days some men who were unwilling to be parties to an act of injustice. A few priests, however, submitted to the influence of the religious club of Marseilles, of which Abbé Donadei was, so to say, the leader. These attempted in various ways to tie the hands of the magistracy. They succeeded especially in persuading the jurymen of the righteousness of M. de Cazalis' cause. The nobles rendered them powerful aid in their task. They considered that their honor demanded they should crush Philippe Cayol. They regarded him as a personal enemy, who, having dared to attack the dignity of one of themselves, had by so doing insulted the whole body of them. To see these counts and marquises bestir themselves, give vent to their anger, and band themselves together, one might have fancied that some hostile army was at the gates of the town. Yet it was, after all, simply a question of securing the conviction of a poor wretch guilty of love and ambition. Philippe, however, had some friends and defenders. All the lower classes declared themselves freely for him. They blamed his conduct, and reproved the means he had employed, saying that he would have done better to have loved and married a young woman in his own class of life. But, whilst censuring his behaviour, they loudly took his part against the deputy's pride and hatred. It was known throughout the town that Blanche, when before the examining magistrate, had denied her love; and the daughters of the people, true Provençal women, enthusiastic and courageous, spoke of her with insulting contempt. They called her a renegade, ascribed the most shameful motives to her conduct, and did not hesitate to cry their opinions from the housetops in the expressive language of the gutter. All this clamour compromised Philip's cause considerably. The whole town was in the secret of the drama about to be performed. Those whose interest it was to secure the prisoner's conviction, being certain of succeeding, did not even take the trouble to hide their proceedings. Those who would have liked to have saved him, conscious of their weakness and unarmed condition, relieved themselves by bawling, delighted to annoy those powerful persons whom they had no hope of mastering. M. de Cazalis had shamelessly dragged his niece with him to Aix. During the first days he took a sort of proud delight in walking her up and down the cour. It was his way of protesting against the idea of dishonour with which the crowd coupled the young girl's flight. He seemed to be proclaiming to the world at large, "You see that a lout cannot damage the honour of a Cazalis. My niece still looks down upon you from the height of her rank and fortune." But he was unable to continue these walks long. His behaviour angered the mob, who insulted Blanche and was on the point of stoning her and her uncle. The women especially were furious. They did not perceive that it was not the niece's fault, and that she was simply submitting to an iron will. She trembled before the popular wrath, and lowered her eyes in order not to see those women gazing at her with such fiery glances. She could feel their contemptuous gesticulations behind her, hear horrible words she failed to understand, and her legs were giving way beneath her as she clung to her uncle's arm in order not to fall. She returned home one day, pale and trembling, and declared she would not go out again. The poor child was going to become a mother. At last the day of the trial arrived. The doors of the court-house were besieged from early morning, the Place des Prêcheurs was filled with a noisy gesticulating crowd, clamouring as to the probable result of the trial, and discussing Philippe's guilt, and M. de Cazalis's and Blanche's attitude. The court-room slowly filled. Extra rows of seats had been added for the persons provided with tickets. There were so many of them that the majority had to remain standing. There were the flower of the nobility, the leading barristers, the high functionaries, in fact all the nobilities of Aix. No prisoner had ever before had such an audience. When the doors were opened for the admission of the general public, only a few persons were able to find room. The remainder were compelled to wait in the passages and even on the steps of the building. And now and again the crowd indulged in groaning and hooting, and the noise penetrated and swelled in the court-room and disturbed its quiet majesty. The ladies had taken possession of the gallery, and there formed a compact mass of smiling and anxious faces. Those in the front row fanned themselves, or leant forward with their gloved hands resting on the red velvet covering the rail of the balustrade. Further back, in the shadow, rose serried tiers of pink faces, their bodies scarcely discernible amid the mass of laces, ribbons, and stuffs. And silvery laughter, whispered words, shrill little cries, fell from this rosy, gossiping crowd. The ladies fancied themselves at a theatre. When Philippe Cayol was brought in, there ensued a great silence. The ladies devoured him with their eyes. Some even examined him from top to toe with their opera glasses. The big fellow with his energetic features was quite a success. The women, having come to judge of Blanche's taste, no doubt considered the young person less to blame, when they beheld her lover's lofty stature and clear penetrating eyes. Philippe's attitude was calm and dignified. He was dressed entirely in black, and seemed to ignore the presence of the two gendarmes beside him, rising up and reseating himself with all the grace of a man of the world. Now and again he calmly surveyed the crowd, without the least effrontery. He gazed several times up at the gallery, and on each occasion he smiled in spite of himself, so great was his wish to love and please even there. The indictment was read, and was overwhelming for the accused. In the depositions of M. de Cazalis and his niece the incidents were distorted in a skilful and terrible manner. It was stated that Philippe had perverted Blanche's mind by the aid of bad books, the truth being that he had lent her 2 utterly puerile books by Madame de Genlis. The indictment further said, on the strength of Blanche's version of the story, that she had been carried away by force, that she had clung to an almond tree, and that during the flight the abductor had resorted to violence to oblige his victim to follow him. The gravest allegation was founded on one of Blanche's depositions. She pretended she had never written Philippe any letters, and that the 2 produced by him were antedated ones, which he had made her write at Lambesc by way of precaution. When the reading of the indictment was finished, the place became filled with the noisy murmur of innumerable private conversations. Each spectator, before coming to the court-house, had his own version, and now was discussing in a low voice the official one. Outside, the mob was howling. The presiding judge threatened to have the hall cleared, and silence was gradually restored. Philippe's examination was then proceeded with. When the presiding judge had asked the usual preliminary questions, and had repeated to him the particulars of the indictment drawn up against him, the young man, without refuting them, exclaimed in a clear voice, "I am accused of having been carried off by a young girl." These words caused a general laugh. The ladies hid themselves behind their fans to give full vent to their feelings. Philippe's words, foolish and absurd as they seemed, contained nevertheless a great deal of truth. The presiding judge sensibly observed that no one had ever known a man of 30 to be carried off by a girl of 16, to which Philippe quietly replied, "Neither has anyone ever seen a girl of 16 wandering along the highways, passing through towns, meeting hundreds of people, without appealing to the first person she encountered to deliver her from her abductor, her jailer." And he endeavored to show the material impossibility of the acts of violence and intimidation of which he was accused. At every hour of the day, Blanche had been free to leave him, to procure aid and succour. If she had accompanied him, it was because she loved him and had consented to the flight. In addition to this, Philippe expressed the greatest affection for the young girl, and the greatest deference for M. de Cazalis. He admitted his errors, and merely asked not to be branded as an infamous abductor. The trial was adjourned to the morrow for the hearing of the witnesses. That night the town was in an uproar. The ladies spoke of Philippe with affected indignation, serious men referred to him more or less severely, while the lower classes energetically took his part. On the morrow, the crowd outside the court-house was, if anything, larger and noisier than on the previous day. The witnesses were nearly all for the prosecution. M. de Girousse had not been summoned; his rough frankness was dreaded; and, moreover, he should rather have been arrested as an accomplice. Marius had begged him not to compromise himself in the affair. He also feared the old Count's violence, which might spoil everything. There was scarcely more than the evidence of one witness in Philippe's favour, that of the innkeeper at Lambesc, who declared that Blanche was accompanying her lover of her own free will. This evidence was, however, effaced, so to say, by the depositions of the other witnesses. Marguerite, the milkwoman, stammered and said she no longer remembered having brought the accused any letters from Mademoiselle de Cazalis. It was thus that each witness served the deputy's interest, either through fear or stupidity and loss of memory. The pleadings commenced, and went into the 3rd day. Philippe's counsel defended him with dignified simplicity. He did not seek to excuse what was reprehensible in his conduct. He described him as being an ardent, ambitious man led astray by dreams of love and wealth. but at the same time he showed that the accused could not be convicted of abduction, and that the affair itself negatived all idea of violence and intimidation. The Crown Attorney's speech was most vindictive. It was expected that it would have been milder, and his energetic accusations produced a disastrous effect. The jury brought in a verdict of guilty, and Philippe Cayol was condemned to 5 years' imprisonment and to be exhibited in the pillory on one of the public squares of Marseilles. The gardener Hayes was only condemned to a few months' imprisonment. The sentences were received with murmurs in the courtroom, whilst outside the crowd howled with rage. End of chapters 9 and 10. Part 1, chapters 11 and 12 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. How Blanche and Fine find themselves face to face. When sentence was passed on Philippe, Blanche was present, hidden at the back of the gallery. She was there by order of her uncle, who had wished to completely stamp out her affection by showing her her lover standing between 2 gendarmes like a thief. An elderly lady relative had consented to accompany her to this edifying scene. As the 2 ladies were awaiting their carriage on the steps of the court-house, the crowd, pushing forward, suddenly separated them. Blanche, who was dragged to the centre of the Place des Prêcheurs, was recognized by the market women, who began hooting and insulting her. "That's her! That's her!" shouted the women. "The renegade! The renegade!" The poor bewildered child, not knowing where to fly to, was half dead with shame and fright, when a young girl energetically divided the howling mob that surrounded her and placed herself at her side. It was Fine. The flower girl had also been to hear sentence passed on Philippe. For the space of nearly 3 hours she had passed through all the anguish of hope and fear. The Crown Attorney's speech had been crushing, and on hearing the judgment she had begun to weep. She had just quitted the court-house, irritated and in a terrible state of excitement, when the hooting of the market women reached her. She understood that Blanche was there, and that she would be able to avenge herself by abusing her. She dashed forward with clenched fists, and an insult ready on her lip. According to her, the young girl was the great culprit. She had lied. She had been guilty of perjury and cowardice. At this thought all Fine's plebeian blood rushed to her face and urged her on to shout and strike. She rushed forward and separated the crowd to take her share of vengeance. But when she was face to face with Blanche, when she saw her doubled in 2 by fright, she had pity for the weak and trembling child. She found her so small, so captivating, so delicately fragile, that a generous thought of pardon came from her heart. She violently pushed back the women who were shaking their fists at the young lady, and, stretching herself to her full height, she exclaimed in a loud voice, "And what now? Aren't you ashamed? She is alone, and you are 100 against her. The Almighty doesn't require your shouts to punish her. Let us pass." She had taken Blanche's hand, and stood erect before the murmuring people, who drew closer together so as not to allow the 2 young girls to get through them. Fine awaited with pale and trembling lips. And as she encouraged the little lady with a glance, she perceived that she would soon be a mother. She turned quite pale and advanced towards the women. "Let me pass," she continued with greater violence. "Do you not see the poor girl's condition, and that you will kill her child?" She thrust back an old hag who was protesting, and all the others gave way. Fine's words had suddenly made them silent and compassionate. Both girls were then able to retire. Blanche, crimson with shame, nestled in fear against her companion, and feverishly hastened her footsteps. In order to avoid the Rue du Pont Moreau, which was then swarming with people and full of noise, the flower girl took the little Rue St. John. On reaching the Cours, she conducted Mademoiselle de Cazalis to her residence, the door of which was open. She had not uttered a single word all the way. Blanche obliged her to enter the hall, and there, half closing the door, she said to her in an affected tone of voice, "Oh, mademoiselle, how grateful I am to you for your assistance! Those wicked women would have killed me." "Don't thank me," answered Fine sharply. "I went there like the others, to insult and beat you." "You?" "Yes, I hate you. I wish you had died in your cradle." Blanche looked at the flower girl with astonishment. She had drawn herself up, her aristocratic instincts were getting the better of her, and her lips were curling slightly with disdain. The two young girls were facing each other, one in all her slim gracefulness, the other in all her energetic beauty. They contemplated each other in silence, feeling the rivalry of their race and heart thundering within them. "You are beautiful and wealthy," continued Fine bitterly. "Why did you come and rob me of my sweetheart, when later on you could only feel contempt and anger for him? You should have sought out someone in your own sphere. You would have found a youth as pale and cowardly as yourself who would have satisfied your little girlish feeling of love. Look here, do not take our men, or if you do we will tear your pink faces." "I do not understand," stammered Blanche, who was becoming afraid again. "You don't understand? Listen. I was in love with Philippe. He came and bought roses of me of a morning, and my heart used to beat fit to break when I handed him my nosegays. I know now where those flowers went to. One day they told me he had run away with you. I wept. Then I thought that you would love him fondly and he would be happy. And now you have had him put in prison. Look here, do not let us speak of that, or I shall get angry and beat you." She stopped palpitating, then continued, approaching nearer to Blanche and burning her icy cold cheeks with her hot breath. "You don't know then how we love, we poor girls. We love with all our body, with all our courage. When we run away with a man, we don't say afterwards that he took advantage of our weakness. We clasp him in our arms with all our might to defend him. Ah, if Philippe had loved me! But I am an unhappy girl, a poor creature, an ugly—" And Fine began to sob and show herself as weak as Mademoiselle de Cazalis. The latter took her hand, and in a voice broken with tears answered, "For pity's sake, do not accuse me. Will you be my friend? Shall I lay my heart bare to you? I suffer so much. If you only knew, I can do nothing. I obey my uncle, who subdues me in his grip of iron. I am a coward. I know it. But I have not the strength to be otherwise. And I love Philippe. The memory of him is always within me. He told me it would be, that my punishment, if I ever betrayed him, would be to love him eternally, to keep him without end in my breast. He is there. He is burning me. He will kill me. A short time ago, when they sentenced him, I felt something within me that made me start, and which tore my inside. I weep. Look, I ask your pardon." All Fine's anger had gone. She was supporting Blanche, who was staggering. "You are right," continued the poor child. "I do not deserve pity. I have dealt a blow at the one I love, and who will never love me more. Ah, for mercy's sake, if he one day become your husband, speak to him of my tears, ask him to forgive me. What drives me mad is that I cannot tell him I worship him. He would laugh. He would not understand all my cowardice. No, do not speak to him of me. Let him forget me. I shall be alone to weep." There was a painful silence. "And your child?" asked Fine. "My child?" said Blanche, bewildered. "I don't know. My uncle would take it away from me. Shall I act as a mother to it?" The flower girl uttered these words in a tender and grave voice. Mademoiselle clasped her in her arms in a passionate embrace. "Oh, you are so good," she said. "You know how to love. Try to see me at Marseilles when the hour arrives. I will trust in you." At this moment the elderly relative returned, after having sought in vain for Blanche in the crowd. Fine promptly withdrew and reascended the cour. As she reached the Place de Carmelite, she perceived Marius from afar conversing with Philippe's lawyer. The young man was in despair. He would never have believed that they could pass such a severe sentence on his brother. The 5 years' imprisonment terrified him, but he was perhaps still more painfully overcome at the thought of the public exhibition on a square at Marseilles. He recognized the deputy's hand in this punishment. M. de Cazalis had above all wished to deprive Philippe of the power of pleasing, to render him forever unworthy of women's love. The crowd surrounding Marius were clamoring about injustice, the public with one voice protesting against the enormity of the punishment, and while the young man was engaged in a heated discussion with the lawyer, losing his temper and showing symptoms of despair, he felt a soft hand on his arm. He turned sharply round and perceived Fine at his side, calm and smiling. "Hope, and follow me," she said to him in an undertone. "Your brother is saved." Chapter 12. Which shows that a jailer's heart is not always made of stone. While Marius was running over the town before the trial to no purpose, Fine had been laboring on her side at the work of deliverance. She had engaged in a regular campaign against the conscience of her uncle, the jailer Revertégat. She had taken up her quarters with him and passed her days at the prison. She did her best from morning to night to make herself useful, to be beloved by her uncle, who lived alone like a growling bear with his 2 young daughters. She attacked him in his paternal love, she was full of charming ways with the children, and spent all her savings in toys, sweets, and small articles of dress. The little ones were not in the habit of being spoiled. They showed riotous tenderness for their big cousin, who danced them on her knees and distributed such nice, beautiful things amongst them. The father felt affected and thanked Fine effusively. He experienced the young girl's penetrating influence in spite of himself, and was ill-tempered when he had to leave her. She seemed to have brought the sweet perfume of her roses and violets with her. The lodge smelt nice since she was there, merry and light of foot. Her bright petticoats appeared to bring light air and gaiety. All was smiling, now, in the dark room, and Revertégat remarked, with a broad grin, that spring had taken up its abode with him. The worthy man forgot himself in the caressing effluvia of this spring. His heart softened, and he lost the harshness and severity of his calling. Fine was too smart a girl not to play her part with fondling prudence. She did not hasten events, she brought the jailer little by little to feelings of compassion and kindness. Then she pitied Philippe before him, and obliged him to acknowledge that they were detaining him unjustly in prison. When she held her uncle in her power, off his guard and disposed to be obedient to her wishes, she asked him if she could not visit the poor young man's cell. He dared not say no, but conducted her there, allowed her to enter, and remained watching at the door. Fine stood before Philippe like a silly thing. She gazed at him, confused and blushing, forgetting what she wanted to say to him. The young man recognized her, and hastened towards her with a movement full of tenderness and delight. "You here, my dear child?" he exclaimed. "Ah, how kind of you to come to see me! Will you allow me to kiss your hand?" Philippe assuredly imagined himself in his little apartment in the Rue Sainte, and he was not perhaps far from dreaming of a fresh adventure. The flower girl, surprised, almost wounded, withdrew her hand, and gravely contemplated Blanche's lover. "You must be mad, Monsieur Philippe," she answered. "You know very well that you are married now, for me. Let us speak of serious things." She lowered her voice and continued rapidly. "The jailer is my uncle, and I have been working at your deliverance for the past week. I wanted to see you to tell you that your friends have not forgotten you. So hope." Philippe, on hearing this good news, regretted his amorous welcome. "Give me your hand," he said in an unsteady voice. "It is a friend who asks you for it, to clasp it as an old comrade. Do you forgive me?" The flower girl smiled without answering. "I think," she resumed, "that I shall soon be able to throw the gate wide open to you. On what day would you like to run away?" "Run away? But I shall be acquitted. What is the use of running away? If I were to escape, I should be acknowledging my guilt." Fine had not thought of this reasoning. To her mind, Philippe was condemned beforehand. But as a matter of fact, he was right, he must await the judgment. As she preserved silence, pensive and irresolute, Revertégat gave 2 gentle knocks at the door to beg her to leave the cell. "Well," she resumed, addressing the prisoner, "be ready all the same. If you are condemned, we will prepare your flight, your brother and me. Have faith." She withdrew, leaving Philippe almost in love. She had now time before her to win over her uncle. She continued the same tactics, bewitching the worthy man with her goodness of heart and gracefulness, and exciting his pity on his prisoner's lot. In the end she even drew her 2 little cousins into the conspiracy, and they at a word would have left their father to follow her. One evening, after having softened Revertégat's heart by all the cajoling she was capable of, she ended by boldly asking him for Philippe's liberty.
"Of course," exclaimed the jailer. "If it only depended on me, I would open the door to him immediately."
"But it does only depend on you, uncle," Fine innocently answered.
"Ah, so you think. But the next morning they would turn me adrift and send me starving with my 2 daughters."
These words made the flower girl look quite serious. "But," she resumed after a moment, "if I gave you money — supposing I loved this youth — supposing I were to implore you with joined hands to give him back to me?" "You? You?" exclaimed the astonished jailer. He had risen, he gazed at his niece to see if she were not laughing at him. When he observed her grave and troubled manner he bent forward, vanquished, softened, consenting by a sign. "Faith," he added, "I'll do what you like. You are too good and pretty a girl for me to refuse." Fine kissed him and spoke of something else. Henceforward she was sure of victory. On several occasions she returned to the conversation, accustoming Robert Ega to the idea that he would allow Philippe to escape. She did not wish to throw her relative into poverty, and she offered him a first reward of 15,000 francs. This offer dazzled the jailer, who from that moment belonged to her body and soul. And that is how Fine had been able to say to Marius with her clever smile, "Follow me, your brother is saved." She accompanied the young man to the prison. On the road she related to him all she had been doing, how she had little by little won over her uncle. Marius's straightforward nature set him first of all against the plan. Then he remembered the intrigues to which M. de Cazalis had recourse, and reflected that, after all, he was only making use of the same weapons as his adversaries, and his mind was at ease. He thanked Fine most touchingly, and was at a loss to know what proof to give her of his gratitude. The young girl, happy beyond measure, hardly listened to his protestations of devotedness. They could only see Robert Ega in the evening. The jailer, from the very first words of the conversation, pointed out his 2 little girls who were playing in a corner of the lodge, and simply said to Marius, "Monsieur, they are my excuse. I would not ask a sou if I had not these children to feed." This was a painful scene for Marius. He abridged it as much as possible. He was aware that the jailer was giving way both to self-sacrifice and interest, and if he could not despise him, he none the less felt ill at ease at concluding such a bargain with him. All was settled in a few minutes. Marius announced that he would leave the following morning for Marseilles, and would bring back with him the 15,000 francs promised by Fine. He would get them from his banker. His mother had left a sum of 50,000 francs, which was deposited with M. Bérard, whose house was one of the most important and best known of the city. The flower girl was to remain at X and there await the young man's return. He set out full of hope, with the idea that his brother was already free, but as he stepped out of the diligence at Marseilles he learned a terrible piece of news, which completely staggered him. The banker Bérard had just been made a bankrupt. End of chapters 11 and 12. Part 1, chapters 13 and 14 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Vizetelly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. A bankruptcy, as there are many. Marius hastened to the banker Bérard. He could not believe the bad news. He possessed all the confidence of a straightforward mind. On the road he said to himself that the rumors that were afloat were perhaps, after all, only calumnies, and so he clung to false hopes. The loss of his fortune at this moment amounted to his brother's discomfiture. It seemed to him that chance would not be so cruel. The public must be mistaken. Bérard would hand him his money. When he entered the banking house he was seized with a pang of anguish. He saw the terrible reality. The offices were empty, and these spacious rooms, deserted and calm, with their closed wire-work cages, appeared to him funeral-like. It is difficult to conceive what mournful desolation a fortune that is breaking up leaves behind it. From the counting-house, ledgers, papers, escaped a vague odor of ruin. Seals were to be seen everywhere, with their white bands and large blotches of red wax. Marius crossed 3 rooms without meeting anyone. He at length discovered a clerk who had come to remove a few objects belonging to him from a desk, and who answered him sharply that Monsieur Bérard was in his office. The young man entered all of a tremble, forgetting to close the door. He perceived the banker quietly at work, writing letters, setting papers in order, and balancing accounts. He was young, tall, had a handsome and intelligent face, was dressed with great care, wore rings on his fingers, and presented the appearance of a gallant and wealthy man. One would have said he had just had a brush up to receive his customers and explain his disaster to them himself. Moreover, his attitude appeared courageous. This man was either a victim of circumstances, full of resignation, or else an arrant rascal brazening out his infamy. On seeing Marius enter, he looked him in the face, and his countenance wore an expression of sad straightforwardness. "I was awaiting you, dear sir," he said in an unsteady voice. "You see, I am waiting for all those whose ruin I have brought about. I shall have courage to the end. I want each of them to assure himself that I have no cause to be ashamed." He took up a register from his writing table and opened it with some affectation. "Here are my accounts," he continued. "My liabilities are 1,000,000, my assets 1,500,000 francs. The court will adjudicate, and I believe my creditors will lose nothing. I am the first to suffer. I have lost my fortune and credit. I have allowed insolvent debtors to rob me in a most barefaced way." Marius had not yet uttered a word. In face of Bérard's broken down serenity, in presence of this display of austere grief, he could not find a single reproach, not one word of indignation. He almost pitied this man who was heading the storm. "Sir," he said to him at last, "why did you not warn me when you saw your affairs getting into a mess and turning to the bad? My mother was a friend of your mother's. In remembrance of our former intimacy, you should have made me withdraw this money, which you were about to compromise, from your control. Your present ruin strips me of everything, and plunges me in despair." Bérard ran forward and grasped Marius's hands. "Do not say that!" he exclaimed in a voice broken by tears. "Do not overwhelm me. Ah, you have no idea of the regret that is tormenting me. When I saw the abyss, I sought to catch hold of the branches. I struggled till the last moment, hoping to be able to save the amounts deposited in my hands. You cannot imagine what terrible risks are run by those who deal in money." Marius had nothing to answer. What could he say to a man who found his excuse in self-accusation? He had no proofs, he did not dare call Bérard a scamp, it only remained to him to withdraw. The banker spoke in such an aggrieved tone of voice, in such a convinced and straightforward manner, that he hastened to go away and leave him to himself. He felt oppressed at his misfortune. As he was crossing the empty offices again, the clerk who had at last gathered his things together, took his bundle and hat and followed him. This clerk was muttering between his teeth. At each step he looked in a strange way at Marius and shrugged his shoulders. Below on the pavement he suddenly approached him. "Well," said he, "what think you of Monsieur Bérard? He's a splendid actor, isn't he? The door of his office was open, and it made me laugh to see his distressed manner. He almost wept, the honest fellow. Permit me to tell you that you have just allowed yourself to be duped in the most beautiful way." "I don't understand you," answered Marius. "So much the better. That is because you are an honest man. For my part, I have just left this shop with profound satisfaction. I long since expected a stroke of business like this. I foresaw the issue of this high comedy of theft. I possess a peculiar knack for ferreting out jobbery in a firm." "Explain yourself." "Oh, the story is simple. I'll relate it to you in a few words. 10 years ago Bérard started a banking business. At the present day I have no doubt that he prepared his bankruptcy from the first moment. This was his reasoning. I wish to be rich because I have many desires, and to be so as rapidly as possible, because I am in a hurry to satisfy them. But the straight road is rough and long. I prefer to follow the paths of cheating and get my million together in 10 years. I will make myself a banker. I shall have a counting house where I will take the people's money as a bird catcher snares the feathered songsters. Each year I will pilfer a round sum. I will last as long as necessary. I will stop when my pockets are full. Then I shall quietly suspend payment.
On 2 millions that will have been entrusted to me, I will generously return 200 or 300,000 francs to my creditors. The remainder, hidden away in a little corner I know of, will assist me to live as I desire, as an idler and a voluptuary. Do you understand, dear sir?" Marius had listened to the clerk with stupefaction. "But," he exclaimed at last, "what you are telling me is impossible. Bérard has just confided to me that his liabilities amount to 1 million, and his assets to 1.5 million. We shall all be paid in full." The clerk held his sides with laughter. "Ah, goodness gracious, how simple you are!" he continued. "Do you really believe in these assets of 1.5 million? First of all, they will deduct Madame Bérard's marriage portion from the amount. Now, Madame Bérard brought her husband 50,000 francs, which he, in the marriage contract, transformed into the handsome sum of 500,000 francs. That, as you see, was a little robbery of 450,000 francs. There remains 1 million, and that million is almost entirely represented by suspicious book debts. Oh, the proceeding is simple enough. There are persons at Marseilles who sell their signatures for 100 sous piece, and they live very well at this easy and lucrative business. Bérard had got men of straw to sign him numbers of acceptances, and he pocketed the money which he now pretends he lent to insolvent debtors. If they give you 10% on your claim, you may esteem yourself lucky, and you will only receive that in 18 months or 2 years, when the assignees of the bankruptcy have concluded their work." Marius was completely upset. Thus the 50,000 francs left him by his mother would be useless to him. He wanted money at once, and they talked to him of waiting 2 years. And his ruin and despair were the work of a scoundrel who had just been laughing at him. He flew into a passion. "This Bérard is a rascal," he burst out. "He will be vigorously hunted down. Society must be freed of these crafty men who enrich themselves by the ruin of others. The galleys await them." The clerk again burst out laughing. "Bérard," he continued, "will perhaps get a fortnight's imprisonment, that is all. You don't seem to understand again. Listen to me. You say the galleys await Bérard," continued the clerk. "The galleys only await clumsy folk. During the 10 years that our customer has been hatching and nursing his bankruptcy he has taken his precautions. Infamy, such as this, is quite a work of art. His accounts are in order, and he has the law on his side. He knew beforehand how slight was the risk he ran. The most the court can do will be to reproach him with heavy personal expenses. They will tax him, besides, with having put a large number of bills of exchange in circulation, which is a ruinous way of procuring money. The penalties for such mistakes are ridiculous. Bérard, as I told you, will get a fortnight, or a month's imprisonment at the most." "But," exclaimed Marius, "cannot one go and proclaim this man's crime on the public square, prove it, and have him sentenced?" "No, indeed, one cannot do that. Proofs are wanting, I tell you. Besides, Bérard has not lost his time. He has foreseen everything. He has made powerful friends at Marseilles, imagining he would some day have need of their influence. He is now a sort of inviolable personage in this city of coteries. If they touched a single hair of his head all his friends would yell with grief and rage. The most they could do would be to imprison him for form's sake. When he leaves jail he will find his little million again. He will make a show of luxury and will easily conquer fresh esteem. You will then meet him driving out in his carriage, extended on his cushions, and the wheels of his vehicle will splash you with mud. You will find him indifferent and idle, with a large establishment, enjoying all the luxuries of life. And to worthily crown this success in the art of robbery, they will bow to him, like him, and open him a new credit of honor and consideration." Marius preserved ferocious silence. The clerk made him a slight bow, and was about to leave him. "It is thus the farce is played," he added. "I had all that on my heart, and am glad to have met you to ease myself. Now a piece of advice. Keep what I have told you to yourself, say good-bye to your money, and do not bother any more about the sorry business. Reflect, and you will see I am right. Good day." Marius remained alone. He had a tremendous desire to rush upstairs to Bérard and slap him in the face. All his instincts of probity and justice had risen up within him, urging him to drag the banker out into the street and proclaim his crime. Then his passion gave way to disgust.
He remembered his poor mother shamelessly deceived by this man, and from that moment he felt nothing but crushing contempt for him. He followed the clerk's advice and left the house, endeavouring to forget that he had had money, and that a rascal had robbed him of it. What the clerk had told him was confirmed in every point. Bérard was sentenced to a month's imprisonment for simple bankruptcy. A year afterwards, with florid complexion and easy insolent bearing, he sauntered about Marseilles, displaying the jovial humour of a wealthy man. He rang his purse in the clubs, restaurants, and theatres, everywhere in fact where pleasure could be purchased, and on his road he invariably met with complacent persons, or dupes who bowed to him lowly. Chapter 14, in which it is proved that it is possible to spend 30,000 francs a year when only earning 1,800. Marius went mechanically down to the port. He walked straight on without noticing whither he was going. He was, so to say, in a state of stupefaction. One sole thought occupied his otherwise empty brain, and kept repeating in a sing-song way that he needed 15,000 francs without a moment's loss of time. He cast about him the vague glance of persons in despair, as though he were looking on the ground to see if he could not find the money he required in the interstices of the paving stones. Down at the port he felt a longing to be rich. The merchandise piled up along the quays, the ships bringing fortunes in their holds, the noise, the motion of that money-making crowd, irritated him. Never before had he felt his poverty so strongly. For a moment he was filled with envy, revolt, and bitter jealousy. He asked himself why was he poor whilst others were rich? And still that ever-recurring thought kept ringing in his head, fit to break it. 15,000 francs! 15,000 francs! His brother was awaiting him, and he could not go back empty-handed. He had only a few hours in which to save him from infamy. But he could form no plan. His bewildered senses did not furnish him with a single practical idea. He turned about in his powerlessness, exerted every effort of his mind in vain. He struggled, almost choking with rage and anguish. He could never ask his employer, M. Martelly, to lend him 15,000 francs. His earnings were too small to warrant such a loan. Moreover, he knew the ship owner's upright principles, and dreaded his reproaches if he admitted to him that he wished to purchase another's conscience. M. Martelly would at once have refused the money. Marius suddenly had an idea. He would not stay to discuss it in his mind, but hurried off to his lodging in the Rue Sainte. On the same floor as himself there resided a young clerk named Charles Blétry, who was employed as a collector at the soap works of Messrs. d'Asta and Degan. A kind of intimacy had sprung up between these two young fellows, living side by side. Marius had been won over by Charles' gentleness, for the latter went regularly to church, led an exemplary life, and appeared to be of the strictest honesty. Yet, during the past 2 years, he had been spending money pretty freely. He had refurnished his lodging in a luxurious style, buying carpets, hangings, mirrors, and rich furniture. Besides this, he came home later, lived more expensively, but still remained gentle and honest, quiet and pious. At first his neighbour's outlay rather astonished Marius, who could not understand how a clerk earning 1,800 francs a year could afford to purchase such expensive things. But Charles told him that he had inherited some money, and that he intended shortly to resign his position and live on his means. He even placed himself and his purse at his disposal, but Marius declined. To-day he recalled this offer, and was about to knock at the young man's door and ask him for the means to save his brother. A loan of 15,000 francs would not perhaps inconvenience him, seeing how lavishly he was spending his money. He proposed to himself to repay the amount in installments, persuaded that his neighbour would grant him all the time necessary. The clerk, however, was not at home in the Rue Sainte, and as Marius was pressed for time he went off to Messrs. d'Asta and Degan's soap works, situated on the Boulevard des Dames. When he arrived there and asked for Charles Blétry, it seemed to him that he was eyed in a strange manner. The workman told him to address himself to M. d'Asta, who was in his office. Surprised at this reception, Marius decided to do so, and found the manufacturer engaged in conversation with 3 gentlemen, who stopped talking directly he showed himself. "Can you tell me, sir," inquired the young man, "if M. Charles Blétry is at the factory?" D'Asta exchanged a rapid glance with one of the persons present, a stout, pale, and severe-looking man.
Monsieur Charles Blétry will return presently," he replied. "Please wait for him. Are you a friend of his?" "Yes," replied Marius simply. "He resides in the same house as I do. I have known him for about 3 years." There was a pause. The young man, thinking he was in the way, added with a bow, and walking towards the door, "I am much obliged to you. I will wait for him outside." Then the stout gentleman leant forward, and said a few words to the manufacturer in a low voice. Monsieur d'Ast signed to Marius to stay. "Have the goodness to wait here," he exclaimed. "Your presence may be useful to us. You must know something of Monsieur Blétry's mode of living, and can no doubt give us some information about him." Marius, greatly astonished, and not understanding, hesitated. "Excuse me," resumed Monsieur d'Ast with great politeness. "I see that my words surprise you." And indicating the stout man, he went on, "That gentleman is the police commissary of the district, and I have sent for him to arrest Charles Blétry, who has robbed us of 60,000 francs in 2 years." On hearing Charles accused of theft, Marius understood everything. He accounted for the young fellow's lavish expenditure, and shuddered at the thought that he had been on the point of accepting his offers of service. He would never have believed that his neighbor could have been guilty of a mean action. He knew very well that there existed at Marseilles, as in all great centres of industry, clerks who robbed their employers in order to satisfy their vices and their love of luxury. He had often heard of clerks earning 100 or 150 francs a month, and who managed to lose immense sums in gambling in the clubs, to throw gold to loose women, and to idle away their time in restaurants and cafes. But Charles seemed so pious, so modest, so honest, he had played the hypocrite so artfully, that Marius had been taken in by these appearances of probity, and he even now entertained doubts despite Monsieur d'Ast's formal accusation. He seated himself and awaited the development of the drama. As a matter of fact, he could not very well have done otherwise. During half an hour a mournful silence reigned in the office. The manufacturer was writing, whilst the police commissary and the 2 officers, mute and looking half asleep, gazed vaguely before them with terrible patience. Such a sight was calculated to make Marius honest had he been disposed to be otherwise. A step was heard outside, and the door slowly opened. "Here's our man," said Monsieur d'Ast, rising from his seat. Charles Blétry entered quite unsuspiciously, without even noticing the persons who were there. "You wish to see me, sir?" he asked, in that drawling voice peculiar to clerks when addressing their employers. As Monsieur d'Ast was looking him straight in the face, he turned round and beheld the police commissary, whom he knew by sight. He became ghastly pale, understanding that he was lost, and his whole body trembled. He had just walked into the meshes of the law with his eyes shut. Seeing that his frightened looks were accusing him, he tried to pull himself together and to recover a little coolness and audacity. "Yes, I wish to see you," Monsieur d'Ast explained violently, "and you know why, don't you? Ah, scoundrel, you'll never rob me again." "I don't know what you mean," stammered Blétry. "I've never robbed you. What is it you accuse me of?" The police commissary had seated himself at the manufacturer's desk, ready to draw up his report, whilst the 2 officers were guarding the door. "Kindly tell me, sir," said the police commissary to Monsieur d'Ast, "how you discovered that Monsieur Blétry had been guilty of embezzling your money." Then Monsieur d'Ast told the story of the crime. He noticed that occasionally his collector was an extremely long time in getting in certain moneys. But as he had unlimited confidence in the young man, he attributed these delays to the dilatoriness of his customers. The first embezzlement must have occurred quite 18 months back. Anyhow, the day before, one of his customers being on the verge of bankruptcy, he had gone personally to demand payment of an account amounting to 5,000 francs, and had thereupon learnt that Blétry had collected it some weeks previously. Much alarmed, he had hurried back to the factory, and, by going through the cashier's books, had convinced himself that about 60,000 francs were missing. The police commissary then proceeded to question Blétry. The latter, taken unawares and unable to deny the facts, concocted a ridiculous story. "One day," he said, "I lost my pocket-book containing 40,000 francs. I had not the courage to tell Monsieur d'Ast of this great misfortune, so I embezzled some money to gamble on the Stock Exchange, hoping to win and so reimburse the firm." The police commissary asked him for particulars, confused him by his questions, and forced him to contradict himself.
Blétry then tried another falsehood. "You are right," he resumed, "and I did not lose the pocket book. I prefer to tell you everything. The truth is, I was robbed myself. I gave shelter to a young man who was hard up. One night he went off with my collector's bag, and it contained a considerable sum of money." "Come, don't make your crime worse by lying," said the commissary, with that terrifying patience of police officials. "You know very well that we can't believe you. It's no use inventing such rigmaroles." He then turned to Marius, and continued: "I asked M. Das to detain you, sir, thinking you might be useful to us in our inquiry. The accused is, you said, your neighbor. Do you know anything about his mode of life? Will you not beseech him with us to tell the truth?" Marius felt dreadfully embarrassed. He pitied Blétry, who was reeling like a drunken man, and looking at him imploringly. The man was not a hardened scoundrel. No doubt he had given way to temptation, to a weak mind and heart. But Marius's conscience would not be stilled, and commanded him to say what he knew. He did not reply to the police commissary directly, but preferred to address himself to Blétry. "Listen, Charles," he said, "I do not know whether you are guilty. I have always found you good and quiet. I am aware that you support your mother, and that you are beloved by all who know you. If you have been guilty of wrong, admit your folly. You will cause less suffering to those who love and esteem you by frankly owning your guilt and showing sincere repentance." Marius spoke in a gentle and convincing voice. Blétry, whom the curt words of the police commissary had left dumb and inwardly irritated, gave way before his friend's kindness. He thought of his mother, he thought of the esteem and the friendships he was about to lose, and his emotion nearly choked him. He burst into sobs, weeping hot tears in his closed hands; and for some minutes no sound was heard but the heart-rending cry of his despair. It was a complete avowal. The spectators of the scene remained silent. "Well, yes," Blétry exclaimed at last, amidst his tears, "I have robbed. I'm a scoundrel. I didn't know what I was about. I commenced by taking a few 100 francs, then I required 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000 francs at a time. It seemed as if someone was behind me, urging me on. And my needs, my appetites were ever increasing." "But what did you do with all that money?" asked the police commissary. "I don't know. I gave it away, lost it at play, devoured it somehow. You don't know the life. I was happy enough in my poverty, and troubled with nothing. I loved to go to church and to live worthily like an honest man. But then I had a taste of luxury and vice. I got to know women. I bought expensive things. I was mad." "Can you give me the names of the women with whom you squandered the money you were embezzling?" "As if I knew their names! I met them here, there, everywhere, in the streets and at public balls. They came because I had my pockets full of gold, and they went off when they were empty. Then I lost a lot playing baccarat at the clubs. What turned me into a thief was seeing certain well-born young men throwing their money out of window and revelling in wealth and idleness. I wanted to know women as they did, to have noisy joys, nights spent in gambling and debauchery. I required 30,000 francs a year, and I was only earning 1,800. So I ended by stealing." The poor wretch, suffocating, overcome by grief, dropped on to a chair. Marius went up to M. Dast, who was also much affected, and beseeched him to be merciful. He then hastened to withdraw from a scene which made his heart bleed. He left Blétry quite prostrated by a kind of nervous stupor. Some months later he learnt that the young man had been condemned to 5 years' imprisonment. Once outside, Marius experienced a great feeling of relief. He understood that by assisting at Charles's arrest he had received a lesson. A few hours before, when down at the port, he had indulged in some evil ideas of fortune. He had just seen where such thoughts might lead him. And suddenly he remembered why he had gone to the soap works. He had only an hour left in which to find the 15,000 francs which were to save his brother. End of chapters 13 and 14. Part 1, Chapters 15 and 16 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Philippe refuses to save himself. Marius had to admit to himself how powerless he was. He knew not at what door to knock. It is not easy for a simple clerk to borrow 15,000 francs in the course of an hour. He walked slowly down the Rue X, straining his mind, but finding nothing in his wearied brain. Money troubles are terrible. One would sooner battle with an assassin than fight against the imperceptible and crushing phantom of poverty. Nobody has ever yet been able to conjure up a 5-franc piece. When the young man, hopeless and at his wits' end, reached the Cours Bezuns, he decided to return to X empty-handed. The coach was about to start, and there was only one vacant seat left, an outside one. He took it with delight, preferring to remain in the open air, for anxiety was stifling him, and he hoped that the vast horizon of the open country would calm his fever. It was a sad journey. In the morning he had passed the same trees, the same hills, and hope, which brought a smile to his lips, then shed a joyous brightness over the fields and slopes. Now, as he again beheld the same countryside, he enveloped it in all the gloom that was weighing on his mind. The heavy vehicle lumbered on. The cultivated land, the pine woods, the little hamlets succeeded each other at either side of the road, and Marius found in each change of landscape a deeper air of mourning, a more poignant grief. Night fell, and it seemed to him that the entire country was covered by an immense pall. On reaching X, he walked slowly towards the prison. He felt that he would always arrive too soon with his evil news. When he entered the jail it was 9 o'clock. Revertéga and Fine were killing time by having a game at cards on a corner of the table. The flower girl jumped up gleefully and ran to meet the young man. "Well?" she asked him, with a bright smile, and throwing back her head coquettishly. Marius had not the courage to reply. He sat down, exhausted. "Speak up!" cried Fine. "You've got the money?" "No," the young man answered simply. After a moment he told them of Bérard's failure, Blétry's arrest, all the misfortunes he had encountered at Marseilles. He wound up by saying, "I am now no more than a poverty-stricken wretch. My brother will remain a prisoner." The flower girl remained painfully surprised. Her hands clasped in that attitude of pity peculiar to Provençal women, she repeated in a rueful tone of voice, "How sad! How sad!" She looked at her uncle, and seemed to be urging him to speak. Revertéga eyed the two young people compassionately. It was evident that a struggle was taking place within him. At length he seemed to make up his mind, and said to Marius, "Listen to me, sir. My duties have not hardened me to such an extent as to render me insensible to the sufferings of worthy people. I have already said why I was willing to sell you your brother's freedom. But I do not wish you to think that the love of money alone is prompting me. If unfortunate circumstances prevent your placing me at once out of the reach of poverty, I will nevertheless open the door to M. Philippe. You can come to my assistance later on, and pay me the 15,000 francs little by little when you are able to do so." Fine clapped her hands on hearing these words. She flung her arms round her uncle's neck and embraced him heartily. Marius looked very grave as he replied, "I cannot accept your sacrifice. I am already reproaching myself with having tempted you to disregard your duty, and I refuse to increase my responsibility by also casting you adrift without a crust of bread." The flower girl turned to the young man almost angrily. "Hold your tongue!" she cried. "Monsieur Philippe must be saved. I intend that he shall be. Besides, we don't need you to open the prison doors. Come, uncle, if Monsieur Philippe is willing, his brother can have nothing to say." Marius followed the young woman and the jailer, who were going in the direction of the prisoner's cell. They had taken a dark lantern, and were gliding softly along the passages in order not to excite remark. All three entered the cell and closed the door behind them. Philippe was asleep. Revertéga, moved by his niece's tears, had softened the prison regulations as much as possible for the young man. He brought him lunch and dinner, which Fine herself prepared. He lent him books, and had even given him an additional rug. The cell had been made habitable, and Philippe was not too uncomfortable there. He knew, moreover, that they were working for his escape. He woke up and held out his hands effusively to his brother and the flower girl. "You have come for me?" he asked, smiling. "Yes," answered Fine. "Dress yourself at once." Marius remained silent. His heart was beating quickly. He feared that a strong desire for liberty might lead his brother to accept the means of flight which he himself had thought right to decline. "So everything is agreed and arranged," resumed Philippe. "I may go off without fear or regret. You have paid the promised amount?" "You don't answer me, Marius." Fine hastened to intervene. "Haven't I told you to make haste?" she cried. "What are you troubling yourself about?" She threw him his clothes, and added that she would wait in the passage. Marius stopped her. "Excuse me," he said. "I cannot leave my brother in ignorance of our misfortunes." And in spite of Fine's impatience, he related again the result of his journey to Marseilles. He, however, gave his brother no advice, but left him at full liberty to come to a decision himself. "So then," exclaimed Philippe, completely crushed, "you've not given the money to the jailer, and we're without a copper?" "Don't worry yourself about that," replied Robertega, drawing near. "You can help me later on." The prisoner said nothing. He was no longer thinking of his escape. His thoughts were centred on his poverty, on the sorry figure he would henceforth cut, once he was at liberty. No more smart clothes, no more strolls in fashionable haunts, no more love adventures. But besides all this he had some chivalrous feelings, some poetical ideas which forbade him accepting Robertega's sacrifice. He lay back on his miserable bed, drew the clothes up to his chin, and said quietly, "Very well, I shall stay where I am." Marius's face beamed. Fine looked overwhelmed. She tried to prove the necessity for the escape. She spoke of the public exhibition, of the infamy of the pillory. She grew excited and looked superb in her passion, and Philippe gazed at her admiringly. "My beautiful child," he replied, "you might succeed in making me yield if I had not grown blind and obstinate in this cell. But really I have done enough mean things already without wishing to burden my conscience with any more. We are in the hands of Providence. Moreover, all is not yet lost. Marius will free me. He'll find the money somehow. You see if he don't. You shall come and fetch me when you've paid my ransom, and we'll fly together, and I'll give you a kiss." He spoke almost gaily. Marius took his hand. "Thanks, brother," he said. "Be of good cheer." Fine and Robertega went out, whilst Philippe and Marius remained alone a few minutes. They had some serious and affecting conversation. They spoke of Blanche, and the child she was expecting. When the visitors were back in the jailer's room, the flower girl, in despair, asked Marius what he thought of doing. "I shall make some further efforts," he replied. "Unfortunately, we have not much time, and I scarcely know where to seek assistance." "I can give you a piece of advice," observed Robertega. "There's a banker in this town, living close by here, named Rostand, who would perhaps consent to lend you a considerable sum. But I must warn you that this Rostand has the reputation of being an usurer." Marius had not the choice of means. "Thanks," he said. "I will call on the man to morrow." CHAPTER XVI. THE USURERS. M. Rostand was a clever man. He pursued his shameful calling undisturbed. To give an honest appearance to his trade, he had opened a banking house; and, having paid for the license, he was legally established. At times he could even be a trifle honest, and would lend money at the same rate of interest as the other bankers of the town. But there was, so to say, a back office in his establishment, wherein he took delight in elaborating his knavish schemes. 6 months after the opening of his bank, he became the managing director of a company of usurers, a black band which entrusted him with certain funds for investment. The combination was of a simplicity quite patriarchal. People endowed him with the bump of usury, and, who feared to indulge their propensity at their own risk and peril, brought him their money and requested him to turn it to good account. By these means he always had a considerable capital to turn over, and was enabled to take full advantage of needy borrowers. Those who furnished the money remained in the background. He had solemnly undertaken to lend at a fabulous rate of interest, at 50, 60, and even 80%. The sleeping partners met at his office once a month, he produced his accounts, and they shared the spoil. But he so arranged matters as to keep the larger share for himself. In fact, he robbed the robbers. It was especially against the small traders that he directed his operations. When a shopkeeper came to see him the day before a payment fell due, he imposed most exorbitant terms. The tradesman invariably accepted them, and in this way he had brought about more than 50 failures in 10 years. Moreover, all was fish that came to his net. He would as soon lend 5 francs to a market woman as 1,000 to a cattle dealer. He kept a sharp lookout and never lost an opportunity of investing 10 francs one day to receive 12 the next. He was on the watch for noble youths, fast young men who fling their money out of window. He filled their hands with gold so that they might throw the more, and he stood outside to pick up what they threw. He also took trips into the country and tempted the peasants. When the crops failed, he dispossessed them piece by piece of their land and farms. His house had thus become a veritable pitfall which swallowed up whole fortunes. The individuals, the entire families he had ruined were well known. No one was ignorant of his underhand dealings. His sleeping partners were pointed at in the streets, wealthy men, ex-officials, merchants, and even workmen. But proof was lacking. His banker's license shielded him, and he was too clever to allow himself to be caught napping. Since he had first started his nefarious speculations, Rostand had only once found himself in danger. The affair created a great sensation. A lady belonging to a wealthy family borrowed a rather large sum of him. She was very pious, and had bereft herself of her fortune by giving money in charity on all sides. Knowing that she was completely without means, he insisted upon her signing bills with her brother's name. Having these forgeries in his possession, he was certain of being paid by the brother, who would be anxious to avoid a scandal. The poor lady signed as required. Charity had ruined her, and the weak kindliness of her nature brought about her fall. His calculations turned out correct, and the first bills were paid. But as more and more were presented, the brother grew tired of paying, and determined to get to the bottom of the matter. He called on Rostand and threatened to expose him. He said that he would sooner see his sister disgraced than allow himself to be further robbed with impunity by such a scoundrel. The usurer, thoroughly cowed, gave up the bills he still possessed. He did not, however, lose a copper on the transaction, having advanced the loan at cent per cent. Since then, Rostand had been extremely careful. He invested the capital of the Black Band with a skill which won him the admiration and confidence of the usurers. Whilst his sleeping partners were airing themselves in the sunshine, like worthy people who would never rob a soul, he remained buried in a great dark office. It was there that the golden coins of the concern grew and multiplied. Rostand had ended by acquiring quite an affection for his fraudulent and thievish trade. Some members of the band applied their profits to satisfying their passions, their appetites for luxurious and dissolute living. He took his sole delight in being a clever rascal. He felt as much interest in each of his operations as if it had been a drama or a comedy he was witnessing. He applauded himself when his plans succeeded, and then felt the pride, the joy of a successful author. Then he spread out on a table the money he had stolen, and lost himself in all the voluptuous sensations of the miser. It was to such a man that Revertéga had naively sent Marius. The latter knocked at Rostand's door on the following morning towards 8 o'clock. It was a heavy square house, and the closed shutters gave it a bare, cold appearance, an air of mystery and mistrust. A toothless old waiting woman, attired in a dirty, ragged cotton gown, opened a door a few inches. "Monsieur Rostand?" asked Marius. "He is in, but engaged," replied the servant, without opening the door any wider. The young man, losing patience, pushed the door open and entered the hall. "Very well," he said, "I'll wait." Surprised, and scarcely knowing what to do, the servant, seeing she could not get rid of him, took him up to the first floor, and left him by himself in a kind of ante-room. It was a small dark apartment, hung with greenish wallpaper, discoloured by large damp stains. The only furniture consisted in a rush-bottomed chair, upon which Marius seated himself. Opposite him, an open door showed the interior of an office, in which a clerk was writing with a quill pen, which made a grating noise as it travelled over the paper. There was another door on his left, which probably led to the banker's private room. Marius waited a long time. The stale smell of old papers pervaded the atmosphere around him. The apartment was sickeningly dirty, and the nakedness of the walls gave it a lugubrious appearance. Dust was accumulated in all the corners, and cobwebs hung from the ceiling. The young man was suffocating, and getting out of patience with the grating of the quill pen which kept on increasing. Suddenly he heard voices in the adjoining room, and, as the words reached him clear and distinct, he was on the point of discreetly moving further off, when certain expressions rooted him to the spot. There are some conversations which it is permissible to overhear, scrupulousness not being intended as a safeguard of the privacy of certain people. A harsh voice, no doubt that of the master of the house, was saying with friendly bluntness, "Gentlemen, we are all here, let's talk business. The sitting is open. I will render you a faithful account of my operations of the month, and we will then proceed to the division of the profits." There was slight noise, a sound of private conversations dying away. Marius, who so far had not understood, felt nevertheless a lively curiosity. He guessed that some strange scene was taking place on the other side of the door. As a matter of fact, the usurer Rostand was closeted with his worthy associates of the Black Band. The young man had called just at the time of their meeting, when the managing director was about to produce his accounts, explain his operations, and divide the spoil. The harsh voice continued. "Before entering into details, I must inform you that this month's results are not so good as last month's. We then had an average of 60%. Today we have only 55. Various exclamations arose, similar to the protesting murmurs of a dissatisfied crowd. There must have been about 15 persons in the room. "Gentlemen," continued Rostand with bitter raillery, "I have done what I could, and you ought to thank me. The business becomes more difficult every day. However, here are my accounts, and I will give you a rapid statement of some of the affairs I have transacted." Complete silence ensued for a few seconds. Then there was a rustling of paper and the sound of the leaves of a ledger being turned over. Marius, beginning to understand, listened more attentively than ever. Rostand commenced to go over his various operations, giving some explanations as to each one. He spoke in the sing-song voice of a court official. "I lent," he said, 10,000 francs to young Count de Salvi, a youth of 20, who will attain his majority in 9 months' time. He had lost at play, and his mistress, it seems, required a large amount from him. He signed bills at 3 months for 18,000 francs. These bills are post-dated the day of his majority, so as to make all secure. The family owns large estates. It's an excellent affair." A flattering murmur greeted the usurer's words. "On the morrow," he continued, "I received a visit from the Count's mistress, who was exasperated, her lover only having given her 2,000 or 3,000 franc notes. She swore that she would bring me the Count bound hand and foot to negotiate a fresh loan. I shall then require the assignment of one of his estates. We have still 9 months to shear the young fool whom his mother leaves without money." Rostand turned over some leaves of the ledger, and resumed after a short silence. "Jourdier, a cloth merchant, who each month requires a few 100 francs to meet his bills. At the present time his business belongs almost entirely to us. I last lent him 500 francs at 60%. If he asks for anything next month, I'll make him bankrupt, and we shall take the whole of his stock. Marianne, a market woman, every morning she wants 10 francs, and every evening she returns me 15. I fancy she drinks. It's a small affair, but a certain profit, a fixed income of 5 francs a day. Laurent, a peasant of the Roquefavre district. He has made over to me, piece by piece, some land he owned near Arques. The ground is worth 5,000 francs, and has only cost us 2,000. I had the man evicted from the place, and his wife and children came here and made quite a scene. You'll take it into account, I hope, these annoyances I have to put up with. André, a miller. He owed us 800 francs, and I threatened him with an execution. He hurried here and implored me not to ruin him by letting every one know of his insolvency. I consented to effect the seizure myself without employing a bailiff, and by that means I obtained over 1,200 francs worth of furniture and linen. I made quite 400 francs by being good-natured." A tremor of satisfaction passed through his colleagues. Marius could hear the smothered laughter of those men who were rejoicing at Rostand's cleverness. The latter continued. "Now for the simple cases. 3,000 francs at 40% to the merchant Simon. 1,500 francs at 50% to Charançon, the cattle dealer.
2,000 francs at 80% to the Marquis de Cantarelle, 100 francs at 35% to the son of Tingray the notary."
And Rostand went on thus for a quarter of an hour, reading out names and figures, mentioning loans varying from 10 francs to 10,000, and interest from 20 to 100%.
"But what were you telling us, my dear friend?" asked a thick, husky voice when he had finished. "You have worked wonderfully well this last month. All these assets are excellent. It is impossible for the profit not to average more than 55%. You no doubt made a mistake when you mentioned that figure." "I never make a mistake," the usurer curtly answered.
Marius, who had almost placed his ear against the door, thought he noticed some hesitation in the wretch's voice.
"I have not yet told you everything," Rostand continued with embarrassment. "We lost 12,000 francs a week ago."
These words created quite an uproar, and Marius hoped, for a moment, that these scoundrels would set upon one another.
"Hang it all, listen to me," cried the banker, amid the tumult. "I help you to make enough money for you to excuse me if you lose some once in a way. Besides, it wasn't my fault. I was robbed."
He uttered these words with all the indignation of an honest man. When quiet was restored, he added,
"Here's the whole story. Monnier, a corn dealer and a solvent man, about whom I had obtained reliable information, came to borrow 12,000 francs. I said I could not lend them myself, but that I knew an old skinflint who would perhaps advance the money at exorbitant interest. He called again the next day and told me that he was ready to agree to any conditions. I told him that 5,000 francs interest for 6 months was required. He agreed. You see, it was as good as a gold mine. Whilst I went to fetch the cash, he sat down at my table and wrote out 17 bills of 1,000 francs each. I examined them and placed them on the corner of this desk. Then I conversed a few minutes with Monnier, who got up, and after putting his money away, prepared to leave. When he was gone, I took the documents to put them in a place of safety. But just fancy, the rogue had changed the bills for a similar bundle of worthless ones, scribbled all over, payable to the deuce knows who, and unsigned. I was robbed, and nearly had a fit. I ran after the swindler, whom I found strolling along the cour in the sunshine. At the first word I uttered, he called me a usurer, and threatened me with the police commissary. That Monnier has the reputation of being a loyal and upright man, and so, upon reflection, I preferred to hold my tongue."
This story had been several times interrupted by the angry remarks of the listeners.
"You must admit, Rostand, that you have been wanting in energy," observed the husky voice. "Well, we've lost our money, and we'll only get 55%. Another time you must look after our interests better. Now we'll divide the profits."
In spite of his anguish and indignation, Marius could not help smiling. Monnier's robbery was like a grand piece of comedy, and in his heart he applauded the knave who had cheated a knave. He now knew the trade Rostand followed. He had not lost a word of what had been said in the adjoining room, and he easily pictured to himself the scene that had been passing there. Leaning back on his chair, his ear close to the door, he could see in his mind's eye the usurers quarrelling among themselves with eager looks and faces contracted by the evil passions which were agitating them. He felt a kind of bitter mirth when he thought of his reason for coming to that thieves' den. What simplicity, good heavens! It was there he had thought to obtain the 15,000 francs which were to save Philippe, and he had not been waiting an hour for the banker to turn him out like a beggar. Or else Rostand would demand 50% interest and rob him impudently. At that thought, and with the knowledge that there was there, close to him, a meeting of rascals who throve on the shame and misfortunes of a town, he jumped up and laid his hand on the door-handle. One could hear the clink of gold within the room. The usurers were dividing their spoil. Each one was pocketing his share of a month's swindling. That money which they were counting, and whose music voluptuously titillated their flesh, seemed at times to sob aloud amidst the quivering silence, broken only by the banker's voice uttering figures with metallic harshness. He calculated each one's share, named an amount, and let fall a pile of jingling coins. Marius turned the handle, and, with pale face and resolute gaze, stood a few seconds silent in the doorway. The young man had a strange spectacle before him. Rostand was standing at his table. Behind him was an open safe from which he took handfuls of gold. Around the table were seated the members of the Black Band, some awaiting their share, others pocketing the money they had just received. Every minute the banker consulted his accounts, examining a ledger, and doled out the money with a careful hand. His confederates were watching his movements. At the sound of the opening door, all the heads turned quickly round with fright. And when they beheld Marius, grave and indignant, they instinctively closed their fingers on their heaps of gold. For a moment all was confusion and apprehension. The young man recognized the wretches perfectly. He had met them in the streets with heads erect and dignified mien, and he had even bowed to some who might have saved his brother. They were all wealthy, esteemed, and influential. There were among them ex-government officials, landed proprietors, and persons who frequented the churches and drawing rooms of the town. To see them thus, cringing and paling beneath his gaze, he could not restrain a movement of disgust. Rostand rushed forward, his eyes blinking feverishly, his thick discoloured lips trembling, all his miser's red and wrinkled face expressing a sort of sacred surprise. "What do you want?" he asked Marius, stammering. "You have no right to walk into a house in this manner." "I wanted 15,000 francs," replied the young man, in a cold and scoffing tone of voice. "I've no money," the usurer hastened to say, retreating to the door of his safe. "Oh, be easy, I no longer wish to be robbed. I must tell you that I've been waiting an hour on the other side of the door, and have heard all you've been saying." This statement came like the blow of a club, and caused the members of the black band to bow their heads. These men had still some slight feeling of respectability left, and there were some who hid their faces in their hands. Rostand, having no reputation to lose, gradually recovered himself. He again went up to Marius and raised his voice. "Who are you?" he cried. "By what right do you come into my house listening at doors? Why do you come into my private office, if you have nothing to ask of me?" "Who am I?" said the young man, in a calm, quiet tone. "I am an honest man, and you are a rascal. By what right did I listen at this door? By the right that respectable people have of unmasking scoundrels. Why have I come in here? Simply to tell you that you are a villain." Rostand was trembling with rage. He could not account for the presence of this avenger who thus told him the truth to his face. He was about to shout out, to fall upon Marius, when the latter energetically motioned him back. "Keep quiet," he resumed. "I am going. I am stifling here. But I would not go without relieving my feelings a bit. Ah, gentlemen, you have a voracious appetite. You gluttonously share among you the tears and despair of entire families. You gorge yourselves with robbery and swindling. I am glad to be able to trouble your digestion a trifle, and to make you shiver with anxiety." Rostand attempted to stop him, but he continued in a louder tone of voice. "Highwaymen possess at least courage. They fight and risk their lives. But you, gentlemen, you rob shamelessly in secret. And to think that it was not necessary for you to become swindlers to live. You are every one of you well to do. You behave like scoundrels, heaven forgive me, for pleasure." Some of the usurers rose menacingly. "You've never before seen the anger of an honest man, have you?" added Marius scoffingly. "Truth both annoys and frightens you. You're accustomed to be treated with the respect due to decent people, and as you have arranged to hide your baseness and to live esteemed by all, you have ended by yourselves believing in the respect accorded to your hypocrisy. Well, I've chosen that for once in your lives you should be insulted as you deserve, and that's why I entered here." The young man saw that they would fall upon him if he went on. He retreated step by step towards the door, keeping the usurer at bay by the firmness of his gaze. Once there, he stopped again. "I know very well, gentlemen," he said, "that I cannot bring you to the bar of human justice. Your wealth, your influence, and your skill render you inviolable. If I were foolish enough to fight against you, it is I, no doubt, who would be crushed. But anyhow I shall not have to reproach myself with having been in the company of such men as you without having shewn them my contempt. I would that my words were red-hot irons that would brand you on your faces. The crowd would follow you with its howls, and perhaps the lesson would do you good. Share your gold. If there's an atom of honesty left in you, it will burn your hands." Marius closed the door and went off. When he reached the street, he smiled sadly. He saw life spread out before him in all its shame and wretchedness, and perceived he was performing the noble and ridiculous part of a Don Quixote of justice and honour. End of chapters 15 and 16. Part 1, chapters 17, 18, and 19 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Two Shameless Characters. When Marius had related his adventure to the jailer and flower girl, the latter exclaimed, "We're no better off than we were. Why did you lose your temper? That man might have lent you the money." Women possess a certain obstinacy which renders the feminine conscience easier. Therefore fine, loyal girl though she was, would perhaps have closed her ears at Rostand's, or even have made use of the secrets chance placed in her possession. Revertéga felt rather ashamed at having advised Marius to go to the banker. "I warned you, sir," he said. "I was aware of the rumours afloat about the man, but I thought a great deal was said out of spite. Had I known the real truth I would never have sent you to him." Marius and Fine spent the afternoon in forming extravagant plans, and cudgelling their brains in vain for a means of obtaining the 15,000 francs necessary for Philippe's safety. "What!" exclaimed the young woman, "can't we find in all this town some kind soul willing to help us out of our trouble? Are there no rich people here who would lend their money at a reasonable rate? Come, uncle, think a bit. Tell me of some benevolent person whom I may go and plead to on my knees." Revertéga shook his head. "Well, yes," he replied, "there are worthy people here, rich folk who would perhaps assist you. But you have no claim on their bounty. You can't go and ask them for money right off. You must apply to money lenders or bill discounters, and, as you've no solid security to offer, you're obliged to deal with usurers. Oh, I know some old misers, old rascals who'd be delighted to have you in their clutches, or else would chuck you out like dangerous beggars." As Fine listened to her uncle, all these money questions got rather mixed in her young head. She was so frank, so open-hearted, that it seemed to her quite natural and easy to ask for and obtain a large sum in a couple of hours. There are millionaires who can so easily dispose of a few thousand francs without inconveniencing themselves. She therefore persisted. "Come, think well," she said again to the jailer. "Do you really know of nobody we might apply to?" Revertéga, greatly affected, looked at her anxious face. He would rather not have laid bare the unsavoury realities of life before this young creature, full of the hopes of youth. "No, really," he replied, "I know of no one. I have spoken to you of old rascals who have shamelessly made large fortunes. They, like Rostand, lend 100 francs to receive 150 at the end of 3 months." He hesitated, and then went on in a lower tone of voice. "Shall I relate to you the history of one of these men? His name is Roumieux, and he's a retired notary. His game was to prosecute a terrible chase after inheritances. He would introduce himself into families, where his calling should have made him a confidant and friend, and there study the ground and prepare his ambuscades. Whenever he came across a weak-minded person who had property to leave, he became his creature, circumvented him, and drew him gradually into his meshes by obsequiousness and blandishments, by quite a clever comedy of little attentions and filial tenderness. Ah, he was a clever fellow. You should have seen him fascinate his prey, making himself supple and winning, gaining a hold on the affections of some old man. He ousted the natural heirs, the nephews and cousins, by degrees, and then drew up a new will which despoiled them of their relatives' fortune and appointed him sole legatee. But he never hurried matters. He would take 10 years to reach his goal, to mature things thoroughly. He advanced with feline craftiness, creeping along in the dark, never springing upon his prey until it lay panting, rendered inert by his gaze and caresses. He hunted inheritances like the tiger hunts game, with noiseless cruelty and a ferocity hidden behind smirks and smiles. Fine fancied she was being told a story out of the Arabian Nights. She listened to her uncle, her eyes wide open with astonishment. Marius was becoming familiar with base actions. "And you say this man made a large fortune?" he asked the jailer. "Yes," the latter replied. "There are some strange stories told which prove Roumieux's amazing cleverness. For instance, 10 or 15 years ago he worked his way into the good graces of an old lady who possessed a fortune of close upon 500,000 francs. It was quite a conquest. The old lady became his slave, almost to the point of refusing herself a crust of bread in order not to encroach upon the wealth she wished to leave to this demon, who possessed her like a devil and obtained complete mastery over her. She was indeed possessed in the true sense of the word. All the holy water of a church would not have been sufficient to cast him out. A visit from Roumieux would plunge her into endless ecstasy. When he bowed to her in the street, it was as though she had received a shock, she became quite red with joy. One has never been able to understand by what flattery, by what skilful and irresistible advance the notary had been able to penetrate so deeply into this heart which was closed by the most exaggerated piety. When the old lady died, she despoiled her direct heirs and left her 500,000 francs to Roumieux. Everybody expected this would happen. After a pause, Revertéga went on. Listen, I can give you another instance. The anecdote contains quite a cruel comedy, in which Roumieux gave proof of rare artfulness. A man named Richard, who had amassed several 100,000 francs in business, retired, and went to live with a worthy couple who nursed him and enlivened his old age. In exchange for their affectionate attentions, the retired merchant had promised to leave them his fortune. They lived on in this expectation. They had several children whom they hoped to establish well in life. But Roumieux happened to pass by, and soon became Richard's intimate friend. He would take him occasionally into the country, and secretly obtained complete mastery over him. The family which had received the retired merchant suspected nothing. They continued to nurse him and await the inheritance. During 15 years they lived thus, quite easy in their minds, forming plans for the future, and feeling certain of being happy and rich. Richard died, and on the morrow Roumieux was found to have inherited his property, to the great surprise and grief of this family, swindled both in its affections and its interest. Such is the hunter after inheritances. When he moves one cannot hear the sound of his claws upon the ground. His bounds are too rapid to be measured. He has already sucked his prey dry before he has been observed to be upon it. Fine felt filled with disgust. No, no, she said. I will never go and ask money of such a man. Don't you know another, uncle? All usurers are alike, my poor child, replied the jailer. They all have some indelible stain on their lives. I know an old skinflint who has more than 1 million, and who lives alone in a dirty, tumble-down house. Guillaume buries himself out of sight in his foul den. The damp is rotting the walls, the floor is not even paved, but is a sort of muck heap consisting of mud and filth. Cobwebs hang from the ceiling, the dust lies thick over everything, while a dull, lugubrious light penetrates through the window panes which are coated thick with dirt. The old miser seems to sleep amidst impurities, like the waiting spider sleeps in the centre of his web on the beam. When some prey becomes entangled in the nets he has spread, he draws it to him and sucks it dry of its life-blood. His food consists solely of vegetables cooked in plain water, and he never satisfies his hunger. He clothes himself in rags and leads the life of a leprous beggar. And all this for the sake of keeping the money he has already accumulated, and of adding unceasingly to his store. He only lends at cent per cent. Fine turned pale at the picture her uncle was setting before her. Guillaume has friends, however, who extol his piety, continued the jailer. He believes in neither heaven nor hell, and would sell the Saviour a second time if he had the opportunity, but he has been clever enough to sham great devoutness, and this piece of acting has won him the esteem of certain narrow minds. He may be met dragging himself about the churches, kneeling behind every pillar, using gallons of holy water. Inquire throughout the town, ask anyone what good action this saintly person has ever done. He worships the Almighty, it is said, but he robs his fellow man. It's impossible to name a single creature he has ever assisted. He lends at an usurious rate, he has never given a copper in charity. Were some poor wretch to be dying at his door, he wouldn't take him a crust of bread nor a glass of water. If he enjoys any kind of esteem, it's because he has stolen it, the same as everything else he possesses. Revertéga stopped and looked at his niece, scarcely knowing whether he should continue. And you would be simple enough to apply to such a man,
said he at last. "I cannot tell you everything. I cannot speak of his vices, for the old scoundrel has ignoble ones. At times he forgets his avarice to satisfy his lust. There are shocking stories told of him." "Enough!" cried Marius energetically. Fine, confused and dismayed, bowed her head, having lost all courage and hope. "I see money is too dear," the young man resumed, "and that one must sell oneself to obtain it. Ah, if I had only the time to earn the sum we require by hard work!" Then all three remained silent, unable to find a means of salvation. CHAPTER XVIII. IN WHICH THERE IS A GLIMMER OF HOPE. The following morning Marius, urged on by necessity, decided on calling on M. de Girousse. He had been thinking of applying to the old count ever since he had been in search of money, but had always refrained from doing so on account of the nobleman's original bluntness. He felt ashamed to own his poverty, and blushed at the thought of having to confess to what use he proposed putting the amount he was asking for. Nothing seemed more painful to him than to be compelled to take any third party into his confidence in regard to his brother's escape, and M. de Girousse frightened him more than anyone else. When the young man called, the mansion was closed, the count having just left for Lambesc. His errand was so disagreeable to him that he was almost glad at finding no one at home. He remained on the Cours, irresolute, not daring to go to Lambesc, and in despair at being reduced to inaction. As he advanced along one of the paths, quite upset, and with his eyes wandering vaguely about him, he met Fine. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. The flower girl, with her best clothes on, had a small travelling bag in her hand, and appeared all smiles and determination. "Where are you off to?" he inquired with surprise. "I am going to Marseilles," she answered. He looked at her curiously, asking for an explanation with his eyes. "I can tell you nothing," she continued. "I have a plan, but am afraid of failure. I shall return to night. Come, never despair." Marius accompanied Fine to the diligence. When the heavy vehicle set out, he followed it for a long time with his eyes. This carriage bore away his last hope, and would bring him back joy or anguish. Up to the evening he watched all the diligences coming in, until at length there remained only one to arrive, and Fine had not yet returned. The young man, devoured by impatience, walked nervously backward and forward, trembling lest the flower girl should not return until the following day. In his trouble as to what this last attempt might be, he felt he had not the courage to pass another whole night of uncertainty and anxiety. He walked about the Cours shivering, and a prey to a sort of nightmare. At last he perceived the diligence in the distance, in the centre of the Rotonde square. When he heard the wheels rumbling on the stones, his heart beat violently. He set his back against a tree, and watched the travellers stepping out one by one. All at once he felt as if rooted to the spot. He had seen the tall form and sad, pale face of Abbé Chastanier appear at one of the open doors of the vehicle, almost opposite him. When the Abbé was on the pavement, he extended his hand, and helped out a young lady who was none other than Mademoiselle Blanche de Cazalis. Fine lightly sprang to the ground behind her, without making use of the step. She was beaming with smiles. The two travellers, guided by Fine, went off in the direction of the Hôtel des Princes. Marius, who had remained in the shades of early evening, followed them in a mechanical manner, at a loss to understand, as if stultified. Fine remained 10 minutes in the hotel at most. As she left she caught sight of the young man, and ran towards him in a fit of delight. "I succeeded in bringing them here," she exclaimed, clapping her hands, "and now I trust they will obtain what I want. To-morrow we shall be fixed." Then she took Marius's arm, and gave him an account of her journey. The previous evening she had been struck by something the young man had said about regretting he had not the time before him to earn the amount he required by work. On the other hand, the anecdotes her uncle had related had shown her that it would be impossible to find a moneylender or usurer disposed to be reasonable. The matter was therefore reduced to one of gaining time, of delaying as long as possible the moment when Philippe would be attached to the pillory. What terrified them was this public exhibition, and the infamy it carried with it, by handing over the condemned to the sneers and insults of the mob. From that moment the young girl's plan was formed. It was a bold plan, which would perhaps succeed by reason of its audacity. Her intention had been to go straight to M. Cazalis's, to penetrate as far as his niece and describe the picture of the public exhibition of Philippe,
pointing out how insulting such a sight would be for her. She would persuade her to lend assistance, and both would go and implore the deputy to intercede. If M. de Cazalis would not consent to ask for pardon, he would perhaps try to obtain a postponement. Fine, however, did not reason out her plans. It seemed to her impossible that Blanche's uncle could resist her tears. She had faith in her devotedness. The poor child was dreaming with her eyes wide open and hoping that M. de Cazalis would relent at the last moment. This proud and obstinate man had meant to cover Philippe with infamy, and he would have allowed no obstacle to be placed in the way of his vengeance. Had she found herself in his path, she would have been crushed, she would have expended her brightest smiles and most touching tears in pure loss. Fortunately for her, she was assisted by circumstances. When she called at the deputy's mansion in the Cours Bonaparte, she was informed that M. de Cazalis had just left for Paris on business connected with his political position. She then asked to see Mademoiselle Blanche, and was told, in a sort of vague manner, that the young lady was absent, that she was travelling. The flower girl felt very much embarrassed, but she was obliged to withdraw and to go back and think matters over in the street. All her plans were upset. This absence of the uncle and niece deprived her of the support on which she had relied, and she had not a single friend to whom she could appeal. She was determined, however, that she would not lose her last hope and return to X as sick at heart as on the previous evening, after having made a useless journey. All at once she thought of Abbé Chastanier. Marius had often spoken to her of the old priest. She knew how good and devoted he was. Perhaps he might be able to give her some valuable information. She found him at the house of his sister, the old invalided workwoman, and, unbosoming herself to him, explained in a few words the reason of her journey to Marseilles. The priest listened to her with lively concern. "It is Heaven that has sent you here," he answered. "I think, under circumstances such as these, that I may violate the secret that has been entrusted to me. Mademoiselle Blanche is not travelling. Her uncle, wishing to hide her condition and being unable to take her to Paris, has rented a cottage for her in the village of Saint Henri. She is living there with a companion. M. de Cazalis, who has received me back into his good graces and begged me to visit her frequently, has given me considerable power over her. Shall I take you to this poor child, whom you will find very much altered and broken down?" Fine accepted joyfully. Blanche turned quite pale when she saw the flower girl, and began to shed warm tears. There was a large bluish circle round her eyes, the blood had fled from her lips, and her cheeks were like white wax. One saw that a terrible cry, the cry of truth, rose within her and made her stagger. When Fine, in a sweet voice, accompanied by tender caresses, had made her understand that she could perhaps save Philippe from supreme humiliation, she stood straight up and said in a broken voice, "I am ready. Dispose of me. I hear a child speaking to me unceasingly of its father. I would fain appease the anger of this poor little creature which is yet unborn." "Well," continued Fine warmly, "assist us in our work of deliverance. I am certain you will obtain at least a respite if you make the attempt." "But," observed Abbé Chastanier, "Mademoiselle Blanche cannot go to X alone. I must accompany her. I know that if M. de Cazalis hears of this journey he will load me with bitter reproaches. I accept, however, the responsibility of what I am doing, in the belief that I am acting as an upright man." As soon as the flower girl had obtained this consent, she hardly allowed the old man and young girl sufficient time to get a few things together for the journey. She returned to Marseilles with them, pushed them into the diligence, and it was thus that she brought them triumphantly into X. The following day Blanche was to pay a visit to the president of the bench of judges who had passed sentence on Philippe. When Fine had concluded her story, Marius embraced her warmly on both cheeks, a proceeding that made a bloom of pink overspread the young girl's forehead. CHAPTER XIX. A respite. Fine called on Blanche and Abbé Chastanier the next morning. She wished to accompany them to the door of the president's residence, so as to learn the result of their application without a moment's delay. Marius, who understood that his presence would be painful to Mademoiselle de Cazalis, began strolling about the cour like a soul in trouble, and followed the priest and two young girls at a distance. When the supplicants had gone upstairs, the flower girl perceived the young man and sighed to him to come and join her. They both waited, agitated and anxious, without exchanging a word. The president received Blanche with great commiseration. He understood that she had received the cruelest of blows in this unfortunate business. The poor child could not speak. At the first she began to sob, and all her supplicating being begged for pity infinitely better than her prayers could have done. It was Abbé Chastanier who had to explain their presence and present their petition. "Sir," said he to the president, "we come with joined hands. Mademoiselle de Cazalis is already broken down by the misfortunes that have overwhelmed her. She implores you for pity's sake to spare her fresh humiliation." "What would you have me do?" inquired the president in an unsteady voice. "We desire, if it be possible, that you will prevent a fresh scandal. Monsieur Philippe Cayol has been sentenced to be publicly exhibited, and he is to undergo this punishment within the next few days. But the infamy will not attain him alone. It will not be a case of one culprit being fastened to the pillory. There will be a poor suffering child who now implores your pity. You understand, do you not? The yells and insults of the mob will recoil on Mademoiselle de Cazalis. She will be dragged in the mud by the people, and her name will be passed from mouth to mouth around the abominable post, with sneers of hatred and foul expressions." The president seemed deeply affected. He preserved silence for a moment. Then, as if struck with a sudden idea, he inquired: "But was it Monsieur de Cazalis who sent you here? Is he aware of the steps you are taking?" "No," replied the priest with frank dignity. "Monsieur de Cazalis does not know we are here. Men have interests, passions that bear them along, and which sometimes prevent them forming a clear judgment as to their position. Perhaps we are acting contrary to the wish of Mademoiselle de Cazalis's uncle in coming to solicit you. But above the passions and interests of men are goodness and justice. And so I do not fear to place my sacred character in jeopardy by taking upon myself to ask you to be good and just." "You are right, sir," said the president. "I understand the motives that brought you here, and as you see I am deeply affected by your words. Unfortunately I cannot prevent the punishment. It is not within my power to modify a sentence of a court of assizes." Blanche joined her hands. "Sir," she stammered, "I know not what you can do for me, but I implore you to be merciful. Say to yourself that it is I whom you have sentenced, and endeavour to case my sufferings." The president took her hands and answered her with parental tenderness. "My poor child, I understand everything. The part I have played in this affair has been a painful one. At this moment I am in despair at not being able to say to you, 'Fear nothing, I have the power to overthrow the pillory, and you shall not be attached to the post with the condemned man.'" "Then," asked the dejected priest, "the exhibition will take place shortly?" "You are not even allowed to delay this deplorable scene." The president had risen. "The Minister of Justice," he said, "can put it off at the request of the Crown Advocate. Will you have this exhibition take place at the end of December? I shall be glad to give you a proof of my compassion and goodwill." "Yes, yes," exclaimed Blanche warmly. "Delay the terrible moment as long as possible. I shall perhaps feel stronger." Abbé Chastanier, who knew what Marius's projects were, thought that in presence of the president's promise he ought to retire without insisting further. So he joined Blanche in accepting the offer made them. "Very well, that is understood," said the president, accompanying them to the door. "I shall make the request, and I feel sure it will be granted, that justice shall not take its course before the expiration of 4 months. Until then, rest in peace, mademoiselle. Hope Heaven will perhaps send you some balm to your wounds." The two supplicants proceeded downstairs. As soon as Fine perceived them she ran to meet them. "Well?" she inquired, panting for breath. "As I told you," answered Abbé Chastanier, "the president cannot prevent the execution of the sentence." The flower girl turned quite pale. "But," the old priest hastened to add, "he has promised to intercede and to have the date of the exhibition adjourned. You have 4 months before you to labour for the prisoner's welfare." Marius had approached the little group formed by the 2 young girls and the abbé, in spite of his desire to stand aloof. The silent, solitary street appeared quite white in the intense heat of the noonday sun. Grass had sprung up between the bright paving stones, and a dog, that was giving an airing to its lean spine in the narrow streak of shade which fell from the houses, was the only other living thing about. When the young man heard the words that fell from Abbe Chastanier, he rushed forward and grasped his hands effusively. "Ah, my father," he exclaimed in a trembling voice, "you have brought me back hope and faith. Since yesterday I had been doubting Providence. How can I thank you? How can I prove to you my gratitude? Now I feel possessed of invincible courage. I am certain of saving my brother." Blanche, at the sight of Marius, had hung her head. A warm blush had suffused her cheeks. She stood there, confused and embarrassed, suffering horridly at the presence of this youth, who was aware of her perjury and whom her uncle and she had plunged into despair. When the young man's joy had somewhat subsided, he regretted he had approached. The despairing attitude of Mademoiselle de Cazalis aroused his pity. "My brother has been very guilty," he said to her at last. "Pardon him, as I pardon you." These few words were all he could find. He would have liked to have spoken to her of her child, to have questioned her as to the lot reserved to this poor little creature, to have claimed it in the name of Philippe. But he saw her so bowed down that he dared not torture her further. Fine doubtless understood what was passing within him. While he walked a few steps with Abbe Chastanier, she said rapidly to Blanche: "Remember that I offered you to be a mother to your child. Now I love you, for I see you have a good heart. Make a sign, and I'll hasten to your assistance. But apart from that, I shall be on the watch, for the little creature must not suffer from the folly of its parents." Blanche's only answer was to silently squeeze the flower girl's hand. Big tears were trickling down her cheeks. Mademoiselle de Cazalis and Abbe Chastanier returned at once to Marseilles. Fine and Marius hastened to the jail. They told Robertega that they had 4 months to prepare the escape, and the jailer swore he would abide by his word, on whatever day and hour they might remind him of it. The 2 young people desired to see Philippe before leaving Aix, so as to let him know what had taken place and tell him to have hope. At 11 o'clock in the evening Robertega conducted them again to the cell. Philippe, who was becoming accustomed to the prison regulations, did not seem particularly depressed. "Provided I am spared the disgrace of the public exhibition," he said to them, "I will consent to everything. I would rather break my head open against a wall than be fastened to the post of infamy." And the following day the diligence brought Marius and Fine back to Marseilles. They were about to continue the struggle to which their hearts urged them, on a much larger scale than before. They were about to dive to the bottom of human misery, and behold the bare wounds of a great city abandoned to all the passions of modern industry. End of chapters 17, 18, and 19. End of part 1. Part 2. Chapters 1 and 2 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Vizetelly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Monsieur Sauvert, the Master Stevedore. Cadet Cougourdin's employer, the Master Stevedore Sauvert, was a short, lively, dark man, with thick-set, powerful limbs. His great hooked nose, thin lips, and elongated visage were expressive of that vain-glorious confidence and artful bragging which are the distinctive features of certain types in the south of France. Brought up in the port, a simple laborer in his youth, he had saved up his earnings for 10 years. He raised enormous weights, and was possessed of vigorous strength that did wonders. He was in the habit of saying he did not fear big men. The truth was that this dwarf could have thrashed a giant. But he displayed prudence and wisdom in the use he made of his power, avoiding quarrels, knowing that the tension of his muscles was worth money, and that a blow with the fist only brings trouble. He lived soberly, given up entirely to work and avarice, impatient to attain the end he dreamed of. At last he had before him the few thousand francs he required to accomplish his object. He became a master from one day to another, took men into his employ, and with folded arms watched them toiling and perspiring. From time to time he gave them a little help with a grumble. Sauvert, at the bottom, was a downright lazy fellow. He had worked out of obstinacy, preferring to perform his life's task at one go off and rest later on in the comfortable indolence of a wealthy man. Now that he had poor wretches to win him a fortune, he walked about with his hands in his pockets, piling up money, waiting until he had amassed a large sum to satisfy his instincts of free and noisy life. Little by little the avaricious workman became transformed into a wealthy prodigal. Sauveur was possessed of a tremendous appetite for wealth and pleasure. He wished to have plenty of money in order to enjoy himself beyond measure, and he desired to do that so as to show he had plenty of money. He was urged on by the vanity of a parvenu to make his pleasures fiendishly riotous. When he laughed he insisted on all Marseilles hearing his peal of merriment. He now wore clothes fashioned out of fine cloth, under which it was easy to distinguish the stiff limbs of the former workman. A heavy gold chain was spread out across his waistcoat, it was as thick as one's finger, and from it hung a bunch of massive charms which seemed almost sufficient to stun an ox. On the left hand he wore a gold ring without any stone. With patent leather shoes on his feet, and a soft felt hat on his head, he sauntered up and down the Canebière and round about the port all day, smoking a magnificent meerschaum pipe mounted in silver, and as he walked along he made the charms dance on his stomach, while his eyes wandered over the crowd with a half bantering, half kindly expression. He was enjoying himself. Sauveur had, little by little, entrusted the management of his business to Cadet Cougourdon, whose smart manners pleased him. This youth of 20 summers was gifted with an upright and candid mind that gave him positive superiority over the other stevedores. The master was delighted at having such a workman at his elbow. He appointed him overseer of the men working for him, and from that moment was able to make a grand display in Marseilles of his natural desires. He limited his work to making up his accounts in the morning and pocketing the money that had been earned. The existence he had been dreaming of commenced. Sauveur became a member of a club. He gambled, but prudently being of opinion that the pleasure derived from the card table is not worth what it costs. He wanted his money's worth of amusement, and he therefore sought after substantial and lasting enjoyment. He dined at the best eating houses, and associated with ladies whom he showed off in public. His vanity was deliciously tickled when he was able to lounge on the cushions of a carriage beside a huge silk skirt. The lady was nothing, the silk gown all. He dragged it into private dining rooms, and there threw the windows open, so that all the passers-by might see that he was having a rare time with a well-dressed lady, and ordering expensive dishes. Others would have closed the shutters and bolted the door. His dream was to kiss his fair companions in a glass house, so that the multitude might know that he was wealthy enough to love such pretty creatures. He had his own idea of love. For a month he had been living in rapture. He had met a young woman whose acquaintance tickled his self-esteem. This young person was protected by a count, and was looked upon as one of the queens of the demi-monde at Marseilles. She called herself Thérèse Armande, but was better known by the familiar name of Armande. When Armande placed her little gloved hand in Sauveur's huge paw for the first time, the master stevedore almost fainted with delight. This pressure of the hand was exchanged in the Allée du Mélan, opposite the door of the house where the Lorette resided, and the passers-by stopped and turned round, at the sight of this man and young woman smiling and bowing to each other. Sauveur went off bursting with pride, and in ecstasies about Armande's dress and superior manners. He had but one thought, that of protecting this person himself, supplanting the Count and walking about with lace and velvet leaning on his arm. He watched for Armande and placed himself in her path. He fell in love with the luxuriant finery she wore, and the perfumery that escaped from her clothes. He was proud at getting a bow from her, at appearing to be one of her friends, and it would certainly not have displeased him to have been thought one of her lovers. At length she succumbed. He thought it a victory due to the charms of his person. For a week his conceit was unbearable. He went about casting a look of mocking pity on the people he met in the street. When Armande was leaning on his arm, the pavement seemed too small for him. The gentle swaying to and fro in the lady's gait, the frou-frou of her skirts threw him into a delirious reverie. He was very fond of crinolines, which take up a great deal of room and interfere with pedestrian traffic. He related his good fortune to everyone. Cadet was one of his first confidants. "Ah, if you only knew," he said to him, "the charming person, and how she adores me! She has everything imaginable at her place, carpets, curtains, glasses. You would think yourself in high society, 'pon my word. And with all that, not in the least proud, a good-natured girl with her hand always open. Yesterday I lunched in her small drawing-room, and we then took an open carriage and drove to the Prado.
Everyone was staring at us. It is enough to make you die of joy to be in such a woman's society." Cadet smiled. His dream was to be loved by a robust girl, and in his eyes Armand had all the appearance of a mechanical doll, of a brittle toy, which he would have broken between his fingers. But he did not wish to annoy his employer, and so he went into ecstasies with him over the Lorette's charms. In the evening he gave Fine an account of Sauvert's follies. The flower girl had resumed her place in her little kiosk on the Cours St. Louis. While selling her flowers, she kept her eyes on the alert, in search of opportunities to come to Marius's assistance. She had not lost sight of the loan of 15,000 francs, and each day she built up a new plan, dreaming of taxing those whom chance brought near her. "Do you think," she inquired one morning of her brother, "that Monsieur Sauvert is a man to lend money?" "That's according to circumstances," answered Cadet. "He would willingly give 1,000 francs to a poor devil on a public square, before a crowd of people, to make an exhibition of kind-heartedness." The flower girl laughed. "Oh, it's not charity that is wanted," she answered. "The lender's left hand must ignore what is done by his right." "The deuce!" said Cadet. "That is too disinterested. However, one can see." On the basis of these few words of conversation Fine elaborated quite a scheme. She believed Sauvert was very wealthy, and she did not take him for an ill-natured man at heart. It would, perhaps, be possible to get something out of him by making use of Armand's influence. The flower girl understood that she must first of all persuade Marius to call on the Lorette. That was the difficult part of the business. The young man would firmly refuse, would say that there could be nothing in common between him and this woman. One day she let Armand's name escape her as by accident, and was very much surprised to see Marius smile, and appear to know all about her. "Are you acquainted with the lady?" she inquired. "I went to see her once," he answered. "It was Philippe who took me there. This lady, as you term her, threw open her reception rooms to her friends once a week, and my brother was one of the frequenters of the place. Faith, I was very well received, and found a charming hostess there, who was exceedingly ladylike and very elegant." Fine seemed quite sad to hear Marius sing Armand's praises. "It appears," he continued, "that things have somewhat changed at her place during the past year. They tell me her affairs are very much involved. However, they say she is extremely clever, and has a talent for intrigue. If she should happen to come across a simpleton, she will easily get out of her difficulties." The young girl had recovered from the strange emotion that had got the better of her. She adroitly continued to put her plan into execution without undue haste. "The simpleton is found," she said, laughing. "Don't you know Monsieur Sauvert, Cadet's principal?" "Slightly," answered Marius. "I have sometimes met him walking about the old port in slippers." "Well, he has been Armand's lover for the last few months, and they pretend he has already spent some money with her." Then Fine added, in an indifferent tone of voice, "Why don't you go and see Armand again? You would meet wealthy people there who might assist you in the affair in question. Monsieur Sauvert would perhaps be disposed to help you." Marius became serious, and for a moment was silent. He was thinking. "Pooh!" he exclaimed at last. "I must not flinch at anything. I shall have to call and see that person to morrow. I will explain my visit by speaking of my brother." The flower girl looked the young man in the face with quivering eyelids. "And, above all," she continued, with a forced laugh, "don't go and remain at the feet of the enchantress. I have often heard tell of her costly and clever style of dress, of her wit, and the strange power she exercises over men." Marius, who was astonished at his friend's unsteady voice, took her hand and examined her with his penetrating eyes. "What is the matter with you?" he inquired. "Anyone would think I was going to see the devil, and that I am a sinner. Ah, my dear Fine, I am far from thinking of such nonsense. I have a solemn task to perform. Besides, look at me well. What woman would care for such a baboon?" The young girl gazed at him, and was quite surprised to find him no longer ugly. Formerly he had seemed frightful; now she perceived something like light burst from his countenance and transform his features. The young man pressed her hand amicably, and she remained quite troubled. The following evening Marius called on Armand, in accordance with his determination. CHAPTER II. A Marseillaise Lorette. Armand's origin was shrouded in mystery.
She pretended she was born in India of a native woman and an English officer. She started from that point and related a novel of which she was the heroine to anyone who would listen to it. She made a wealthy protector who had taken care of her at her father's death responsible for her first fault. He had brought her up in the greatest refinement on the same principle as that of fattening a fowl in order that it may make a more toothsome dish. She delighted in relating this brutally romantic tale. Thanks to her falsehoods, her real history was never known. She had one day swooped down on Marseilles, just like those birds that scent a district rich in all kinds of prey from afar. In settling in a commercial centre, she displayed extraordinary intelligence. From the moment of her arrival she directed her batteries against business men, young merchants who shovel money about. She understood that these young sparks, confined all day in their offices, were thirsting for amusement at night, and anxious to squander some of the cash they have earned. She set her snares with art. She began by starting her establishment on an important footing and giving it a sort of aristocratic appearance. It was easy for her to vanquish the rivals whom she found already settled in the city. Those poor fallen daughters of Eve were grossly ignorant. They dressed badly, hardly knew how to speak, made a wretched, mean show of luxury, and gave themselves stupidly away. Armande crushed them with her elegance and the wit she had picked up here and there in her intercourse with persons in good station of life. In a few months she became a sort of mundane celebrity. At home, as Sauveur had naively said, she gave herself the airs of a duchess. She had displayed admirable taste in furnishing her apartment. She threw open her drawing room, and while she attracted the golden youth of the city by her noisy mode of life, she retained them by her good graces and air of distinction. You could hardly perceive, through the mistress of the house, the lady of easy virtue. She had lovers, and was willing enough to show them off; but in public, and at her evening parties, she maintained a decency of demeanour for which they felt very grateful to her. She was the emblem of vice, witty, elegant, and perfumed. Little by little she surrounded herself by most of the fast men of the city, but she was careful only to receive wealthy people, such as earned a great deal of money and spent still more. At the commencement she had only to choose her victims, a swarm being at her feet. She devoured several fortunes with her sharp teeth, living in the utmost luxury, and providing for all the requirements of her mode of life, which were enormous. Moral people looked on her as a regular pest, as a bottomless pit in which the capital of the young commercial men of Marseilles was being engulfed. Her rivals tore her to bits and accused her of engaging in shameless intrigues. They made fun of her thin face, of the wrinkles come before their time, said she was ugly, which was almost true, and vowed they could not understand the infatuation of these idiotic men for the creature. Armande let them talk and quietly reigned. For several years she had domineered over them by her mind, luxury, and the science of an elegant and refined woman. Men attended her receptions in dress coats and white neckties. Then, without any apparent cause, her credit was all at once lost. Bad fortune came, and made holes in her luxuriant existence. No doubt she had gone out of fashion, and generous protectors were scarce. She descended to that semi-state of poverty which is attired in silk and treads on carpets. Feeling she would roll into the gutter if she did not make an effort to retain her grand apartment, she struggled in desperation against her ill luck. She understood that her power of fascination came solely from her apparent wealth, from her style of dress, from the money which permitted her to act the part of a duchess beyond her sphere, at her ease. She knew that as soon as she was out of silk, and had closed her drawing room, she would become a poor girl, an ugly, faded creature whom no one would have anything to do with, and she displayed feverish energy to find protectors and procure money at any cost. It was at this time that she made the acquaintance of Madame Mercier, who advanced her money at an exorbitant rate of interest. She had taken in so many young simpletons that she allowed herself to be imposed upon in her turn without much ado. She hoped, however, to make the first wealthy individual whom she came across pay the capital and interest of the money she had borrowed. But men of wealth did not put in an appearance, and she became more and more anxious. Urged on by necessity, and feeling that her beauty, which was her breadwinner, was leaving her day by day with her luxury, she turned to crime. She had already been obliged to sell looking-glasses, furniture, porcelain, to satisfy the demands of her creditors. Her apartment was being stripped of everything. She saw the walls getting bare, little by little, and thought, with a shudder, of the day when she would find herself weary and old in an empty room. The upholsterers, milliners, all the tradesmen to whom she owed money, became more troublesome as they detected their customers approaching ruin. They knew that protectors were becoming rare, and insisted on the immediate payment of their claims. Some of them talked of putting in the brokers. Armande therefore understood that she was lost unless she found money at once, no matter how. She had recourse to an extreme measure. She imitated the writing of 3 or 4 of her lovers, and made out acceptances in her own favour, which she signed with these persons' names. Then, not daring to go to a banker, she applied to Madame Mercier, who consented to discount several of the bills. It is probable that this female usurer was not ignorant of their origin, and that she even speculated on it. Holding the young woman in her clutches, able at any moment to lodge a complaint with the Crown Attorney, relying, moreover, on those whose names were on the bills, and whose interest it was to avoid a scandal, she considered the forgeries she held in guarantee as preferable to genuine bills. She based quite a fortune on her complacency, exacting enormous interest, embroiling the Lorette's affairs more and more, making her provide for her completely, acting a cunning and hypocritical part which she performed to perfection. Armande managed to get along for 2 years without being disturbed. She had made the bills payable at her residence, and provided the money for them when they fell due at any cost, taking 100 francs from the first man she met, completing the amount by selling something, borrowing again, and forging fresh bills. Madame Mercier continued to be humble and obliging. She desired to hold her prey in a close grip before showing her teeth and biting. Then the time came when Armande was positively unable to meet the forged acceptances. She cast herself into the gutter in vain. She went to the Château des Fleurs and still could not make the money she required to keep up her house. It was just then that she made Sauvert's acquaintance. For him she dismissed accounts she had ruined, under the impression that the master stevedore was rich and generous. In other times, when she was queen of Marseilles and insolently displayed her lace and velvet, she would have gazed down on Sauvert from the height of the wealth and elegance of her admirers. But now there was no prey that she disdained. She set her batteries against the crowd, and would willingly have received money from soiled hands. The former workman mistook the dire necessity which thrust the young woman into his arms for tenderness. After a few months she perceived with alarm that her new acquaintance had all the prudent economical habits of an upstart, and that he spent all his money on himself like an egotist. 2 or 3 of the forged acceptances were not met, and Madame Mercier began to get angry. Things were at that point when one evening Marius naively called. He expected to meet some of the numerous wealthy company in her drawing room to whom his brother had introduced him. He had a vague idea of getting intimate with some young business man who would come to his assistance. And he relied in a measure on Sauvert, whose obliging disposition Fine had been careful to exaggerate. He was very much astonished to find the drawing room empty. The large apartment was lit with a single lamp and appeared particularly bare. Sauvert was reclining on a large divan, and seemed to be making a great fuss about digesting the dinner he had just eaten, undoing some of the buttons of his waistcoat, and holding a toothpick between his fingers. Armande was seated beside him in an armchair, reading Graziella, with her forehead resting dreamily on the palm of her left hand. An Italian greyhound named Jali was lying at her feet, with its head reposing on her cherry-colored slippers. One of Armande's ways of seduction was to read the works of great modern poets before her admirers. She had a small bookcase containing the writings of Chateaubriand, Victor Hugo, de Lamartine, and Alfred de Musset. In the evening, in the pale light of the lamp, at an hour when she was still beautiful, she languidly spelt over pages of verse or poetical prose. This placed a sort of halo round her head. Her admirers thought they had an ignorant girl to deal with, and they found an educated, almost a lettered lady, who read books that they had never had either the time or energy to look into. Sauvert, especially, felt crushed and overshadowed on the day when his lady friend took up a book of verses, and quietly began turning over the pages of it before him. It was a rare event with him when he glanced through a newspaper. A woman opening a volume of poetry was in his eyes a superior creature. Each time Armande read in his presence he collected himself and looked affected and charmed. It seemed to him that he was becoming wise himself. Marius slightly smiled when he saw Armand in an inclined attitude feigning ecstasy, and the position Sauveur was in, lounging on the divan with his hands clasped across his stomach. The Lorette welcomed the newcomer with her easy, sprightly grace. She had been more or less intimately connected with Philippe, and she treated Marius as an old acquaintance. She asked him to be seated, and reproached him with the rarity of his visits. "I know very well," she added, "that you have had a great deal of trouble lately. Poor Philippe! I can fancy sometimes that I see him in his damp prison, he who was so fond of luxury and pleasure. That will teach him to place his affection in better hands." Sauveur had raised himself a little. One of his good qualities was that he was not jealous. On the contrary, he showed himself quite proud of his companion's pest admirers. The fondness which Armand had formerly shown for others doubled in his eyes the value of his good fortune. Besides, Marius seemed to him so small that he was delighted to appear robust beside of him. The young woman introduced the two men. "Oh, we know each other," said the master stevedore, with the laugh of a happy man. "I also know Monsieur Philippe Cayol. There's a fine fellow for you." The truth was that Sauveur was delighted at being found alone with Armand. He began to talk to her familiarly, to lay stress on the pleasures they participated in together, and then resumed speaking of Philippe. "He often came to see you, didn't he? Ah, never mind, don't protest. I think you were in love with each other. I used to meet him sometimes at the Château des Fleurs. We went there yesterday. Eh, my dear, what a crowd! What dresses!" He turned to Marius. "In the evening," he added, "we supped at a restaurant. It is very expensive. It is not every one who can afford that." Armand seemed to suffer. There was still some delicacy about the woman. She looked at Marius, shrugged her shoulders slightly, shot glances at him, scoffing at Sauveur. The latter remained imperturbable, and stretched himself out full of enjoyment. Marius then guessed how much the Lorette was embarrassed and tormented. He felt something like pity at the sight of her deserted drawing room, and when he understood down what a frightfully steep incline this woman, whom he had known happy and without a care, was rolling, he regretted having called. About 10 o'clock he found himself alone with Sauveur, who began to give him an account of his good fortune and joyous existence. A servant had come to tell Armand that Madame Mercier was in the antechamber, and that she seemed very angry. End of chapters 1 and 2. Part 2, chapters 3 and 4 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Vizitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, in which Madame Mercier shows her claws. Madame Mercier was a little round, fat old woman of 50, who was forever tearfully complaining about the hardness of the times. Attired in a gown of washed-out printed calico, always with an old straw basket on her arm which served as a safe, she trotted along with short steps and the sly movements of a cat. She was humble and wretched, and gave herself poverty-stricken airs to make people pity her. Her fresh complexion, and the wrinkles on her face, resembling rolls of fat, were a standing protest against the tears that inundated it at every moment. This female usurer played her part admirably with Armand. She first of all acted the good-natured woman. She gained absolute control over her with an infernal kind of art, showing herself in turn serviceable and egotistic, embroiling the accounts, allowing the interest to accumulate, making it impossible for her debtor to verify anything. Thus, when one of the acceptances fell due and Armand was without funds to meet it, Madame Mercier was greatly distressed, then she promised to borrow the money from someone, vowing she had not got it herself. She advanced the amount of the bill, but made the Lorette immediately reimburse her, and thus there was fresh interest to pay. In all this coming and going of acceptances, in the constant increase in the rate of discount, Armand had lost all count of how she stood, what she had paid and what she still owed. In the meantime the debt increased without the usurer making any farther advances, and the older it became the more obscure it got. The young woman felt herself lost at the bottom of chaos. The female usurer maintained her despairing and coaxing manner. When she supplied money herself, in order that Armand might pay her, she made her feel all her devotedness, all the heroism of her conduct. "Hey! You have never seen a creditor like me," she would say.
I even go so far as to borrow the money you want. That is splendid, that is." "But," answered Armand, "it's for yourself that you borrow the money, as I give it to you." "Not at all," answered the old woman. "I am only seeking to do you a service." So Madame Mercier in this way introduced herself little by little into the house. Every 2 or 3 days she came and showed her cunning, coaxing face. Armand became her property, her slave. Sometimes she arrived all in a flutter, fell into a chair in despair and accused the young woman of wanting to run away without paying her. It was necessary to take her over to the apartment and let her see that the trunks were not packed up. Sometimes she rang violently at the door, said she had been robbed, and reproached the Lorette with her expenditure. She compared the one life with the other, accused her debtor of being insolvent, and crippled with debt, and ended by asking for fresh security. At other moments she came suddenly and demanded money. Then she softened down, pleaded poverty, and on leaving shuffled along in a most lamentable way. She accompanied each of these visits with a deluge of tears. These came at her bidding, and she took advantage of that circumstance to embarrass people. Each complaint was followed by a sob. She twisted herself about pitifully on a chair, uttering the least word in a doleful tone of voice. Armand, weary and bewildered, generally stood before her without being able to pronounce a syllable. At times she would have sacrificed everything — linen, gowns, furniture — to have been freed from these continual lamentations. The usurer invented another kind of persecution. She would come with red eyes, declare she was in want of bread and was dying. The young woman, aggravated and quite out of patience, would tell her to sit down and eat. Sometimes she would shed streams of tears to get sugar, coffee, or brandy. "Alas, my dear lady," she snivelled, "I am very unhappy. This morning I had to take my coffee without sugar, and to-morrow I shall have neither sugar nor coffee. Be charitable. It is you who have brought me to this. If you were to give me my money, I should not be obliged to come and beg. For pity's sake, let me have a few pounds of coffee and sugar. That will count for all the services I have rendered you." Armand did not dare refuse. She spent her last few sous trembling in the presence of certain savage, bantering looks of her creditor. If she happened to say she had no money, the usurer would answer, "Very well. I shall present the bill you gave me to your lover." The other would not allow her to proceed any further. She sent and sold something and purchased what her tormentor required. The unfortunate girl closed her eyes in order not to see the chasm gaping before her. She belonged to this woman who held such terrible proofs against her in her hands, and she obeyed her, inwardly irritated, inquiring of herself with despair by what means she could escape from her claws. Madame Mercier wept for nearly 2 years and extracted from Armand all she could. She never went away with empty hands. The money she had lent her already brought her in 250 per cent. If the capital was compromised, the interest covered it 2 or 3 times over. At last the usurer understood that she must change her tactics. Armand could not receive her without a nervous shudder which must inevitably bring about a crisis. Besides, she had no money, and she had twice firmly refused to give her sugar. From that moment the old woman resolved to weep no more, but to have recourse to strong measures. It only remained to her to play all for all, to exact immediate payment of the arrears from the Lorette by threatening to lodge a complaint with the Crown Attorney. She had had the prudence not to manifest the least suspicion anent the forged bills in her possession. Her plan was soon formed. She decided she would call on the young woman and put her in a fearful fright. If one of her protectors happened to be there, she would apply to him, she would create a scandal and manage to get back her money somehow. She wanted to devour her prey, after having sucked all the blood from her veins. An acceptance for 1,000 francs which Armand had signed with Sauvert's name, and which she had given Madame Mercier in exchange for another bill, had fallen due on the previous day. The old woman, having a pretext to be angry, resolved not to wait any longer. She called on the young woman just at the time when Marius and the master stevedore were there. Armand was quite troubled when she met her in the antechamber. She dragged her to the farthest corner of a small boudoir which was only separated from the drawing room by the thin door. She offered her a seat with the timid and beseeching look of an insolvent person to her creditor. "What do you mean?" shouted the usurer, refusing the chair. "You are making fun of me, my good lady. Another bill returned unpaid. I am tired of it all."
She had crossed her arms and spoke in a loud, insolent voice. Her little fat red face shone with anger. Armand would have preferred to have seen her crying and lamenting in her customary drawling tone of voice. " For mercy's sake," she exclaimed, frightened, " speak lower. I have visitors. You know in what an embarrassing position I find myself. Grant me a few days' grace." Madame Mercier made a movement of impatience. She stood on tiptoe and spoke right in the Lorette's face. " What care I if you have visitors ?" she continued, without lowering her voice. " I mean to be paid, and immediately. Madame wears hats and bonnets, Madame goes to the Chateau des Fleurs, Madame has lovers who provide all sorts of amusement for her. Have I any lovers? I deprive myself, I eat dry bread and drink water, whereas you stuff yourself with good things. That can't last. I must have my money, or I will take you somewhere. You know where, don't you?" She accompanied these words with a threatening look, and Armand turned quite pale. " Ah, that ruffles you," continued the old woman, sneering. " You must have taken me for a donkey. If I have acted like one, it was no doubt because it was to my interest to do so." She began laughing and shrugging her shoulders, then she added violently, " If you don't pay me to night, I will write to morrow to the Crown Attorney." " I don't know what you mean," stammered Armand. The old woman sat down. She felt she was mistress of the situation, and she wanted to enjoy the pleasure of playing for a moment with her prey. " Ah, you don't know what I mean, when I speak to you of the Crown Attorney," she said, making a frightful grimace, as if overcome with sudden merriment. " But you lie, my good lady. Look at yourself in that glass. You are pallid. Own that you're a hussy." At that word Armand rose. It seemed to her that she had just received a cut with a whip across the face. Her self possession returned to her, and showing Madame Mercier the door, she exclaimed in a loud voice, " Walk out at once." " No, I'll not go out," answered the old woman, sitting back in the armchair. " I want my money. If you touch me I'll shout murder, and the persons who are in your drawing room will come to my assistance. I told you I was not a fool. Pay me at once and I'll leave you alone." " I have no money," answered Armand, coldly. This reply exasperated the old woman. For more than a year it had been given her regularly at each of her visits. She had ended by taking it for mockery. " You have no money. You always say that," she exclaimed. " Give me your furniture and gowns. But no, I prefer sending you to prison. I will go and lodge a complaint. I will accuse you of forgery. We shall see, my beautiful lady, if you find lovers among your jailers, who will treat you to silk gowns and tasty meals." Armand staggered, losing all her assurance, fearing the cries of the old woman might be heard by Marius and Sauveur. Her creditor saw her fright, and began shouting still louder. " Yes," she said, " I can send you to the Assizes to morrow. You know that, don't you? I have over 10 false acceptances in my possession on which you have imitated your lovers' signatures. That's nice work. I shall go and find each of these gentlemen. I will tell them what you are, and they will cast you into the street. You will die in the gutter." She took breath, while the young woman, all of a tremble, thought of strangling her to make her silent. " But that reminds me," she continued, " you have visitors. Perhaps in your drawing room there is one of these gentlemen whose name you have stolen to make money out of. I'll go and see. It is necessary I should find out. Let me pass." She moved towards the door. Armand placed herself in front of her with extended arms, ready to strike her if she advanced. " You want to strike me, I who have fed you, who have lent you my money," stammered the female usurer, suffocating with rage. And she stepped backward, shouting, " Help! Help!" Armand faced sharply round to turn the key in the lock, but it was too late. The door had just opened, and she found herself face to face with Marius and Sauveur, who were gazing into the boudoir in an anxious and curious manner. CHAPTER IV. WHICH SHOWS THAT THE POSITION OF A LORETTE IS NOT WITHOUT ITS TROUBLES. Sauveur and Marius had been about half an hour alone in the drawing room. The young man would willingly have withdrawn, but he considered it uncivil to do so without first of all taking leave of the mistress of the house. He therefore feigned to be listening to the stevedore's stories. The sound of loud voices soon reached them. Little by little the noise increased to such a pitch that both of them lent the ear, being unable to appear discreet any longer. Just then the shout, "Help! Help!" made them start up and open the door communicating with the boudoir. A strange sight awaited them. As soon as they made their appearance, Armande stepped back, staggering, and let herself fall into an armchair. With her head between her hands she burst out sobbing, quite broken down, without raising her face or uttering a word. The old woman, in a rage, with inflamed countenance, approached the two men and began speaking to them with passionate verbosity. From time to time she broke off to turn round and shake her fist at Armande, who was so upset by despair, which made her tremble all over her body, that she did not hear her. "You saw it, did you not?" repeated the old woman. "She wanted to beat me. She had her arm in the air. Ah, the wretch! Just fancy, my good gentleman, I have given that woman all my money. I like to be of service. Besides, I thought she was honest. She has made me discount acceptances signed by honorable persons. I thought I had good security. Now I learn that the bills are false, and that I have been shamefully robbed. What would you have done in my place? I reproached her with her abominable conduct, and then she threatened to strike me." Sauvert opened his eyes in astonishment, gazing first of all at Armand's dejection, and then at Madame Mercier's anger. He approached the young woman and exclaimed, "Come, my dear, defend yourself. This woman lies, doesn't she? You have not done anything so stupid. Come, speak." Armande did not move, but continued sobbing. "Oh, she'll not speak, she'll not defend herself," continued the woman usurer in triumph. "She knows very well that I am in possession of the proofs. I shall write to-morrow morning to the Crown Attorney." Marius, painfully surprised, cast a look of pity on Armande. Chance had brought him face to face with another shame, another human misery. He remembered the sad scene when Charles Blétry was arrested in his presence, and a feeling of mercy overcame him in face of this woman whom vice had brought to infamy. He half guessed the circumstances that had urged her on to crime, he understood how necessity, from fall to fall, had brought her to the gutter. He would have liked to have saved her, to have brought her back to a life of honesty, to have given her the means of extricating herself from the sewer. "Why do you wish to ruin her?" he quietly inquired of the old woman. "You will not be paid any the quicker. Don't overwhelm her. On the contrary, give her a chance to recover herself and pay you back." "No, no," mercilessly answered the old woman. "I want her to go to prison. I have waited too long already. Yesterday again she failed to meet a bill of 1,000 francs which she had made payable here. She signed that bill Sauvert, the name of one of her admirers, no doubt." The master stevedore, on hearing himself referred to, started. The sum of 1,000 alarmed him. "You say you have an acceptance of 1,000 francs signed Sauvert?" he inquired, with an appearance of something very much like terror. "Yes, sir," answered the old woman. "I brought it with me. It is in my basket." "Show it me, if you please." Sauvert turned the bill over in his fingers, studying the handwriting very closely, and was confounded. "By Jupiter!" he exclaimed, "it's perfectly imitated." He leant over towards Armande, who was doubled up with grief, and continued in a dry tone of voice, "Look here, my dear, no nonsense. I will never pay that, you know. The deuce! I'd willingly give you 100 francs, but 1,000 — it's too much." He no longer spoke familiarly to her, he even began to regret his excursion into the demi monde of Marseilles. "Oh, that's not the only one I've got," continued Madame Mercier. "I've many others in my possession bearing different names. However, if this one were paid, I would agree not to say anything. I would continue to wait." Marius's sensible remarks had made her understand that it would be better not to lodge a complaint, and as she had Sauvert beside her, she was in hopes he would pay. She became quite tender, changed her plans, and began to excuse Armande. "After all,"
she said. "I don't know that the other bills are false. The poor little woman has had a rough time. You must not be angry with her, sir. She is a very good person at heart."
And she began to shed warm tears. Marius could not restrain a smile. Sauveur walked up and down, excited, grumbling angrily. He cared very little about Armand's infamous conduct, he was simply irritated at the struggle between egotism and generosity that was taking place within him. "No, decidedly," he exclaimed at last, "I can do nothing." Armand, buried in her armchair, continued sobbing in a low, broken-hearted manner. This woman who had known all the delight of luxury and adoration, suffered bitterly at having fallen so low. There she was, degraded, with her misery and shame brought home to her, and she was seized with despair when her thoughts went back to her elegance and wealth of former times. She would never rise again. She would fall still lower, become the last of creatures. And she was all the more upset at the thought that her disgrace would be public. The presence of Sauveur and Marius gave her additional pain. Her silent grief produced a strange effect on Marius, who was weak in the presence of tears. He would willingly have given the old woman her 1,000 francs if he had had them. After a painful silence he addressed Sauveur, who was taking great strides about the room, very much annoyed. "Come, sir," he said to him, "this woman must be saved. Her own sobs plead her cause better than I could do. You are fond of her, and will not abandon her in her despair." Yes, I was fond of her," answered the master stevedore sharply, "and I think I have shown it sufficiently, during the last 3 months. Do you know that I have already spent nearly 5,000 francs with her? I'll give no more. So much the worse. She must get out of it as she can. It would be 1,000 francs thrown into the street. What enjoyment shall I have for this money if I give it to her? You will have done a good action. Her behavior is scandalous, and I'm not trying to excuse her. Only, I think I can guess how it was she became a forger, and I could plead her cause." "Oh, all that has nothing to do with me. She did what she pleased. You see, I am not angry. I am simply going to place myself beyond all this disagreeable business." Marius was getting discouraged. He remembered what Fine had related to him about the master stevedore's vanity, and he continued in a careless way: "Let's say no more about it. I spoke to you thus because I knew you were very rich and very generous. Sooner or later the account of your good action would have been mooted abroad, and you would have won in this affair more than 1,000 francs worth of praise." "Do you think so?" asked Sauveur, hesitating. "I am certain. Few men would be so generous, and for that reason it would be positively glorious to save this woman. But let us say no more about it." Sauveur ceased walking about. He stopped in the centre of the room, and began to think. Madame Mercier, who saw him hesitating, and who was experiencing thrills of desire at the idea of receiving 1,000 francs, thought she had better intervene. She had resumed her cheerful voice and her humble, gentle manner. "Ah, sir," she said to Sauveur, "if you only knew how this poor little woman adores you! There are very wealthy men who have tried to take your place. She has refused all offers, and it is perhaps that which has placed her in straitened circumstances and prevented her repairing the faults she has committed. You cannot imagine how closely she clings to you." The master stevedore felt very much flattered at these remarks. From the moment his self-esteem was in question the matter bore a different complexion. "Very well, be it so," he said. "I'll give the 1,000 francs. I'll take them to you to-morrow evening. Now withdraw, leave Madame alone." The old woman bowed with servile humility, and went quietly away, closing the doors without the least noise. Armande had raised her head. Her face, flushed with tears, seemed to have grown older. All upset with fright and feverish with shame, she rose with difficulty and wanted to kneel down before Marius and Sauveur. The young man held her up, whilst the master stevedore said: "Come, my dear, it's all over. I accept your thanks, and trust my good action will be profitable to you." The truth was that Sauveur no longer found any charm in Armande. He had just perceived that the poor creature was fated, and he had received too hard a lesson to forget himself any longer in the boudoirs of the demi monde. He began to prefer the grisette. The two men withdrew, and at the door Armand warmly kissed Marius's hand. She saw that he felt real and profound pity for her, and she thanked him for having saved her. The following night Sauveur called to fetch Marius to accompany him to Madame Mercier's. The female usurer occupied a filthy house in the Rue du Pavé d'Amour. The two visitors ascended 3 flights of stairs and knocked, without obtaining an answer, at a black and damp door. The noise they made brought out a neighbor who informed them that the wicked old woman had been arrested that morning. The police, said this person, had been on her track for some days. It seems a complaint had been lodged against her. All the tenants were delighted at her arrest. She only just had time to burn the papers likely to compromise her. Marius understood that Armand had been saved by Providence. He made inquiries of the people at the house, and acquired the certitude that the old woman had burnt all the acceptances signed by the Lorette, fearing that their possession might constitute other charges against her. For she guessed that if Armand found herself implicated, she would tell the truth and give the most overwhelming details. Besides, by destroying the securities she lost nothing, as she had long since recovered her advances. Sauveur was particularly delighted at their adventure. He carried off the 1,000 francs triumphantly. He had been enabled to give a proof of his generosity without spending a sou. It was all profit. You are a witness that I was going to give the money, he said to Marius. That is how I am. I like to be generous. I throw money out of the window. Oh, a gift of 1,000 francs does not trouble me, when it's a question of paying for my amusement. Marius allowed him to expatiate on his good qualities, and ran off to Armand to tell her the good news. He found the young woman sad and troubled. She had passed an atrocious night, struggling mentally with her misfortunes, in search of a supreme means of extricating herself from the infamy in which she was plunged. When she learned that the forged acceptances had been destroyed, that she had recovered her liberty, she was as if transformed. She kissed Marius passionately, and vowed to him that she would take advantage of the lesson and change her mode of life. I will work, she said. I will conduct myself like a respectable woman. Then only will I ask you to return me your friendship. Goodbye. Marius left her, quite moved by her decision and promises. When he was alone, he reproached himself with his abnegation. For 2 days he had been living beyond himself, without giving a thought to his brother's safety. When Fine inquired the result of his errand, he did not dare to relate to her the dramatic scenes at which he had been present. He limited himself to telling her that there was no hope of borrowing the money from Sauveur, and that Armand was closing her drawing room. Where will you go now, then? inquired the flower girl. I know not, he answered. However, I have a plan which I am going to put into execution. End of chapters 3 and 4. Part 2, chapters 5 and 6 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Vizetelly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Douglas, the Notary. Marius had returned to M. Martelly's and resumed his duties, finding a sort of peacefulness in his work. His thoughts ran freer amidst the silence and calm of his office. He told himself that he had 4 months in which to come to Philippe's assistance, and he would reflect for hours together as to the best means to be employed. M. Martelly continued to treat him as he would a son. Sometimes the young man thought of telling him everything, and of borrowing the 15,000 francs of him. But a fear, a timidity prevented him. He dreaded his employer's republican sternness. So he resolved to continue the struggle, to exhaust all possible means before applying to the ship-owner. Later on, when he had unsuccessfully tried everything else, he would make up his mind to tell him of his difficulty and implore his kind assistance. Meanwhile, he determined he would not again behave like a simpleton and take any useless steps. For a moment he thought of earning the necessary amount himself. The high figure frightened him, and he saw very well that he could never put by such a sum in 4 months. Yet he felt bold enough to move mountains. It recurred to him that Douglas, the notary whose aid M. Martelly had vainly asked for Philippe, had for some months past been offering to employ him as agent, acting under power of attorney for some of his clients. The notary and the shipowner were connected in various business matters, and Monsieur Martelli often sent Marius to settle different accounts with Douglas. One day, on calling there, the young man decided to accept the offer that had been made him. If the profits were small, he might, when he had become better known, succeed in obtaining a loan. The notary lived in a house of simple and austere appearance. The offices occupied the entire first floor. There was quite a crowd of clerks seated along stained deal tables in the large cold bare rooms. Luxury had never penetrated into those rooms full of prodigious activity and a kind of honest roughness. One felt oneself to be in the abode of a man who never forgot himself amid the joys of life. About 10 years before, Douglas had succeeded to the practice of a person named Imbert, whose clerk he had been for more than 12 years. He was then an intelligent and active young fellow, with a passion for business, and ever dreaming of monster speculations. The fever for trade and manufacture that was passing over France heated his blood and filled him with strong ambition. He wished to earn vast sums of money, not in order to live in opulence, but because he tasted a keen voluptuousness in unraveling all monetary matters, and in guiding the undertakings he embarked upon to success. At the outset he felt himself too restricted in his notary's practice. He was a born banker, and his hands were formed for manipulating large sums of money. His profession, with its quiet dealings and almost sacred and paternal character, did not in the least suit his stock-jobbing nature. He felt out of his element, for all his instincts urged him to turn the money deposited with him to account. He could not reconcile himself to being a disinterested intermediary, and he launched into panting and feverish speculations, which later on turned him into a great criminal. He paid the purchase money of his practice in a few months, without anyone knowing how he had obtained the necessary capital. Then he displayed febrile activity. In a very short time his practice developed considerably. He became the first notary of Marseilles, opening his doors wide and securing fresh clients every day. His mode of proceeding was extremely simple. He never denied himself to any client, and listened to every application. He always found money for those who wanted to borrow, and always had excellent investments for those who deposited their cash with him. A considerable turnover of capital thus took place through the intermediary of his office. At first people were surprised at his rapid success. They talked of imprudence, and considered that the young notary was going too quickly ahead, and was undertaking a burden too heavy for his shoulders. Besides this, no one could make out how he managed to meet the calls occasioned by the continual increase of his practice. But Douglas calmed public anxiety by the simplicity of his life. He was believed to be very wealthy, yet he dressed quietly, displayed not the slightest luxury, and denied himself all pleasures. Everyone knew that he led a sober existence, eating only plain food, living, in fact, like a petty shopkeeper. He was also very pious, gave a great deal in charity, went to church and remained kneeling during the whole length of the service. By these means he acquired the reputation of an honest man, and this went on increasing daily. He came to be cited at last as a model of piety and honor. His name was respected and beloved. It had taken him barely 6 years to arrive at this position, and now during 6 years he had been at the head of the Marseilles notaries. His office was the most frequented and the one that did the most business. Wealthy people made a point of employing this modest and pious man, endowed with every virtue. The nobility and clergy supported him. The commercial world had ended by feeling unlimited confidence in his loyalty. The position was won, and Douglas was feverishly turning it to account. He was then about 45 years old, a strong, thick-set man, inclined to stoutness. His face, always clean-shaven, was deathly pale. The flesh seemed inanimate, the eyes alone showing signs of life. He looked like a verger turned banker. Beneath his gentle exterior one could hear a kind of muffled roar. No doubt the blood was coursing fiercely in this struggler's body which seemed to sleep. When he conversed in his drawling tones, his voice occasionally rose to a pitch which revealed the internal fever consuming him. He was always to be found in his private room, a cold apartment, poorly furnished. There was generally a priest or a nun in the antechamber. The door was left open, and it was easy for anyone to find the chief. He displayed his charity, contempt for luxury, and austere good nature even rather too complacently. Marius felt a real sympathy for this man whose simple virtues quite won his heart. He delighted in calling upon him. On this particular day, after discussing with Douglas the business upon which M. Martelli had sent him, the young man added, hesitatingly, "I wish now, sir, to speak to you on a private matter, only I am afraid I may be trespassing on your time." "Not at all, my dear friend," said the notary, cordially. "I am quite at your service. I have already offered you my assistance, and my house is open to you." "I remember your kind offers, and I wish to remind you of what you said to me some months ago." "I told you that it only rested with yourself to earn some money with me. I should like to assist a young fellow like you by putting your willingness and courage to the proof. What I told you then, I repeat to day." "I thank you, and accept," replied Marius simply, much affected by Douglas's frank and generous ways. The latter, on hearing the young man's words, started with joy. He turned his chair round quickly, and indicated another seat to his visitor. "Sit down and let us talk," he said. "I can only give you a few minutes. I like young men such as you, not afraid of work and speaking their minds freely. You do not know how happy you make me by placing me in the position to be useful to you." He smiled, and every word he uttered was like a caress. "Well, this is the matter in question," he continued. "As some of my clients do not reside at Marseilles, I have had to find a means of facilitating their transactions. I have therefore obtained several agents acting under power of attorney to represent the absent parties, and who look after these persons' properties. Whenever one of my clients is, for some reason or other, unable to attend personally to his affairs, he leaves me with a blank power of attorney, depending on me to find some upright party who will faithfully fulfill his duties. I know that you are an active and honest fellow, and I offer you the position of representing 2 or 3 landlords whose powers of attorney I have by me. There is only your name to fill in, and you will receive 5 per cent. Upon all the transactions you carry out." He spoke in a calm and simple tone of voice. Marius was frightened at the responsibility of such a position, but he felt so sure of his uprightness that he did not hesitate to accept. "I am at your commands," he said to Douglas. "You must guide and advise me. I know I shall have nothing to fear in obeying you in everything." "So as not to overwhelm you at the outset," resumed the notary, rising, "I will entrust you with 2 powers of attorney to begin with." He took some papers and returned to his table, where he read out the 2 documents, after having filled in Marius's name. The powers conferred were practically unlimited: the right to sell and buy, mortgage, and bring or defend actions. When the notary had finished reading, he added, "I must now give you some information respecting the persons you are to represent." He handed Marius one of the documents, and went on. "This, to begin with, is the authorization of my friend and client, M. Autier, of Lambesc. He is just now at Cherbourg, and will be shortly starting for New York, to take possession of a large fortune that has been left him. He purchased at Marseilles, before his departure, a building in the Rue de Rome. You will administer the property during his absence. I am expecting to receive his instructions to-morrow, and I will inform you of them." He then took up the other document, and continued, "And this is the authorization of M. Moutet, a retired merchant at Toulon, who entrusted me with the capital necessary for taking a mortgage on a country house in the St. Just district. He has just remitted a further sum, which he wishes to have invested in the same way; but as he is a great sufferer from gout, he has asked me to find some one who, acting under his power of attorney, would give the necessary signatures in his stead. Come back to-morrow, and we can then arrange finally about the 2 matters." Douglas rose as a hint that the interview was at an end. At the door he shook Marius's hand with rough and cordial familiarity. The young man withdrew, rather stunned by the rapidity of what had taken place. He was surprised at the facility with which the notary had entrusted him with such important matters, and felt ill at ease at the thought of the heavy responsibility about to weigh upon him. CHAPTER VI. Marius seeks unsuccessfully for a house and a man. Marius called on Douglas the next day to receive his final instructions. "Come, you're punctual," said the notary, smiling. "You'll see we shall do plenty of business together. I intend to make you rich. Sit down, I'll attend to you in a minute." Douglas was lunching at the corner of his table. He was eating stale bread with a few nuts, and drinking plain water. This frugality impressed Marius and removed the uneasiness he had hitherto felt. Such a sober man could not lead him into shady transactions. He was undoubtedly a heart in the right place, an upright soul, a sincere and pious mind devoted to its duty like a priest devotes himself to God. "Now let's talk," said the notary, when he had finished his repast. "I have received a letter from Monsieur Autier, who wishes to raise money on his house, as he requires funds for his journey. Here's his letter." Marius took the paper that Douglas held out to him. As he appeared to be looking for the post office stamps, the notary said hastily, "The letter was enclosed in a large envelope which contained several other documents." The young man colored up, fearing he had wounded his new employer's feelings. He read Monsieur Autier's letter, which indeed asked to have money raised on the house in the Rue de Rome. He instructed Douglas to make use of the power of attorney, and to remit him the money at the earliest possible moment. When Marius had finished reading the letter, the notary resumed. "This request for a loan comes at the right moment, for M. Moutet has again been asking me to find him a safe and advantageous investment. As you are now the authorized representative of both my clients, the lender and the borrower, you will be able to satisfy them both at once. You have simply to give me your signature, and I will transmit to M. Autier the cash that M. Moutet sent me for investment." Marius thought Douglas was settling matters rather quickly. He would have liked to have seen the building, and to have exchanged at least a letter or two with the persons he was to represent. He did not doubt the notary's good faith, but he was unable to get rid of some vague and inexplicable fear. His uneasiness of the day before was returning. It seemed to him that he was descending into some black hole, and Douglas's smiles and soft voice troubled him strangely. He could not define the peculiar sensation that was creeping over him, he felt a need of reaction. The notary was already sorting out the documents which he required Marius to sign. "Ah, the deuce!" said he, stopping suddenly. "There's one paper wanting. I must send a clerk to the mortgage office for it." Douglas seemed very much put out. Marius, as though urged on by some instinct, and obeying the feeling of uneasiness which had taken possession of him, rose hastily. "I cannot wait," he said. "I ought already to be at M. Martelly's. Put off the signing of the documents, please, until Monday, the day after to-morrow." "Very well," said the notary, after a moment's hesitation. "I would rather have finished the matter to-day. You know in what a hurry M. Autier is. However, come on Monday." Marius breathed more freely when he found himself in the street. He thought he had been childish, and felt ashamed of the vague suspicions he had entertained. He had almost run off under the spell of some indefinable feeling, and he shrugged his shoulders after the manner of a person who had been frightened of his shadow. He was glad, however, to have 2 days during which he could think matters over, and account for his repugnance and overcome it. During the afternoon he received a visit at M. Martelly's office which delighted him. M. de Girousse, who was killing time by visiting all the towns of the department, called upon him. He had just reached Marseilles, and was leaving the same evening. "Ah, my dear friend," said he to the clerk, "how lucky you are to be poor and have to work for your living. You've no idea how bored I feel. If I could, I would change places with your brother. I think I should enjoy myself more in prison." Marius smiled at the old count's strange ideas, whilst the latter continued, "Philippe's trial helped to keep me going for a month. I never before assisted at such a fine spectacle of human misery and folly. I had a violent desire when in court to get up and say all I thought. They would no doubt have put me into a strait waistcoat. Lambesc is becoming uninhabitable." Ever since M. de Girousse had put in an appearance, Marius had been thinking of asking him to give him some information respecting M. Autier. He thought the count must surely know this man who belonged to the same little town as himself, according to what Douglas had said. He attempted to assume an indifferent air as he observed, "But there are some rich people at Lambesc. You might cultivate their society and amuse yourself more. Do you know M. Autier, a landlord in your neighborhood, I believe?" "Monsieur Autier," repeated the old nobleman, trying to remember. "Monsieur Autier. I can recall no one of that name at Lambesc. And you say the gentleman owns property there?" "Yes, he has recently bought a house at Marseilles, and he must have a pretty extensive estate close to your own."
Monsieur de Girousse was still thinking hard. "You must be mistaken," he said at length. "I certainly know no Monsieur Autier. I am certain there's no landlord in Lambesc of that name, for I amused myself by learning the names of all the persons in the place. One has to do something." "Come, let's understand each other," resumed Marius, turning pale. "I mean a Monsieur Autier who has just come into a large fortune. He is at the present time at Cherbourg, and is about to leave for New York, where the relative whose sole heir he is died." The Count burst out laughing. "What yarns that you're telling me!" he exclaimed. "If such a thing were to happen at Lambesc, if one of my neighbors were to inherit the fortune of a rich uncle in America, do you think I should know nothing about it, and that I should not amuse myself during a whole week with the gossip such a romance would produce in my little town? I assure you again that there has never been an Autier at Lambesc, and that nobody there has ever inherited the mythical fortune you talk of." Marius felt quite crushed. The Count's words carried conviction with them, and Douglas alone could be the liar in all this. The young man did not dare express all he was thinking. "What interest have you in this Monsieur Autier?" asked Monsieur de Girousse, whose curiosity was excited. "None at all," replied Marius, stammering. "One of my friends told me about him, and I must have mistaken the name of the town he mentioned." He still hesitated to accuse Douglas, and there was a buzzing sensation in his head which prevented his judging the matter clearly. It was in an absent-minded way that he clasped the hand Monsieur de Girousse held out to him, with the words, "Well, good bye. Come to me at the opening of the shooting season. It'll amuse me." When the Count had gone, Marius remained in a painful state of perplexity. He must certainly have misunderstood. Yet Monsieur de Girousse's statements were clear and decisive. Monsieur Autier was not known at Lambesc, and therefore Douglas had lied for some reason or other. The young man did not dare fathom the consequences of this falsehood. He divined the existence of several pitfalls beneath his feet, and could account for the uneasiness he had experienced when with the notary. Having at present nothing more than suspicions, he promised himself that he would discover the whole truth, before engaging further in the matter and giving his signature. He understood how serious the least accusation would be, and he decided to act with extreme prudence, without haste and without showing his mistrust. The morrow was a Sunday, and Marius, having a free day before him, went the first thing in the morning to the Rue de Rome, where the property Autier was supposed to have purchased was situated. It was a large, handsome house let out in flats to different persons. Armed with his power of attorney, Marius skilfully questioned each of the tenants, and was soon convinced that not one of them knew Monsieur Autier, nor had even ever seen him, and that all of them had up till then dealt directly with Douglas, the notary. The young man's suspicions were being confirmed. He thought he would put them to a final test, and went to see the former owner of the building, whose address one of the tenants gave him. His name was Landrol, and he lived in an adjoining street. "Sir," said Marius, "I am instructed by Monsieur Autier to administer the property you sold him, and I wish you to give me some information concerning the leases you granted and the rent you charged." Monsieur Landrol obligingly placed himself at his disposal, and answered all his inquiries. Marius was very circumspect, and when he had spoken of one thing and another, he cleverly broached the real object of his visit. "Very many thanks," he said, "and I regret to have taken up so much of your time. My excuse is that I had not been able to see Monsieur Autier, who is at present away. It occurred to me that as you have had dealings with him, you could tell me something about him and give me some idea as to what his intentions were." "But I never treated directly with Monsieur Autier," Landrol replied simply. "I have never even seen the gentleman. The affair was carried through Monsieur Douglas, who furnished me with all the necessary signatures." "Ah! I thought Monsieur Autier had inspected the building, which is the usual custom." "Not at all. Don't you know that he has been in America for the last 6 months? Monsieur Douglas inspected the house himself and bought it for his client, whose instructions he had received." Marius bit his lip. He had almost allowed his terrible secret to escape him. The day before, the notary had told him that Autier had come from Lambesc to seek and purchase a house. The falsehood was now an absolute certainty. Autier could not be at the same time away in America, where he had been for the past 6 months, and also awaiting money at Cherbourg. No doubt the individual was no more known at Cherbourg or New York than he was at Lambesc.
He was a pure fiction, an imaginary puppet whom Douglas had conjured up for some criminal design of his own. And Marius suddenly thought that the power of attorney filled up with his name was in reality a forgery which rendered the forger liable to a sentence of penal servitude. He blushed as though he were himself the culprit, and muttered some further thanks to Landrol, who was eyeing him curiously, surprised to find him so badly informed as to the affairs of the person he was representing. When Marius found himself alone in the street, he was obliged to submit to the evidence of his senses. Only Douglas could have forged the document he had in his pocket. Yet the young man could not exactly understand the reason of the crime. The purchase money of the building had been paid, so the only explanation he could hit upon was that the notary had acquired the property for himself under an assumed name, in order to disguise the amount of his fortune. But even then, the crime was still there. Douglas, the pious and upright man, was a forger. Marius feared for a time that Moutet, the retired Toulon merchant, was also a dummy. He hastened to call on one of his friends who had resided a long time at Toulon, and breathed more freely when, on questioning him, he learnt that Moutet really existed and was one of Douglas's clients. After this, still prompted by his suspicions, he decided to see the property upon which Moutet held a mortgage. He had spent this morning in uselessly seeking a man, and he employed his afternoon in hunting for a house. Brought up in the Saint-Just district, in his mother's country house, Marius knew all the residences of the neighborhood. The property upon which Douglas professed to hold a mortgage in Moutet's name belonged to a M. Giraud, in whose house the young man had often played when a child. He went at once to Giraud's and paid a friendly call, as though he had been strolling in the neighborhood and wished merely to shake hands with his old friend. It was about mid-September. At the horizon the sea was slumbering, heavy and motionless, looking like an immense carpet of blue velvet. The countryside extended yellow with sunshine, hot and sweltering. A gentle breeze rose at times from the shore and went lightly through the branches of the quivering pine trees. When Marius passed before the country house where his mother had nursed him, a poignant emotion brought big tears to his eyes. Amidst the silence of this scorched and mournful desert, he fancied he could hear the beloved voice of the saintly woman whose memory sustained him in his task of deliverance which was weighing him down. Giraud received him like the prodigal son. "One never sees you now," he said. "Come here sometimes and try and forget all your troubles. You will find none but devoted friends here, who will help you to pass a few more pleasant hours." Marius was touched at this reception. He had often despaired of humanity since he had found himself face to face with the wickedness of life. During an hour he quite forgot the reason of his visit. It was Giraud himself who gave an opening for the delicate inquiry the young man wished to institute. "You see," said the master of the house, "we live happily here. We're certainly not over rich, but the few acres of land we possess suffice for our needs." "I thought you were in straitened circumstances," replied Marius. "The harvests have not been good." Giraud looked at the young man with surprise. "Straitened circumstances?" he said. "Not a bit of it. Why do you say that?" Marius felt himself changing colour. "Excuse me," he stammered. "I don't wish to appear indiscreet. I was told that after the last harvest you had been obliged to mortgage your property." On hearing this, Giraud laughed aloud. "Whoever told you that told you wrong," he resumed. "Thank heavens, I've never mortgaged a single inch of land." "Yet," said Marius, further wishing to be quite sure, "I was told the notary's name. It's M. Douglas who is stated to have taken the mortgage." Giraud continued laughing with his broad, frank laugh. "Monsieur Douglas is a worthy man," he replied, "but whatever property he's got a mortgage on, it's certainly not mine." The day before, Marius had seen the document in which Giraud's property was distinctly named, and it moreover bore the owner's signature. The notary had, therefore, committed a second forgery, and this one could not be so easily explained as the first. He had evidently kept the money which Moutet had intended to be invested for himself. Marius withdrew, desirous of thinking everything over before acting. Autier did not exist, and the property on which Moutet was supposed to have a mortgage was also a fiction, since Giraud declared it was not his. All this was a mystery which the young man dreaded to investigate. On the Monday morning, after a feverish night, he decided to call on the notary. End of chapters 5 and 6. Part 2, chapters 7 and 8 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Cowl Does Not Make the Friar. On arriving at Douglas's, Marius was surprised at the religious calm reigning in the large cold rooms which he knew to be the abode of crime. He could not accustom himself to such hypocrisy, and would have liked the very walls to have proclaimed aloud the notary's infamy. The quiet activity of the clerks, the respectable appearance of the house exasperated him, and filled his mind with painful doubts. Pale and agitated, he had seated himself in the ante-room when Douglas caught sight of him from his office, the door of which was open. Come in, he cried. You won't be in my way, and I'll attend to you in a minute." Marius walked in, and found 5 or 6 priests there, among them Abbé Donadei. This abbé, ever graceful and smiling, was cajoling the notary both by word and look. He had come to ask for alms. "You are one of our friends," he was saying, "and we come to you every time the poor boxes of our parishes are empty." "You do well, sir," replied Douglas, rising and taking some gold from a drawer. "How much do you want?" he asked the priest. "Well," resumed Donadei, in a soft tone of voice, "I think that 500 francs will suffice. We are much in need of the assistance of pious and honorable persons." "Here are 500 francs," said Douglas, interrupting him. And he added in a slightly trembling voice, "Pray for me, my father." Then all the priests rose and surrounded the notary, thanking him and calling upon heaven to bless him. Douglas listened to them, erect and very pale, and Marius fancied he could see a slight nervous trembling of his lips and eyelids. Donadei, with easy elegance, was inexhaustible in praise and flattering professions. "The Almighty will repay you what you give us," he said. "He is already doing so by making your business prosper, and by bestowing on you the peace of mind that is only awarded to the righteous. Ah, sir, you are a grand example in this city which is being corrupted by the materialism of the century. I would that the whole of our commercial population imitated your simple life and possessed your piety and kindliness of heart. One would not then see the horrible spectacle which Marseilles is presenting to us." Douglas seemed uneasy and wearied by the priest's praise. He interrupted him a second time, and said as he showed him to the door, "No, no, I am no saint. Everyone is in need of divine mercy. If you think you owe me any thanks, be so good as to pray for me." The priests made him a final bow, and at last withdrew. Marius, seated in a corner of the room, had assisted at this scene in silence. He felt indignant at the comedy that was being played before his eyes. Perhaps Douglas felt that he was purchasing heaven's forgiveness, and paying well for it with the money he had stolen. So this godly man, this kind-hearted soul, who relieved those in distress, this Christian, who devoted so much of his time to the churches, was but a hypocrite and a scoundrel. And as Marius thought thus, whilst watching the priests and notary, he fancied he was dreaming with his eyes open. He had come to overwhelm a forger, and he found himself confronted by a charitable man for whom the very church was offering up prayers. When the first moment of surprise was over, he felt a still more eager desire to do his duty. As the notary advanced towards him, smiling and with open and extended hand, he drew back slowly, gazing at him intently. Then he said suddenly, "Shut the door." Douglas, surprised, and as though incapable of resistance, went and closed it. "Bolt it," resumed Marius, as harshly as before. "We have to talk together." Douglas shot the bolt and came back looking astonished and displeased. "What is the matter with you, my dear friend?" he asked. And as Marius, influenced perhaps by a last feeling of pity, did not answer, he continued, "But after all, you're right. It's best to be alone when talking business. Well, are you ready? I have procured the document that was wanting, and now I only require your signature to complete Moutet's mortgage on Autier's house. You know that we are pressed for time. I received another letter this morning from my client Autier, who begs me to send him some money as quickly as possible." The notary rose from his table, spread out some papers, and, dipping a pen in the ink, offered it to Marius, saying simply,
Sign." Marius had not said a word, but had quietly watched each of the notary's movements. Instead of taking the pen, he looked him straight in the face, and said in a calm tone of voice, "I went yesterday to see the house in the Rue de Rome. I saw the tenants and the former landlord, and they all tell me that they do not know Monsieur Autier." Douglas turned pale, and his lips had again that trembling motion Marius had already observed. He gathered the papers together, laid the pen down, and reseated himself as he stammered, "Ah, you surprise me very much." "The day before yesterday," continued Marius, "I received a visit from Monsieur de Girousse, a rich landed proprietor of Lambesc, and he assured me that none of his neighbors was named Autier, and that that person certainly did not exist. To day I know that he was not mistaken. What am I to think?" The notary did not answer. He was gazing vaguely before him, changing colour and shaking, feeling himself lost, seeking no doubt in his despair a means of explaining matters satisfactorily. "I then went to the St. Just district," resumed Marius, pitilessly. "The property upon which you told me you had taken a mortgage on your client Moutet's behalf happens to belong to one of my mother's old friends, Monsieur Giraud, who assured me that his property was quite free. I ask you again, what am I to think?" And as Douglas still remained silent, the young man went on in a louder tone of voice, "Well, since you refuse to answer, I will tell you myself what I believe and what is indeed true. Your Monsieur Autier never existed. He's a puppet whom you invented in order to accomplish some nefarious scheme more easily. In addition to this, you never took any mortgage, and you put Moutet's money into your own pocket. To arrive at this fine result you have committed several forgeries, and today you are quite prepared to commit others in order to procure a further supply of cash for your needs." It was as though Marius was speaking to an insensible and motionless statue. The notary's calm increased the young man's anger. "I have not to judge your crimes," he continued, louder still, "but I have to ask you for an explanation of your unworthy conduct towards myself. What! You intended light-heartedly to mix me up in your dirty business? You would have compromised me while professing to be my friend and knowing my position as a humble worker. I have the right, have I not, to tell you that you are a scoundrel?" The notary did not wince. "And just now," resumed Marius, "there were priests here blessing you. Ah, you played your part admirably. I alone in Marseilles know what you are, and were I to state in public the enormity of your crime, I should very likely be stoned, you have so skilfully duped every one. Who would believe that the notary Douglas, that man esteemed by all, that frugal, religious individual, is shamelessly working in the dark the ruin of his numerous clients? I myself would still doubt, if doubt were possible, at seeing you seated so calm before me, in your humble and pious attitude of a monk at prayer. But say something, defend yourself if you can." Douglas had taken up a paper knife and was playing with it as though indifferent to all Marius was saying to him. "What would you have me tell you?" he replied at last. "You judge me as a child. I've let you have your say. Perhaps now you'll listen to me without interrupting." CHAPTER VIII. THE NOTARY'S SPECULATIONS. When Marius heard Douglas accuse him of judging like a child, he was indignant, and opened his lips to tell him that he judged as an honest man would. This forger thought it childish that he should be reproached with his forgeries, and he assumed the attitude of a misunderstood individual. As the young man was on the point of protesting, the notary interrupted him with a movement of impatience. "If you're always talking," he said, "you'll always be in the right. I let you insult me to your heart's content, so allow me to defend myself without interruption. I certainly would rather you had not become acquainted with my system. But as you have discovered a part of the truth, I prefer to tell you all. I know you are intelligent, and you will understand me better than any other. Moreover, I am worn out. I have not been successful in the application of my theory, and I know very well that I am a lost man. That's why I consent to unbosom myself entirely to you. You will see that I never wished for any one's ruin, and that it was with good faith that I offered, as a friend, to put you in the way of earning a little money. Anyhow, you will judge me, and I trust that after hearing my explanation you will simply look upon me as an unfortunate speculator. Please listen to what I have to say." Marius almost fancied he was dreaming.
He looked at Douglas as one would look at a madman talking reason. The peaceful tone of the man, his want of remorse, his self-satisfied manner, made him resemble some honest inventor sadly explaining, without cause for shame, why his invention had not succeeded. "There's no need to go into details," he resumed, "and let us put aside the Autier and Moutet matters, which are but of slight importance. The thing to see and judge is the whole vast and complicated machine that I had succeeded in establishing. You are surprised at my complaisance? Well, I tell you again I am a lost man. I can speak without fear of compromising myself. In fact, I experience a sort of pleasure in explaining my invention to you." He took up the position before Marius of a man who has an interesting story to tell, and was still toying with the paper knife. "First of all," he said, "I recognize, with you, that I have betrayed my trust, and that I am a great criminal if considered as a notary. But I have always looked upon myself as a banker, a money dealer. In a word, please behold in me nothing more than a speculator. When I succeeded my former employer, the practice was a very small one. My first efforts were directed towards making that practice the medium of a vast business connection. I was obliged to satisfy all requirements, lend to whosoever needed money, borrow of those who wanted to invest, sell to those who wished to buy, purchase of those who desired to sell. I was like the bird catchers who make use of decoy birds to call the wild ones. I invented some 40 imaginary persons, in whose names I was able to embark in all kinds of transactions. Autier, I admit, was one of them. I was thus enabled to purchase a large number of buildings which I paid for by means of loans contracted by the fictitious purchasers, and by granting mortgages on these buildings. By these means I created a capital, a considerable turnover, a much more extended practice, which served as a foundation to my credit." Douglas was speaking in a clear tone of voice. He continued after a short silence. "You must know that when one speculates on money one is at times brought face to face with terrible exigencies. I should have been forced to stop at the very outset of my speculations if, my buildings being mortgaged, I had not been able to procure, by some means, the funds necessary for the other operations I was contemplating. I did what seemed to me the simplest and most convenient thing to do. When the mortgages had reached the full value of the properties, I released the latter by false discharges, and then offered them as security for fresh loans." "What you are telling me is infamous!" exclaimed Marius. "I begged you not to interrupt me," Douglas retorted abruptly. "I will defend myself later on. At present I am merely stating the facts. I soon had to enlarge my system. My 40 personages no longer sufficed, so I then had recourse to extreme measures which, from their very audacity, succeeded perfectly. I caused well-known landowners and merchants to contract loans, mortgaged their properties, and forged their signatures. Afterwards each fresh mortgage was wiped out by the aid of a false discharge, which shielded me from all uneasiness. You understand? It's very simple." "Yes, yes, I understand," murmured Marius, who was beginning to think the notary was mad. "Besides," Douglas went on, "I raised money, no matter how, when it was necessary. I wished to go straight to my goal, and I have ever marched steadily on without troubling myself about obstacles, and accepting freely the consequences of my theory. For instance, I sometimes created both the borrower and the building in the same transaction. I have taken mortgages on a property which did not exist, or which did not belong to the pretended borrower. At other times, when I have been in urgent need of money to meet some unforeseen exigency, I have drawn bills payable to order and signed by the leading merchants of Marseilles, and which I have put into circulation at a loss after accepting them in my own name. You see that I am hiding nothing from you, and that I am accusing myself. I am laying myself bare before you, because I wish to justify myself, and also because in future I must give over applying my system." Marius was utterly terrified. He entered tremblingly the recesses of this man's mind. He felt that he was in the presence of a moral phenomenon, and he submitted to this strange confession like one submits to a nightmare. It seemed to him that he was in the thick of the roar and smoke of some machine, surrounded by the revolving gear. "So,"
Douglas resumed, "you quite understand what my system was. In principle, I wished to be a banker, to turn to account the funds that passed through my hands. I acquired on my own account properties which I fancied I could resell at a profit. My system of fictitious names answered all requirements. By the aid of these names I was able to deal with all who applied to me. I have been, according to the opportunity, lender, borrower, purchaser, and seller. Whenever the funds raised by my personal credit or the credit I had procured for the fictitious individuals did not suffice for my needs, I obtained others by negotiating supposed loans on behalf of no matter who, relative, friend, or client, being careful later on to release that person's property, the same as I had mortgaged it, unbeknown to himself. In a word, my office became a banking establishment." "A thieving establishment!" exclaimed Marius. "A forger's den!" Douglas shrugged his shoulders. "You ought by now to understand me," he said, "and to see that I never sought to rob a single one of my clients. I have a hope that you will do me justice by and by. I have now to tell you about my finest invention. To administer the properties acquired and turn the borrowed moneys to good account, I conceived the idea of establishing agents acting under power of attorney, who would represent in all matters my 40 imaginary personages. And to fill these posts I selected honorable young men, who became my unconscious accomplices. I had faith in my system, and I should most certainly have enriched those who assisted me if unfortunate circumstances had not marred my success. When I proposed to you to represent Autier, I desired solely, as I have already told you, to come to your assistance and give you a share in the profits of a speculation which I considered an excellent one." These last words exasperated Marius. He could bear it no longer, and he felt he would go mad if he continued to follow Douglas's strange talk. "I have listened to you patiently," he said, shaking with indignation. "The rascalities you have been telling me of, with such cool impudence, prove to my mind that you are either a fool or a rogue." "Not at all," interrupted the notary, striking the table with his fist. "You have certainly not understood me. I have told you 4 or 5 times, I'm a banker. Listen to me, for goodness' sake." Douglas rose and placed himself before Marius. There was nothing in his attitude to indicate either fear or shame. "You have called me a rogue and a thief," said he softly, "and I let you insult me, for you were accusing me in the name of society, speaking as the Crown Attorney would speak when judging my conduct from the legal standpoint. You must look at it from another point of view if you would understand me. Let us reason a bit. A thief is he who steals another's property and makes off when his pockets are full, is he not? I have never for a moment thought of stealing. I have been applying my system during 6 years, and I am poorer now than when I first began. My operations have not succeeded, I have even lost some thousands of francs which were my own. You know what my life has been. I have lived on bread and water. I have led the existence of an austere and indefatigable worker. The only luxury I have allowed myself has been to give a little in charity. A strange thief, indeed, who has lived in his office as in a cloister, and who has handled enormous sums of money without even being tempted to steal a copper. Admit that if I were really a thief, I should long ago have got together what funds I could and have bolted." Marius felt surprised and embarrassed. He had not looked at the matter in that light. The man was evidently right. He could not be accused of robbery. "What shocks and incenses you," resumed Douglas, "is my system itself. It has failed, and I shall be considered a great criminal. If it had succeeded, I should have realized a large fortune without doing the slightest injury to anyone. I should have been immensely rich, and the world would have esteemed me. Yes, crime has been my base of operation. I have speculated on forgery. I have followed a new and bold line. But to my mind success was certain. I had faith in my activity. It never occurred to me that I might drag another down in my fall. That is wherein I was blind. You see my course of proceeding. I took mortgages on property which did not exist, or which had already been mortgaged, but I paid the interest on the money invested. I put forged bills into circulation, but I took them up at maturity. My imaginary personages were, so to say, nothing more than borrowed names to cover myself, and I made use of them simply to increase my speculations. Understand me well. I wished above all to procure funds and turn them to account. What matter the fictitious securities I emitted, the forged documents, the different means I employed to extend my credit and the sphere of my business? In speculation, the only reality is the profit one is able to draw, more or less skillfully, from a given capital. Take the stock exchange, for instance. There one trades on mere suppositions. Admit for a moment that by buying and selling properties, by means of other people's money, I had succeeded in doubling the capital I had illegally procured. I should have refunded that capital in full, have robbed nobody, destroyed the forged documents, and have retired with a fortune won by my labor and intelligence. That's my system in its entirety. Having no fortune of my own, I was obliged to borrow of my clients the principal necessary for carrying on my operations. It was no theft, but a mere loan." On hearing Douglas's clear and logical reasoning, a kind of terror crept over Marius. The notary grew terribly in his eyes. For a moment he looked upon him as some misguided genius who had employed his rare faculties of energy and daring in the cause of evil. Had the man had large means of action he might perhaps have accomplished great things. There are some superior qualities residing in all criminals of Douglas's caliber. Marius was above all surprised by the simple and natural manner in which the notary spoke of the forgeries he had committed. His mind was undoubtedly disordered. The man was ill. The fever of speculation which devoured him had brought him little by little to look upon crime as an excellent medium, provided the crime remained concealed and unpunished. He had said it himself. Though he had forged, he still considered himself an honest man, so long as he caused no one to lose anything. After a pause, Douglas went on, shaking his head the while. "Systems are always splendid. Practice alone opens your eyes to their defects. In theory, I should have won an immense fortune. I don't know how it has happened, but I am now overwhelmed with debt, and I can see very well that all hope is gone. My unfortunate operations have swallowed up over $1 million, and my clients are ruined." The notary's voice had grown feebler, and emotion was filling his eyes with tears. He walked feverishly up and down, and as he did so he continued. "You've no idea what a frightful life I've been leading these past 2 years. Every one of my operations failed, and I found myself face to face with terrible exigencies. To preserve my credit, to conceal my forgeries, I have been daily obliged to commit others. I no longer dreamed of making money, I only thought of defending myself and escaping the galleys. I take heaven to witness that had I been able to get back the money that was lost, I would have reimbursed everyone, and then lived as a law-abiding citizen. But the enormous amount of interest I had to pay crushed me. I resold at a loss the properties I had acquired. In spite of my struggles, ill luck has clung to me and weighed me down to the very depths of ruin. Today my liabilities are considerable. I cannot meet this fortnight's bills, and for me a suspension of payment means penal servitude. If the authorities were ever to examine my papers, I should be at once arrested and put in prison." Marius almost felt disposed to pity the wretch. Douglas sat down again and resumed dejectedly. "After all, though, this is the end. I've confessed to you, and I know that you're about to hand me over to justice. Let it be so, for my position is no longer bearable. You're right. I'm a scoundrel, and I ought to be punished." Marius did not stir. He was reflecting, uncertain how to act. One fear stayed him. He did not wish to be mixed up in the matter in case he should be called as a witness, and thus lose precious time which belonged to his mission. Moreover, it was not his business to denounce the notary. There was no escape now for the man, he was fatally on the road to his punishment, and would fall of his own accord into his judge's hands. "Well, why do you hesitate?" asked Douglas. "You know all. I'll await here the police officers you are going for." The young man rose from his chair, and tore up the documents containing his name. "You are a wretch," he replied. "My judgment has not changed. But there is no need for me to assist justice, which will know how to punish you without my help. Your chastisement will come of itself." And he walked out of the office. Here is the end of this episode. On the morrow, Douglas, unable to meet his engagements, took to flight. Marseilles was panic-stricken at the news. Several fortunes were compromised, and it was impossible at first to gauge the full extent of the disaster. It was a kind of public misfortune. With the dismay of those concerned was mingled the astonishment of all honest persons. They could not forgive the notary the hypocrisy with which he had deceived a whole city during several years. Douglas was caught and tried at Aix in the midst of a terrible feeling of irritation. He accepted his position with rare coolness. Without his assistance the authorities would never have succeeded in unravelling such an intricate affair. The court had to pronounce on more than 900 deeds infected with every kind of forgery, varied in so many ways that the human mind could not have conceived any combination of which the forger had not made use. The misdeeds laid to his charge were so numerous, were complicated with so many details, and affected so great a number of victims, that it would have been impossible to have seen clearly amidst the chaos without the assistance of him who, after imagining and putting his crimes into execution, could alone unravel the skein of them. Douglas set to work with indefatigable zeal and surprising truthfulness to clear up the disorder of his affairs, and to fix his own position as well as those of his creditors and debtors. He continued to energetically defend himself against the accusation of theft. He repeated that he was an unfortunate speculator, and if justice and circumstances had permitted him, he would have retrieved his affairs as well as those of his clients. He seemed to be accusing the court of binding his hands, of preventing him repairing the harm he had done. He was condemned to penal servitude for life, and to be publicly exhibited in the pillory at Marseilles. End of chapters 7 and 8. Part 2, chapters 9 and 10 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. How an Ugly Man may become Handsome. It was now more than 2 months since Marius and Fine had returned to Marseilles. On leaving the notary's office, the young man had to own to himself that up till then he had been wasting his time, and that so far he had not obtained the first franc of the 15,000 he required for Philippe's safety. After all, he knew only how to show his love and devotion. He felt he had a soul too upright, a mind too loyal and too generously artless for him to be able to procure in a few weeks the large sum he was so despairingly seeking. He had always acted like a child. The deplorable incidents with which he had recently found himself mixed up, the loves of Armande and Sauveur, Douglas's hypocrisy and forgeries, had shown him life under a terrifying aspect which discouraged him. He retreated instead of advancing. He feared in making another attempt to fail and even compromise himself, by falling again into the hands of rogues who would take advantage of him. In his suspicious state he saw nothing but snares around him. Such tender hearts, ignorant of evil and desirous of good, are predestined to be wounded and made to bleed at every hour of the day. Yet the month of December was drawing nigh, and it was necessary to make haste if Philippe was to be saved. No further mercy would be shown, and the condemned man would be undoubtedly fastened to the infamous pillory. At that thought Marius shed tears of impotence and weariness. He would he could have freed his brother by some Herculean task. If he had been put to the proof he would have undertaken to pierce the prison wall with his nails, to have scraped and crumbled the stone away beneath his fingers. That laborious exploit would not have appeared to him a hard one, and he would have succeeded in it although he wore his fingers to the bone. But the thought of the 15,000 francs terrified him. Once it was a question of money, of taking humiliating steps, or of engaging in more or less equivocal dealings, he went off his head and felt incapable of conducting the least enterprise to a successful conclusion. This explained the artless confidence which had taken him to Armande and Douglas. All hope, however, was not yet dead within him.
Thanks to those same qualities which were his weakness, to his kindly heart and upright mind, he always returned to the thoughts of self-reliance and hope. The lessons which the ignominies of life had taught him could not prevent him still believing in the helpful sympathy of others. "I have more than 6 weeks before me yet," he thought. "It's impossible that I shall not find some true friend by then. There's no reason for despair." He would certainly have fallen ill with the anguish, the hopes, and disappointments of his task, if he had not had a comforter at hand who smiled at him when most depressed. A strong friendship had grown up between him and the Cougourdans. He went nearly every day to see Fine, and spent long evenings in her society. At the beginning they talked together of Philippe. Then, whilst not forgetting the poor prisoner, they conversed about themselves, about their childhood and future. These were chats quite free from all restraint, which rested them after the fatigues and anxieties of the day, and gave them fresh courage for the morrow. Every morning Marius, little by little, began ardently to long for the evening, in order to find himself back in Fine's little room. When he had a gleam of hope, he ran to tell it to his friend, and when he had met with some disappointment, he also hastened to relate it to her and be consoled. It was only there, in that clean and tidy attic which smelt so sweet and looked so gay, that he felt at ease in the midst of his tender sadness. One evening he persisted in helping the young woman who was making up some bouquets for the morrow's sale. He took a childish delight in removing the thorns from the roses, in gathering up the pinks into slender bunches, in delicately taking one by one the violets and marguerites and handing them to Fine. From that time he became a florist every evening between 8 and 10. The work amused him, he said, and quieted his anxieties. If ever his fingers touched Fine's when handing her the flowers, he felt a gentle warmth rise to his face. The strange uneasiness, the penetrating emotion he then experienced, was no doubt the sole cause of his sudden inclination for making bouquets. Marius was certainly a simpleton. He would have been much surprised, even hurt, if anyone told him that he was falling in love with Fine. He would have exclaimed that he knew he was much too ugly to dare to love the young woman, and that, moreover, such a love, born and developed in the shadow of his brother's misfortune, would have seemed to him a crime. But his heart would soon have protested. He had never lived much in the society of a woman, and had let himself be caught by the first affectionate glance bestowed upon him. Fine, consoling and encouraging him, ever ready with a caressing smile and a warm pressure of the hand, seemed to him, at first, both a sister and a mother whom Heaven had sent him in his affliction. The truth was that, unbeknown to himself, this sister, this mother, was becoming a bride whom he already loved with all the tender and devoted ardor of his heart. And this love was bound to spring up between two young people who wept and smiled in company. Chance had brought them together, and their goodness was uniting them. They were worthy of each other, they possessed the all-powerful sympathy of devotion. For some time past a sly smile, which Marius had failed to notice, had been playing about Fine's lips. She guessed the young man loved her long before he himself had become aware of his love. Women have a special gift of penetrating this sort of secret. They can read in their lovers' eyes and see into the innermost recesses of their souls. The flower girl, however, was careful to hide her blushes. She schooled herself to remain Marius's cordial friend, and not to open his eyes by a warmer grasp of the hand. To see them each evening, seated opposite one another, with a table covered with roses between them, one would have taken them for brother and sister. On Sundays Fine went to St. Henri. She felt a sort of sympathetic pity, a compassionate friendship for Blanche. The poor young girl, who was soon to become a mother and whose life was for ever blighted, became every day dearer to her. She saw her remorse, her tears of regret, she assisted at her disconsolate existence, and sought by her visits to assuage her misery. She brought her bright smile to that little house by the sea, where Blanche was weeping as she thought of Philippe and her unborn babe. It was like a holy pilgrimage for the flower girl, and she accomplished it religiously. She started off about midday, after luncheon, and remained till dusk with Mademoiselle de Cazalis. In the evening, as night was falling, she found Marius waiting for her on the seashore, and they returned together to Marseilles, on foot, arm in arm, like a young married couple. Marius tasted pure joy during these walks. Sunday evening became for him the reward of all his efforts of the week. He waited for Fine by the sea, forgetful of his sorrows, feverishly watching for the young woman's arrival. Then, when she was there, They smiled at each other and returned slowly in the soft shadows of the gathering night, exchanging words of friendship and hope. Never did the young man think the road long enough. One Sunday Marius arrived early. As a feeling of delicacy prevented him calling at Blanche's house and so adding to her grief, he sat down on the cliff which rises near the village, and took patience in watching the blue immensity spread out before him. He remained there nearly 2 hours, lost in a vague reverie, in thoughts of love and happiness which softly lulled him. The immense horizon moved him. Unconsciously, his love for Fine rose from his heart to his lips. The sea and sky, the infinity of the waters and the air affected him, opened his soul. He beheld but Fine in the boundless sea, he heard but her name in the dull and regular murmur of the waves. The flower girl arrived and seated herself on the rock beside the young man, who took her hand without speaking. Before them was spread the sea and heavens, both of a soft pale blue. Twilight was falling. Profound serenity was alike enfeebling the last sounds and the last rays. Thin rosy gleams in the west were casting their delicate reflections on the rocks of the shore. There was a breath of tenderness in the air, a great quivering voice which grew softer and softer. Deeply moved, Marius kept his friend's hand in his as he continued his dream. His eyes fixed on the horizon, on that vague haze where heaven and sea mingled together, he was smiling sadly. And in a low voice, and quite unconsciously, his lips gave utterance to the thoughts of his heart. "No, no," he murmured, "I am too ugly." From the moment Marius took her hand, Fine had been smiling in her sly and tender way. At last her friend was going to make up his mind to speak. She guessed it from the deeper look in his eyes, his tighter grasp. When she heard the young man say he was too ugly, she seemed surprised and annoyed. "Too ugly!" she exclaimed. "But you are quite handsome, Marius." Fine had put so much feeling into the cry which had escaped her, that Marius looked round and clasped his hands as he gazed at her anxiously. She, feeling that she had abruptly delivered up the secret of her heart, lowered her face, which became covered with blushes. She remained thus speechless and embarrassed during some seconds. But she was not the girl to withdraw from the complete avowal of her love. She possessed too much frankness and sprightliness to indulge in the hypocritical comedy which most young persons in love go through on similar occasions. She courageously raised her face and looked straight at Marius, who was trembling. "Listen, my friend," she said to him. "I wish to speak frankly. 6 months ago, I hardly thought of you at all. I considered you to be ugly, no doubt I had never really looked at you. To-day I think you are quite handsome. I don't know how it has happened, I assure you." In spite of her resolution, she hesitated a little, and sudden blushes again covered her cheeks. She stopped short, unable to tell Marius plainly that she loved him. She knew the young man's timidity and had spoken solely to encourage him. Marius remained in his state of tender ecstasy. He required no more, and would have remained there on the cliff all night without seeking to obtain from Fine a more complete avowal. She was growing impatient. The story of her love was a simple one. At first she had admired Philippe's tall frame and energetic countenance, with that blindness of young girls which prompts them to choose handsome lads, those who carry all their beauty on their faces and none in their souls. Then, wounded to the heart by the indifference of Blanche's lover, seeing at last clearly into his vain nature, she had begun to look more severely upon his conduct, and had become little by little estranged from him. It was at this time that she found herself frequently with Marius, in an intimacy which brought them closer and closer together. In this instance, love had been born of kindliness. Marius, ugly to the eyes, became beautiful for the heart. At first, Fine had seen in him merely a disheartened friend who needed help. She had undertaken half his task in a sisterly way, prompted a little by love for Philippe and a great deal by a natural desire to be serviceable. She had therefore joined Marius, and their common thought of deliverance had united them more each day. It was thus that their affection grew, they loved each other through their self-devotion, whilst living on the same hope and working for the same object. And it was in the accomplishment of this generous task that Marius became handsome. The comparison which Fine could not help drawing between Philippe and Marius, made the latter appear an exceptional being, the charming prince of a young girl's dreams. Marius's countenance became forthwith transfigured in her eyes. It appeared to her quite handsome, with all the beauty of his loyal and tender nature. She would have been immensely surprised had anyone told her lover was ugly. Marius could still hear the young woman's cry, that cry of the heart which as good as told him, "You are handsome, and I love you." He dared not speak, fearing to dispel the sweet dream which was so deliciously soothing his mind. Fine, in her embarrassment, continued to smile. "You don't believe me?" she asked, speaking merely for the sake of speaking, and scarcely knowing what she was saying. "Yes, I believe you," Marius replied in a low, deep voice. "I need to believe you. When you were not there, the murmur of the waves told me a secret. I don't know what is the matter with the sea and the sky this evening. They speak in so sweet a voice that they have moved my heart and disturbed my mind. At this close of day, amidst the sadness of the twilight, I have just discovered within myself a happiness I had never dreamed of. Would you like to know the secret the waves whispered in my ear?" "Yes," said the young woman, while her emotion caused her hand to tremble. Marius leant towards her, and murmured in a faint and timid tone of voice, "The waves told me that I loved you." The shadows were falling more grey and solemn. In the heavens, lights appeared amid a milky transparency. The dark blue motionless sea was slumbering as it wafted its sluggish heavy breath. Fresh and briny odours arose, borne by the evening breeze and the serenity of space spread in the advancing night. The hour was a fit one for an avowal of love. A divine tenderness, a smiling calm came from the vast compassionate sea. At the foot of the cliff the waves were slowly breaking, lulling the sleeping coast; whilst from the earth, still hot and feverish, rose a fierce breath of passion. It seemed as though the vast sea was adding its voice to Marius's tender words. "Well," said the flower girl gaily, "the waves are chatterboxes. But did they tell you the truth?" "Yes, yes," he exclaimed, "the waves spoke the truth. I feel it now, my friend. I have been loving you for months past. Ah, what a lot of good this avowal does me! For a long time past I have felt there was something wanting. When I was in your presence I became penetrated by some pleasant sensation. I could hear some indistinct voices within me, and I could not make out what they were whispering. Now the silence of this cliff has sufficed for me to hear them tell of my love." Fine listened to Marius's words with a smile on her lips. The shadows were becoming more and more bluish and mysterious. Marius hesitated for a moment, then asked in a soft and humble tone of voice, "You are not angry at what I am telling you? I know very well that you cannot love me." "You know nothing at all," replied Fine, with abrupt tenderness. "Good heavens! What a time you are making up your mind! My answer has been ready for more than a month past." "And what is it?" "Ask the waves," the young woman answered with a laugh. She held out her hands to Marius, who kissed them passionately. It was now quite dark, and the dull moan of the sea lingered voluptuously in the gloom. The young man bent over the young woman, and their lips met. Then they talked as lovers do, in the puerile way of children, going from recollections of the past to projects for the future. Their voices were a music which caressed them, and they talked to hear each other speak, to feel one another's warm breath play about their faces. They were so happy in the obscurity, in face of the infinite which lay open before them. "Listen," said Fine, "we will get married when your brother is free. Philippe must be placed in safety first." At the mention of Philippe's name, Marius shuddered. He had forgotten his brother. The sad reality rose before him. For 2 hours he had been living in the seventh heaven, and now he had fallen back to the earth from the height of his dream. "Philippe," he murmured despondently. "Yes, we must think of him. Oh, heavens! Is my happiness already dead? You love my brother, do you not? For mercy's sake, tell me the truth." Fine said nothing, but burst into sobs. The young man's words were breaking her heart. In his despair he pressed for an answer, and at last the flower girl cried, "I love you because you are good, because you know how to love. So you see well enough that I cannot love Philippe." There was such a burst of faith and love in this cry that Marius at last understood. He placed his arms around her in a sudden transport of adoration. And then he had a slight feeling of remorse. "We are happy," he observed, "and egotistical. Whilst we are breathing here the free air of heaven, our brother is pining in prison. Ah, we know not how to work for his deliverance." "Yes, you'll see," Fine replied. "You'll see what one can do when one's in love and loved in return." They remained hand in hand without saying another word, while the sea continued to lull their love with its monotonous voice. The stars were shining brightly as they re-entered Marseilles, their hearts full of their young hopes and affection. Chapter 10. Hostilities are renewed. Blanche passed her days in tears. The autumn was giving a pale hue to the melancholy horizon, the season was becoming cold and dreary. Chill blasts stirred the sea, whose voice had changed into a wail, whilst the trees were casting their leaves upon the ground. Beneath the mournful nudity of the heavens lay the bareness of the sea and shore. This sadness of the air, this last farewell of summer spread over Blanche's surroundings the despair which already filled her heart. She led a retired life in the little house by the shore. It was situated a short distance from the village of St. Henri, stood alone upon a cliff, and overlooked the sea which beat against the rocks beneath the windows. Blanche would spend whole days together watching and listening to the waves, whose constant noise soothed her sufferings. This was her sole diversion. She followed with her eyes the great sheets of foam which broke and leapt into the air. Her aching being found relief in presence of the mild and monotonous immensity. Occasionally of an evening she would go out, accompanied by her companion. She would descend to the seashore and seat herself on a fragment of rock. The cool night breeze calmed the fever that was consuming her. She would linger in the darkness, deafened by the breaking of the waves upon the beach, and not return home until she was shivering with the cold. The same thought was ever oppressing her. At each succeeding hour it was there, overwhelming, inexorable. In the chilliness of the night or the warmth of the day, in presence of the infinite or before the void of darkness, Blanche thought of Philippe and her unborn babe. Fine was her great consoler. If the flower girl had not consented to spend the Sunday afternoons with her, the poor young creature would have died of despair. She felt an imperious need of confiding her grief to some kind soul. Solitude frightened her, for when she found herself alone again, her remorse rose before her like a spectre and filled her with terror. Directly Fine arrived, they both went up to a little room where they shut themselves in to talk and weep undisturbed. The window stood open, and far away on the blue velvet of the sea, white sails would pass like messengers of hope. And on each occasion the same tears were shed, the same words spoken, heartrending and pathetic. "Oh, how gloomy life is!" said Blanche. "I've been thinking all day of the hours I passed with Philippe among the rocks of Jaumegarde and the Epernay. I ought to have killed myself in those gulfs, have fallen down some precipice." "Why be always weeping, ever regretting?" Fine gently replied. "You're no longer a little girl, and have sacred duties to fulfill. For heaven's sake think of the present, and no longer linger in an ever irreparable past. You will end by making yourself ill, by killing your child." Blanche shuddered. "Kill my child," she resumed amidst her sobs. "Do not say that. The child must live to atone for my transgression and obtain my pardon. Ah, Philippe was right when he said that I should belong to him forever. Though I denied him, I have vainly tried to tear the memory of him from my heart. My pride has been crushed, and I have been obliged to yield to the love filled with remorse which is torturing me. And to-day I love Philippe more than I ever did before, with all my regrets and all my despair." Fine said nothing. She would have liked to have seen Blanche stronger and prepared for the difficult task maternity was about to bring her. But Mademoiselle de Cazalis was always the poor, weak creature who could do nothing but cry. The flower girl determined to act herself when the time came. "If you knew," continued Blanche, "how I suffer when you're not here. I feel Philippe torturing me. He lives again in my child, and is ever with me, reproaching me with my perjury. He is always before me, or about me. I can see him on his pallet, in his cell.
I hear him complaining and cursing me. I would I had no heart, then I might live in peace." "Come, you must be calm," said Fine. With such despair consolation is often powerless. The young woman assisted with a certain terror at these scenes of distress. She studied Blanche's shattered love like a physician studies some strange and terrible malady, and said to herself, "That is how one suffers, that is what one becomes when one loves timidly." One day, when in one of her fits of despair, Blanche said in a broken voice, with her eyes fixed upon her companion, "You are going to marry him, are you not?" Fine did not at first understand Blanche, who added hastily, "Hide nothing from me, I would rather know all. You are a good girl and will make him happy, and I prefer to see him married to you than to know he is gadding about Marseilles. When I am dead, tell him that I always loved him." And she burst into sobs. The flower girl gently took her hands. "I beg you," she said, "think no more of your lover, but think of your child. If possible, forget everything for it. Besides, be easy, I shall never marry Philippe, though I may become his sister." "His sister?" interrupted Mademoiselle de Cazalis. "Yes," answered Fine, smiling sweetly as she thought of Marius. "I love and am beloved." And she told her the story of her love, appeasing her fever by speaking to her of Marius. As she listened to the recital of this peaceful courtship, Blanche's tears fell less fast. From that day forth she loved Fine far more. She felt only a faint sadness when thinking of Philippe, and determined to devote herself to her child. True love, the devoted, generous love of her friend, had entered her heart. Sometimes Fine found Abbé Chastanier in the little house on the cliff. The priest took Blanche the consolation of religion. He sustained her by talking to her of heaven, by withdrawing her thoughts from the world and its passions. He would have liked to have seen Mademoiselle de Cazalis enter a convent, for he felt that there was no longer any happiness possible for her amid the pleasures of society. She would have to remain everlastingly a widow, and she did not possess the strength of mind necessary to make herself a peaceful existence in her widowhood. But the poor priest was very ignorant of matters relating to the heart. Blanche much preferred to weep with Fine whilst talking of Philippe than to listen to Abbé Chastanier's sermons. Yet the old man spoke to her at times in profound accents, and the girl looked at him with surprise, seized with a desire to penetrate into the peaceful world in which he lived. She wished to kneel down, to remain forever in obeisance, absorbed in an ecstasy that would have delivered her from all her sufferings. It was thus that she became little by little that which she was destined to be, a servant of God, one of those holy women whom the world has wounded, and who ascend to heaven before their death. One day Abbé Chastanier remained till evening, and left with Fine. He had to tell the flower girl some bad news which he did not wish to mention before Blanche. He found Marius on the shore awaiting his sweetheart. "My dear child," he said, "there is more trouble in store for you. Monsieur de Cazalis wrote to me yesterday. He is much surprised that the sentence pronounced against your brother has not yet been carried out, and informs me he is taking steps to hasten the date of the public exhibition in the pillory. How are you getting on? Do you hope soon to secure the prisoner's release?" "Well, no," replied Marius sorrowfully. "I am no farther advanced than on the first day. I hope to have still at least 6 weeks before me." "I do not think," the Abbé resumed, "that Monsieur de Cazalis will be able to induce the President to break with us. Besides, our interview has remained secret, and that makes me believe that the exhibition will not take place till the end of December as promised. But I advise you to make haste. One can never say what may happen, and I thought it right to let you know what I had been told." Fine and Marius were in dismay. They returned to Marseilles with the priest, silently and again a prey to their anguish. Their love had in a sense blinded them during a week, and now they once more beheld the same abyss before them. End of chapters 9 and 10. Part 2, chapters 11, 12, and 13 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Douglas in the pillory at Marseilles.
Some few mornings afterwards, towards 9 o'clock, as Marius was on his way to his office, he found the Rue Paradis full of a noisy crowd which was going in the direction of the Canebière. He stopped at the corner of the Rue de la Darse, and standing on tiptoe, caught a glimpse of the Place Royale full of people. It was like a sea of human heads. The unceasing flow of the crowd about him continued on its way with a noisy hum. The keen curiosity evinced by the mob gradually took hold of Marius also. Stray words which he caught from time to time filled him with vague anxiety, and he also wished to go and see. He allowed himself to be carried along by the crowd which was streaming down the street like a torrent. He easily reached the Place Royale, but there the throng which surged from the Rue Paradis broke itself against a compact, immovable mass of people. All were standing on tiptoe, and looking in the direction of the Canebière. The young man obtained a vague view of some soldiers on horseback. He could distinguish nothing else, and did not yet guess what painful sight could thus attract the entire population of the city. The crowd about him was shouting. Voices gave utterance to sudden sharp words, which rose above the discordant hum of the multitude, and reached him distinctly. "He arrived from Aix during the night." "Yes, and he'll start tomorrow for Toulon." "I should like to see what figure he cuts." "They say he burst into sobs when he saw the executioner bring the cords." "No, no, he kept up well. Believe me, he's a plucky fellow, who doesn't weep like a woman." "Ah, the scoundrel! The people should stone him. I shall try and get nearer." "Wait for me. They must be hooting him there. I want to join in." These words, interspersed with jeers and yelled out with angry gesticulations, sounded cruelly in Marius's ears. A genuine terror seized him, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was frightened and incapable of reasoning. He asked himself in his anguish who the man could be whom the mob was hurrying to insult. The crowd was growing denser and more eager every moment, and he saw that he would never be able to pierce the formidable mass before him. So he decided to get round the Place Royale. He went slowly down the Rue Vacon, took the Rue Beauvau, and eventually reached the Canebière. There a strange sight awaited him. The whole extent of the Canebière, from the harbor to the Cours Belzunce, was filled with an immense mob which was added to every minute. Throngs of people were streaming down every street. At times a breath of anger rushed through the crowd, and then shouts arose, spread like vast billows with the deep murmur of the sea. All the windows were filled with spectators. Urchins had climbed up the shop fronts along the houses. All Marseilles was there, and each head was eagerly gazing in the same direction. There were more than 60,000 persons on the Canebière staring and hooting. When Marius had succeeded in drawing near, he then understood what kind of sight was attracting and detaining the crowd. In the centre of the Canebière, opposite the Place Royale, stood a scaffold made of rough planks, on which was a man tied to a post. 2 companies of infantry, a picket of mounted gendarmerie, and chasseurs were drawn round the platform and protecting the culprit against the increasing fury of the mob. At first Marius only beheld the wretch fastened to the pillory and towering above the crowd. A horrible anxiety made him seek to see the man's face. Perhaps it was Philippe. Perhaps M. de Cazalis had succeeded in having the date of the execution of the sentence advanced. At that thought Marius's sight became confused, tears filled his eyes, and there was like a thick cloud hanging before his gaze which prevented him distinguishing anything. He leant against a shop, feeling faint, and stabbed to the heart by each shout of the crowd. In his feverish state, he ended by really believing that he recognized his brother on the scaffold, that it was indeed Philippe who was there and whom the multitude was insulting. The shame, pain, and pity which then took possession of him filled him with atrocious anguish. During several minutes he remained like one annihilated. Then he recovered sufficient courage to raise his head and look. The wretched man was firmly tied to the post. He wore a vest and trousers of grey canvas. His head was covered by a cap, and he had drawn the peak down over his eyes. He obstinately held his head bent, thus preventing the spectators seeing his features. His face was turned towards the port, and he never once raised his head to gaze at the broad sea which spread out before him, free and happy. When Marius had again looked at the prisoner, he felt a doubt, and with it relief. The man seemed twice as stout as his brother. Moreover, he knew Philippe, and was confident that he would not have bowed his head thus, but would have considered it a duty to return the crowd scorn for scorn. Yet Marius still had a vague fear. The hidden face disquieted him. He would have liked to have had a clear view of the culprit's features. All about the young man the mob continued to utter exclamations, yells of anger or irony. "Hold up your head, you rogue! Show us your face, you scoundrel! Oh, he'll never look up, he's frightened. Well, he's harmless now. He's got his hands tied and will never again rob anybody. You think so, do you? He almost stole his pardon. Yes, yes, some rich people, pious people tried to have him spared the ignominy of the pillory. A poor man wouldn't have met with such sympathy. But the king didn't give way. He said the punishment must be the same for all scoundrels, whether high or low. Oh, the king's a good fellow. Hi! Douglas, rogue, rascal, thief, hypocrite, you won't play any more of your pranks, my friend. You won't go again to church to pray to have your forgeries concealed." Marius breathed more freely. The cries he heard told him at last who was the sufferer. Then he recognized Douglas. He caught a distinct view of the ex-notary's pale, fat face. But in the innermost recesses of his heart, he thought of his brother, and remembered that Philippe also might have to confront the jeers and howls of the mob. The multitude was still roaring. "He's ruined more than 50 families. Penal servitude is too light a punishment for him." "We should take the law into our own hands." "Yes, that's it. We'll capture him and lynch him when he passes by." "Look how comfortable he seems up there." "He doesn't suffer half enough. He ought to be hung up by his feet." "Ah, there's the executioner about to untie him." "Come along." It was true, and Douglas left the scaffold. He was placed in a little open cart drawn by a single horse, which was to take him back to the prison. At this moment there was a great commotion amongst the people. Everybody rushed forward to hoot and perhaps kill the wretch. But the foot soldiers surrounded the cart, whilst those on horseback galloped about and broke up the mob. Marius looked a last time at the culprit with intense pity. The man was, no doubt, very guilty, but the cavalry of shame he was ascending turned him rather into an object of commiseration than of anger. The young man had remained leaning against a shop. As he was watching the departure of the cart, he heard 2 workmen, who were passing by, say, "We'll come back next month. You know, they're going to exhibit that fellow who carried off the young lady. It'll be more amusing." "Ah, yes, Philippe Cayol. I knew him. He's a big chap. We must find out the proper day so as not to miss it. There'll be a fine to-do." The workmen went off, and Marius remained with a pale face and an aching heart. The men were right. In a month's time it would be his brother's turn. And he reflected that chance had caused him to assist at all the horrors Philippe would have to go through. He knew now what sufferings awaited him. He could fancy him in Douglas's place, and pictured to himself the horrible scene that would be enacted. His anguish kept him a long time with closed eyes and ears full of a confused hum. He was seeing Philippe on the scaffold, and listening to the laughing crowd insulting him. Chapter 12. Marius loses his wits. As Marius was leaning against the shop front, his eyes fixed on the ground, and deeply affected by the scene at which he had been assisting, he felt a hand laid on his shoulder with friendly roughness. He looked up and beheld Sauveur, the master stevedore, before him. "Well, my young friend, what on earth are you doing there?" Sauveur exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "One would think you were going to be tied to that post," and he pointed to the scaffold. Sauveur was gaily dressed. He wore a coat and trousers of fine cloth, and his partly buttoned waistcoat gave a view of his white shirt. His heavy watch chain, with its massive charms, was displayed complacently. As it was scarcely 10 o'clock, the master stevedore was still in his slippers, with his soft felt hat cocked on his head and his beautiful meerschaum pipe between his teeth. One felt that the whole pavement of the Canebière belonged to him. He was quite at home there, occupying as much room as possible, and watching the passers-by in a familiar and patronizing way. With his hands in his pockets, stretching out his trousers, his legs wide apart, he examined Marius with a look of superiority that was full of condescension. "You seem worried and ill," he added. "Do as I do. Keep well, eat and drink heartily, lead a merry life.
Ah, as for me, I don't know what grief is. I'm strong. I've got a good digestion, and I can spend 100 francs whenever I like. I know one must be well off to do as I do. Everybody isn't rich." He eyed Marius pitifully, and found him so puny and pale that he was delighted at feeling himself plump and red beside him. At that moment he would willingly have lent the young man 1,000 francs. Marius was not listening to his prating. He had shaken his hand in an absent-minded way, and then had plunged again in his gloomy thoughts. He was thinking with despair that he had been vainly struggling for 3 months without having made the slightest headway. The post erected before him was awaiting Philippe, and it seemed to him that his feet were rooted to the pavement, and that he was unable to run to his brother's assistance. At that moment he would have sold himself to obtain a few 1,000 francs, he would have committed a mean action. Receiving no reply, Sauveur continued prating. He liked to hear the sound of his own voice. "Deuce take it," he said, "a young man should amuse himself. But poor you don't amuse yourself enough, you work too hard, my young friend. Ah, it requires a lot of money, pleasures cost dear. As for myself, I some weeks spend enormous sums. You can't amuse yourself as much as that, it'd be impossible. But yet you might have a bit of a fling. You've got a trifle of money, haven't you? Listen, shall I take you some evenings to places that'll enliven you up?" The master stevedore thought himself very generous in making Marius this proposal. He waited a while for the young man to thank him. But as he still maintained his silence of despair, he took his arm in an authoritative way, and led him along the pavement. "I'll take you in hand," he exclaimed. "I'll show you life. I intend you to be almost as lively as myself in a week's time. I eat in the best restaurants, I know the prettiest women in Marseilles, and, as you see, I stroll about all day. That's the way to live." He stopped, and folding his arms, planted himself abruptly before Marius. "Do you know at what time I went to bed?" he resumed. "At 3 o'clock this morning. And would you like to know where I passed the night? At the Corneille Club, where there was a fine old gamble. Just fancy, there were 2 delightful creatures there, women attired in velvet, with jewels and lace, things so costly that one is afraid to touch them with the tips of one's fingers. Clairon, a little dark woman, won over 5,000 francs. Marius looked up sharply. "Ah," he said in a strange voice, "can one win 5,000 francs in a single night?" Sauveur burst out laughing. "Good heavens, what a simpleton you are! I have seen larger sums than that won. Some people have luck. Last year I knew a young man who won 16,000 francs in a couple of nights. He came to the club with me and hadn't a copper on him. I lent him 5 francs, and 2 days after he was in possession of 16,000. We spent them together. Heavens, didn't I just amuse myself during the month they lasted?" A red flush came to Marius's face. He felt a tremor pass up him and burn his chest. He had never before experienced so painful a sensation. "Doesn't one have to be a member of a club to be able to play there?" he asked. The master stevedore smiled and winked his eye in a knowing manner, shrugging his shoulders the while. "I thought," resumed Marius, "that strangers were not allowed in a club, and that only the members who had paid a subscription could play there." "Yes, yes, that's correct," replied Sauveur, laughing. "Only members have the right to play. But strangers who have not that right are generally more numerous around the gaming table, and play for higher stakes than the members. Do you understand?" It was now Marius who took hold of Sauveur's arm, and they went a few steps in silence. Then the young man asked his companion, in a stifled voice, "Could you take me to-night to the Corneille Club?" "Bravo!" exclaimed the master stevedore. "We'll have a laugh. I see you're beginning to understand life. Look you, wine, love, and cards, that's the ticket for me. When I saw you looking so pale, I said to myself, there's a youngster I must take in hand. Try and win some money, be quick and get a sweetheart, and you'll soon grow fat, or the devil take me. Certainly I'll conduct you to-night to the Corneille Club, and I'll introduce you to Clairon." Marius made a movement of impatience.
He cared nothing for Clairon. A fixed idea was occupying his brain. Since it was possible to win 16,000 francs at play in a couple of nights, he wished to tempt fortune and obtain Philippe's ransom from chance. And he said to himself that Providence would watch over him, that he would leave the club with his hands full of gold. Something had gone wrong in his healthy, upright mind. Beneath the repeated blows of disaster the good sense he possessed had become clouded. Everything was weighing him down. In bringing him the news of M. de Cazalis' fresh proceedings, Abbe Chastanier had dealt him the first blow. Then Douglas in the pillory, that terrible sight, had completed his perturbation, driving him mad by spreading before his eyes the spectacle of the infamous punishment that awaited his brother. He was now quite losing his wits. Reduced to powerlessness, not knowing where to turn in his supreme anguish, he looked upon gambling as a providential means which would either help him out of his difficulty, or plunge him more deeply into the abyss of his despair. Besides, he was acting in a state of fever, no longer knowing what he was doing, obeying simply the instincts of the beast. He looked at Sauveur, wondering whether it was virtue or crime which had placed this man across his path, at the moment when the thought of the steps the deputy was taking and of Philippe's punishment was torturing him. At that instant he would have accepted anything, he would have fought ill luck with no matter what weapons. " Well, that's agreed," resumed Sauveur as he took leave. " Where shall I meet you this evening?" " I'll be here, on the Canebiere, at 10 o'clock," replied Marius. He left the master stevedore and went to his office. He had never before been in such a state of over excitement. He passed a terrible day, shaking with fever, his brow heated, a vacant gaze in his eyes, and full of eager desire as he thought of the night that was coming. He was dreaming awake, and beheld the gold heaping up before him. He fancied himself already rich, and imagined his brother was free. In the evening he went to see Fine, as usual, at about 8 o'clock. The young woman noticed how heated his hands were. " Whatever is the matter with you ?" she asked him anxiously. He stammered, and hurried away with the words, " Don't ask me anything. Philippe will be free, and we shall all live happily." He called at his lodging to take 100 francs, which he had saved up one by one, and then went to meet Sauveur. At 10 o'clock they both entered the Corneille Club. CHAPTER XIII. The Gambling Houses of Marseilles. Before relating the next episode of this drama, before showing Marius a prey to all the anxieties of the gambler, it is necessary to explain the causes which led to the increase of gambling houses in Marseilles. The writer of these lines would like to display, in all its hideous nakedness, the festering sore which preyed upon one of the wealthiest and liveliest cities of France. The reader will pardon his short digression in consideration of its usefulness. It is to be observed that the passion for gambling plays the most havoc in the great centres of commerce. When a whole population is given over to unbridled speculation, when all classes in a city are trafficking from morn to eve, it is almost impossible that this throng of dealers should not plunge into the keen emotions of gambling. Gaming then becomes an additional speculation to be added to the others. People speculate on chance, and continue during the night the occupation of the day. During the daytime they have been trying to increase their fortune by selling no matter what, and at night time they seek to add to the profit by risking it at the gaming table. If it is true that trade is often a game, the traders may believe that they are not going out of their element when they pass from their counters to the neighboring gambling houses. The commercial fever, too, is contagious. In the face of certain great fortunes accumulated in a few years, there is not a young man at Marseilles who does not dream of similar luck. Everyone wishes to go into business, the whole city is an enormous bank in which one lives merely for the sake of making money. Go down to the port, walk into all the places where the crowd is densest. You will find everyone talking of money, and will fancy yourself in some immense office where all conversations are about figures. The important business is, when one has 10 francs in one's pocket, to turn them into 20, 30, 40. Those with large capital gamble at the stock exchange, buying and selling. But folks who only possess a few francs have recourse to gaming. Not having sufficient to engage in vast enterprises, they satisfy their craving by tempting chance. It is a means of gaining fortune or meeting ruin which is within everyone's grasp, a prompt and easy method, a new style of trade, full of keen emotions. The gambler is a speculator who lives a whole panting existence in a night, and experiences the hope, anxiety, and despair of a stock jobber. In a city like Marseilles, where money reigns as sovereign king, where the inhabitants are under the influence of a terrible commercial fever, gambling becomes a necessity, a sort of bank open to all, in which each one, both rich and poor, can risk his coppers or his gold. Add to this the fact that the wealthy, those who shovel gold about, who gain enormous sums in a day, set little value on that gold they pile up so easily. A workman looks with reverence at the 5-franc piece which is paid him in the evening. He has toiled and moiled to earn the coin. It represents to him an exhausting labor, long hours of fatigue, and he has to live on it. But a trader, a stock jobber who, whilst remaining seated in his office, finds at evening that he has gained several hundreds of francs, does not fear, when pocketing his profit, to let a few 20-franc pieces fall to the ground. He knows that on the morrow he will no doubt earn as many more. He is still young, and wishes to enjoy life. As he has been shut in during several hours, he requires in the evening some noisy pleasures and strong emotions. So he squanders his money in the restaurants and cafes, and at the gaming table, spending it as easily as he earned it. A commercial city is therefore forcibly dissolute and given to gambling. In this ebb and flow of fortunes, in this scorching breath of trade which penetrates throughout every house, there are hours of madness, imperious needs for enjoyment. At certain times these people are blinded by the dazzle of the gold. They plunge into debauchery the same as they plunged into business. And the fever lays hold of the town from one end to the other, little and big, rich and poor, are agitated by the same emotion, the same need to lose or win gold, down to ruin or up to millions. One can understand the existence of, I was almost saying the necessity for, gambling houses at Marseilles. At the time of this story there were more than 100 of them, and the number was increasing daily. The police were vanquished by the passion of the gamblers. Whenever a gambling house was discovered and closed, 2 others were opened in its immediate neighborhood. To cut off the evil at the root, it was necessary to remove the fever that was agitating the whole population. But to my mind the evil was irremediable. One may kill man, but not his passions. The police, who have a direct action on gambling houses, close all those they discover. But their action is difficult to apply in the clubs which, at times, become changed into veritable houses for gaming. Gamblers are inventive when it is a question of satisfying their passion. They endeavor to have the law on their side. Understand well, however, what I mean to say. I have no idea of attacking certain honorable clubs at Marseilles. I wish merely to be the historian of those scandalous clubs, frequented by sharpers and sometimes terribly stained by the blood of suicide. This is how a club is founded. A few persons ask for an authorization to meet of an evening in a certain place, for the purposes of conversation and refreshment, and even to play at lawful games. Each member pays a subscription, and it is forbidden to admit strangers, that is to say, to keep a gaming table open to the public. And now this is what happens. After a few months, conversation and drinking cease, and whole nights are spent around the green baize. The stakes, at first very small, gradually increase in amount, so much so that it is easy to ruin oneself in a few nights. The management is no longer so strict. Anyone is free to enter, there are more strangers in the club than members. Even women are admitted. Sharpers soon put in an appearance for the purpose of fleecing inexperienced players, and this state of things lasts until the police make a raid and close the premises. 2 months later the club reopens some distance off, the farce is played over again with the same ending. This is one of the open sores of Marseilles, a festering sore which spreads every day. The clubs have always a tendency to become gambling houses, abysses which swallow up the fortunes and honor of those imprudent enough to venture therein. And once one has tasted the keen delights of play, all other pleasures seem to cloy. The fever seizes hold of one's whole being, and the table claims the last coin in one's purse. Not a week goes by without some fresh disaster or complaint to the authorities. One time it is merchants who have been ruining themselves at the gaming tables. They come there and jeopardize the money deposited with them, first dissipating their own profits, and then breaking into the funds that have been entrusted to their commercial probity. After that they are obliged to go into bankruptcy, and they drag down in their ruin those who have had faith in their honesty. Another time it is small clerks with appetites for luxury and fast living, and whose modest salaries are insufficient for the gratification of their passions. They see around them wealthy people wallowing in the lap of luxury, surrounded by lovely women, reclining in carriages, in short, tasting of all the dissolute joys of life. They are seized with jealousy, and feel a keen desire to lead a similar existence of pleasure and festivity. So they seek to obtain the necessary money at the gaming table. They first of all risk their salaries. Then, when luck is against them, they rob their employers and enter upon a criminal career. Then again there are young men, poor simple fellows, fresh from college, who become the prey of skillful sharpers. If they win, they plunge into debauchery. If they lose, they fall into debt, give bills to usurers, and eat their corn in the ear. The following characteristic story is told. A clerk, who had been given a few thousand francs by his employer to pay the duty on some merchandise, went that evening to a club and lost the money with which he had been entrusted at baccarat. It was a temporary madness, the clerk being an honest fellow who had succumbed to the gambling fever. The employer threatened to make a complaint to the authorities. On hearing this, the members of the club met together and decided to restore to the employer, out of their own pockets, the sum which his clerk had misappropriated. When they had paid up, the clerk signed a bill to the order of the cashier of the club, and the cashier has never insisted on the payment of this bill which the poor clerk was unable to meet. Is not this kind action on the gamblers' part an admission? They understood that they were all jointly and severally guilty of the embezzlement, and they hushed up the affair so that the authorities should not come and disturb them in the gratification of their passion. It was into this world stricken with madness, into this company of excited gamblers, that Sauveur introduced Marius. End of chapters 11, 12, and 13.